Attack Path. The Ungovernable Series Book 9. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Chapter 18. Jez. Day 6. Evening. The first shot whispered past the Ungovernable's shields as Jez tapped the controls, sending the ship into a sharp dive. With her free hand, she expanded the ship's holoscreen. She winced. It didn't look good. "It's all right, sweetheart," she whispered, patting the control panel reassuringly. "I'll get you out of this." Maybe. She didn't have the time to count the ships surrounding her, but she figured all she really needed to know could be summed up in the words, "Way too damn many." 3 more shots streaked towards her from 3 different directions. She nudged her controls, ducking under 2 of the shots and pulling up onto her side to let the others skin by her close enough to spark off her shields. Warning shots, still, she was pretty sure. But it wouldn't take them too long to figure out she had exactly 0 intention of coming in peacefully. "Pilot, this is your last chance to stand down." "Yeah? Well, this is your last chance to shut the hell up," Jez snapped, hitting the comm. She couldn't do a hyper jump, not like this. Too many ships, too many missiles, too many chances of an off-balance jump. And she sure as hell wasn't doing that again to her angel ship. "Easy, girl. Stay with me," Jez whispered, stroking the controls as she studied the layout of the ships on her screen. Been a long time since she'd seen ships going into police formation, and usually when it happened, she'd had 2 or 3 other smuggler ships with her, and they could split up. Now, it was all her. The ships had moved into a wide star formation, larger ships forming the points, smaller ones connecting them. Once they were all in position, they'd close in until she had no more space to maneuver, and open fire. And she and her sweet angel both would be blasted into space dust. Even with her shields, there was no way she'd survive that much firepower. The formation was already starting to close in. She grinned to herself, her pulse pounding in her ears. Been a while since she'd had to do some real flying. She might die, sure, but hell, this was the whole damn reason for being alive. She bumped the controls a couple times, making what she hoped looked like little ineffectual attempts to break out. Every time she moved towards them, the ships at the intersections closed in, tightening off her escape. "Hey there! You look as bad as you fly," she called over the comm. No one answered. Clearly, as far as they were concerned, the time for talking was over. She tried again, a quick dash towards one of the points where a couple of the ships had fallen slightly back. They tightened up instantly, and the formation shifted around her until once more she was in the center. She glanced back at her screen. They weren't going to risk friendly damage, which meant they wouldn't fire until they had a lock on her, which, if they were using their short-haul cannons, meant. She bit her lip, calculating. Just under a minute, probably. "Hey, don't you want to hear my last words?" she called. Still no response. A few seconds now. They were close enough she could see the gun ports opening. She took a deep breath. "You ready for this, sweetheart?" she whispered to her ship. Then, as the air around her erupted with laser blasts, she jammed down on the controller, swinging her nose towards the largest gap in the formation, and as they tightened up, she slammed the throttle backwards, twisting perpendicular to them. The ships behind her realized what she was doing an instant later and pulled together, trying to tighten the gap. But they weren't quite fast enough. She could feel the scrape along the shields as the Ungovernable slid through the ever-narrowing gap, and then she was out. Behind the formation, over a dozen ships waited. Backup, maybe. Or maybe they'd just drawn the short straw. For a split second, none of them reacted as she appeared in their airspace. Then, a blizzard of lasers streaked across her holoscreen in bright jets of blue and yellow, and the Ungovernable danced gracefully between them. The formation dissolved, the ships swinging back around to face her. But she kept herself positioned so any shot that missed her would slam into one of the probably ridiculously expensive ships behind her, and listened with satisfaction to the cursing over the general line as the heavy military-level shields struggled to take the impact of the heavy military-level weapons. Then she hit the controllers for her front guns. The blue streak from Yespel's weapons slid across the empty black of space on her holoscreen. And then it hit, and the ship in front of her rocked and bucked at the impact. She grinned and squeezed off a second shot, then grabbed for the controls, swearing as her holoscreen lit with the sudden blossom of missiles launching after her. The missiles swerved to follow her, and she swore again. They were firing damn heat seekers. She'd be damned to every hell in existence before she let a bunch of bastards with heat-seeking missiles hurt her sweet baby. She pointed her ship at the nearest gap, weaving and dodging through the incoming blasts as the surrounding ships opened fire. A shot skimmed the starboard shield, and the Ungovernable jerked, slamming Jez's head against the corner of the chair. She blinked back stars, then yelped and pulled up quickly as a ship appeared in front of her, big enough to take her impact and laugh it off. Behind her, the missiles were gaining, and none of them had broken off to go after the other ships. She gritted her teeth. Damn it to hell. Not just heat seekers, then. They must have set her Angel's specs into the missiles. Bloody things would follow her basically forever now. Well, as much of forever as she had left, which would be until right about the time when the damn things caught up with her. In front of her, the ships were forming up again, trying to stop her getting too far ahead. Jez bit her lip, staring at the holoscreen. Then she grinned. The damn missiles would follow her anywhere. And she knew exactly where she wanted them to follow her. She played the controls through her fingers, swerving around the outside of the massive ship. The other ships had pulled back slightly, content to wait and let the missiles do their work. There, a docking bay in the ship's belly. Small target, but she'd worked with less. She curved around the outside of the ship, then, right before she cleared its bulk and caught the visuals of the ships on the other side, she spun the Ungovernable in a tight arc. The missiles were so close on her butt, they were almost scorching her rear shields. All right, sweetheart, Jez whispered. You and me. The Ungovernable's steady hum pulsed through Jez like a second heartbeat. She pulled back on the throttle, her fingers dancing across the controls, and her speed cut abruptly. Momentum spinning her around so she was snugged up against the belly of the big ship. Above her, the military ship jerked, a sudden frantic jolt of motion that told her someone above decks had figured out where she was and what she might be doing there, and were suddenly getting very nervous indeed. She snugged up a little closer to the docking bay, turning her ship so that just the edge of the docking bay door was between her and the missiles. Thin enough that it wouldn't read on the missile's signature. As far as their seekers told them, they were coming straight for her. She was grinning like a maniac. 2, 1. The missiles slammed into the slender docking bay door and exploded spectacularly on impact. The doors vaporized, particles spraying in every direction in an ever-widening cloud. It wasn't nearly enough to stop an explosion like that one, and it should have turned her angel into a second cloud of debris. Except, at the moment of impact, Jez shoved full power to the shields with one hand, and with the other, slammed the throttle. And her little beauty, who listened to the faintest tremble of her fingertips, shot forward, like she'd been propelled by one of Yesbel's explosives. Jez whooped, laughing in sheer delight, as the Ungovernable twisted and spun, her sleek body sliding between the ships like a sky dancer through a sea of ribbons, with all the grace of Tanya, taking out a damn squadron of Praspeshoni police officers. Every inch of her body was warm with adrenaline. Every part of her was alive. Every neuron in her brain firing pure pleasure. And then she was out, and she glanced at her screen. Yep, all the ships were still staring at the explosion. They probably wouldn't even be looking for her, because, hell, they'd seen her dive, seen the missiles hit, seen the explosion, and they'd all know the shelter of the bay door wouldn't have been enough to stop that kind of firepower. She closed her eyes in pure bliss. She could fly like this forever. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes, and for half a second, her gaze flicked unconsciously to the co-pilot's seat. And the jolt of disappointment when she found it empty was so unexpected, she almost choked on it. She squeezed her eyes shut again, just for a moment. This was freedom. This was what she'd spent her whole life chasing. But she realized, suddenly, that it wouldn't really be freedom until Lev was in the cockpit beside her. She drew in a steadying breath. Just a few more days. They had to stop that damn Evka, and then she'd get Lev back in the cockpit, and maybe they'd never leave it again. For a moment, thoughts of the various interesting ways she and Lev could keep themselves occupied in the cockpit tugged at her concentration. But she sighed, pulling her thoughts reluctantly back to the present, and rested her hand on the hyperdrive. "All right, beautiful," she whispered. "Guess we better get back to work." She engaged the hyperdrive. Time stretched around her, warping and pulling like a flow of sticky molasses, and the black of shallow space around her turned to that strange, beautiful pattern of color and shape and shadow that made something inside her hurt with the beauty of it. And when she pulled them out of hyperdrive, what seemed like moments later, she recognized the planet below her instantly. She grinned. Maybe the first damn time in her life, she was actually excited to see the pleasure planet. Chapter 19. Lev, Day 6, Evening. Lev took a deep breath and forced his fists to unclench. Around him, the others were stretching and rubbing their wrists as the warden unblocked their cuffs. Misko and Olya were already clasped in their parents' arms, and Tay was holding Ivan as if he'd never let him go again. And the sharp, sick absence of Jez, the empty space beside him where she should have been, hit Lev hard enough, almost, to make him stagger. It had been mere weeks since they'd become lovers, since she'd become his partner. But he couldn't actually remember how he'd survived the time before that, and he didn't know how to go back to it. I'm sure she's not dead, said Masha quietly. She was sitting next to him, and he could see the pallor of her face under her brown skin, the way her muscles trembled. Evka would have no way of knowing for certain, and I can think of a number of ways in which our pilot could have made the other ships believe she'd been shot down. Lev nodded, not quite able to meet her gaze. It was possible Jez was still alive. In fact, it was likely, because he couldn't imagine the system continuing to function if Jez was no longer part of it. Surely, something would have happened. An earthquake or an explosion, or the stars blinking out one by one. Surely, he wouldn't have lived through it. He took a deep breath and forced a smile, finally meeting her eyes. You're probably right. Masha's gaze on him was sharp and uncomfortably perceptive, but she only nodded and turned back to the warden. This is my crew, or at least the majority of it. Lev, Tanya, Yespel, Olya, Misko, Tay, and Ivan. The warden nodded, still smiling broadly. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said. Masha's spoken very highly of you. Lev shook his head. Masha told me she had someone on the inside. But you've been serving as warden over the vault, just in case, for how long now? The man gave a small shrug and glanced at Masha. I've been in place as a substitute for the warden, should one be needed, for a while. I was only placed in as full warden, he frowned, a week ago, maybe, when we got word of Masha's capture. Masha had been very clear. If she was captured, she wanted someone in the vault. Lev glanced at Masha. She was looking down at the floor, her face tight. Masha, he said quietly, you must have known you'd never survive long enough to be taken to the vault if you were captured. Why put someone in place here? Masha didn't answer, and Lev turned his gaze on the warden. The man glanced at Masha, a small, fond smile tugging at his lips, then shrugged and turned back to Lev. The instructions I received were, if she was captured, and anyone matching descriptions she sent, descriptions which, incidentally, seemed to match up quite well with the lot of you, were brought in, I was to make sure that you were not executed or sedated, and find a way to get you out. Lev stared at the man for a moment, then turned back to Masha. She was still looking at the ground and seemed unwilling to meet his eyes. He shook his head. She'd been planning to betray them. She'd admitted as much after they'd rescued her. She'd been planning from the very beginning to betray them, and everything they'd done as her crew had brought them a step closer to that moment. The revelation hadn't shocked him as much as it might have, but even now, the thought of it was a sharp, bitter pang. And yet, her contingency plan, should she fail, had been to save them. He wasn't sure he'd ever understand her. Of course, at the moment, he wasn't sure any of them would live long enough that it would matter. At any rate, continued the warden, since Masha is with you, I assume your motive is more than to simply make it out alive. She and I have been friends for some time now, and I know her better than that. Lev raised an eyebrow at the words. For some reason, he'd never actually considered Masha having friends. Masha nodded, looking up at last. I'm afraid you're correct," she said quietly. "It would take much more than simply getting out of prison to save our lives at this point. But I shall leave the discussion of the details to Lev, as he is eminently capable of explaining them." Again, Lev glanced over at her reflexively. The Masha he'd known was not one to trust her plans to someone else. Perhaps whatever had happened to her while she'd been away from them had changed her outlook more than he'd guessed. He turned back to the warden, who was watching him curiously. "Before I start," Lev said, keeping his voice level, "I should warn you. If Evka hears so much as a rumor that her instructions were not followed, she'll kill not only us, but you, and every person who might have helped you." He waited for the flash of alarm in the man's eyes. But clearly, whatever Masha had told him about his responsibilities, violent death had always been on the list of possible outcomes. The man simply waited quietly, watching Lev with a polite, curious expression. Lev glanced quickly around the bare room. "I assume the force field in the prison is strong enough to block the signals for Yevka's protocol?" The warden nodded. "My informants tell me Evka is working to solve the issue. But at least for now, you're correct. Her protocol can't detect anyone within these walls." "Good." Lev took a deep breath. "We're here for two reasons. To get us away from Yevka's supervision, and to get us somewhere we can access the main core of the power grid." The man's eyes widened. "You're referring to the underground corridors?" he asked at last. "I believe you're correct. As warden, I've made it my mandate to study in depth the infrastructure of the prison." He shook his head. "And dare I ask why you need to access the main core of the power grid?" Jesbel gave him a grim smile, and his eyes went just a touch wider. "You're not going to blow it up?" Jesbel's smile widened. The man shook his head. "It's a good idea, if an audacious one, but it won't work. The power system was upgraded during the last war, designed specifically to thwart an attempt like yours. The main power core is accessible from the prison corridors, but there are at least two other points, located on opposite ends of the city. The moment the main core goes down, it will simply flip over to the alternate power system and self-repair while the alternate system runs. And even if you could blow all three, the internal AI is set up such that the delay between the explosions, even just a few seconds, will give it time to seek out and pirate infrastructure from any available system grid. It's designed to be next to impossible to take out." "I know that," said Jesbel. "My father designed it." The man's eyebrows shot up. "You," he began after a moment. "Forgive me, but Masha wasn't particularly forthcoming about your identities. You're the Jesbel who blew up a shuttle station and killed 35 people?" asked Jesbel dryly. "Yes, that's me." The man gave her a wary look before turning back to Lev. "So you have a plan to deal with the backup system?" Lev nodded. "We do. The only thing we needed was access to the main power core." He wouldn't let himself consider the possibility that their plan wouldn't work because Jez wasn't alive to carry out her part of it. The man nodded slowly. "And now you have it." He shook his head. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I've worked with Masha long enough that nothing should surprise me. I suppose there's no time to lose then. He frowned in thought. The easiest way to deal with this, I think, is that I notify the guards that I'll personally escort you to the sedation chamber. I have the dummy sedation cubes prepared, as per Marsha's instructions. In the meantime, I'll set you up in the guards' quarters. I'd already started a rumor that some of the guards' families would be joining us, in case a deception should be necessary. Marsha nodded approvingly. I see that I didn't misplace my confidence, she murmured. The man smiled, as if he'd been handed a medal of valor. Again, Lev glanced curiously at Masha. However, she knew these people she worked with. They were clearly willing to die for her. Of course, he and the rest of the crew had been willing to die for her, right up until she betrayed them. Even afterwards, there had been, after all, 1,000 ways their rescue attempt could have gone wrong. He shook his head again. Perhaps that, more than anything, was what made Masha so dangerous, and at the same time, such a valuable ally. How soon do you think we can get started planting the explosives? Masha asked briskly. Adrian frowned, calculating. We'd want to wait until the dummy cubes have been brought out. The sedation machine takes a few hours to power up fully, and then some time to actually complete the process. So, he glanced down at his comm. I'd say by tonight, if all goes well. Is that workable? It should be, said Lev, trying to ignore the tightness in his stomach. Good. Follow me then, and I'll take you to the guards' quarters. He paused a moment. Let me take the prison bracelets off first. No point in taking a chance someone will track you. Thank you, said Masha, with a genuine smile. She paused a moment as she held out her wrist. I wasn't certain you'd still be here, Adrian. The man smiled at her. There are more of us than you think, you know, he said quietly. Lev held out his wrist when the man turned to him, and it was surprising how much more at ease the loosening of the unaccustomed weight made him feel. Well, Yesbel whispered, as they followed the warden out a back door. I guess it's our turn to surprise Evka, for a change. Lev thought, for a moment, of Jazz. The fear in her face, the shakiness in her voice that she'd been unable to hide. The sight of her writhing on the floor as Evka jolted pain through her body. I think perhaps it is. Chapter 20. Jez, Day 6, Evening. Jez brought the Ungovernable down through the atmosphere on the pleasure planet, the shields burning a bright orange at the friction. She skimmed across the ground towards the city, slid through the opening in the city force field, popped over the courtyard wall of the building that had once been their mock pleasure house, and brought the ship gently to rest in the old docking bay. The euphoria of earlier was slowly fading, and she was aware, for the first time, of the ache in her head from where it had slammed into the corner of the seat. She could feel the shakiness in her muscles again, the way her body still didn't quite respond the way she expected it to. And for just a moment, when she shut off the power to her ship, she had to close her eyes tightly and swallow down nausea against the memory. Laying on the floor, her body shaking with pain, her muscles spasming outside of her control, every nerve in her body screaming. The look on Lev's face, that terrifying moment where she'd thought he might go for Evka, and that Evka might hurt him too. She could handle getting hurt, Hell, that was basically the story of her entire life. But she wasn't sure she could watch Lev get hurt. She swallowed hard. This was actually ridiculous. She was fine. It had all happened basically 1,000,000 years ago at this point. 2 days, at least, and for a few moments, her body was shaking so hard she couldn't stand up from the pilot's seat. At last, though, she pushed herself upright and clung to the edge of the seat, waiting for the ground to steady under her. Lev was back in Prasvishoni. Lev and the others, and they were depending on her. And she wasn't going to let them down. She took a deep breath, straightened, and made her unsteady way out of the cockpit and down the loading ramp. The hangar bay was deserted. No more than she'd expected, really. This far out of the main center of town, the old building wouldn't be a particularly useful headquarters for shutting down the entire damn pleasure district. Galina would be in the Strani house, Jez was pretty sure. She grabbed one of the dusty sky bikes, leaned against the wall, and swung onto it. It started, which honestly, the way it looked, was a bit of a miracle. Then she leaned forward and shot out of the hangar bay, over the courtyard wall, and out into the streets. The city itself was entirely different than it had been when she left it. There was a hell of a lot less traffic, for one thing, and what there was mainly cargo ships and street workers unloading the cargo ships. There were still gangs. You could tell just by looking, but they seemed to have gone a hell of a lot deeper underground. If they'd heard what Masha had done to the gangs back on Prasvishoni, she couldn't exactly blame them. Her muscles tensed unconsciously as she got closer to the pleasure district. The slums were still as filthy as ever, but there were fewer broken bodies leaning against walls of alleys, begging for food, and the air of fear that had been palpable before was much more muted. Even Galina wasn't a miracle worker. It would take time to fix crap like this. But it was obvious things were already changing. The pleasure district, too, had changed. She could see it as she idled the bike through the arched entrance that led from the slums. The pleasure houses lining the streets seemed to have changed their function. Some obviously served as inns. Some looked like restaurants. And others had apparently been transformed into apartment blocks. The glittering sheen of the place had disappeared too, and it looked more like a regular city. Streets dirty, the noise and chaos of traffic and street bikes. No one in chains. Jez's lightheadedness, by now, was bad enough that she was having a hard time keeping her vision straight. Finally, a block or so away from her destination, she pulled her bike to a stop and leaned it carefully against the wall. Whatever the hell Evka had messed with in her brain, it had done a damn number on her. When the world steadied around her, she started cautiously down the street. She kept her hand on the heat pistol in her pocket. Never knew if some of the bastards who ran the gangs around here held grudges. But the streets were busy enough that another person wandering down them was hardly noteworthy, even if they were staggering like a damn drunk. Standing in front of the Strani house made her stomach clench, and she had to consciously force her muscles to relax. She'd seen what this place had been used for, and she wasn't sure she'd ever get it out of her head. The front doors opened when she pushed them, and she stepped into the cool dimness inside. A quick glance around told her she'd been right. The place showed every sign of Galina's occupation, and she was pretty sure she recognized one of the voices floating down from the second-story balcony. The room swayed, and she grabbed whatever the hell was nearest her to keep from falling over. It was someone's arm, turned out. The owner of the arm turned sharply, clearly about to snap something rude. Then the expression on the man's face changed to one of utter astonishment. He stood blinking at her for a moment. "Radek, you skinny, cheating bastard," she managed, grinning.
Jez, what the hell?"
She fainted. The first thing she noticed, as her consciousness returned, was that she was in a cot. The second thing she noticed was it was a damn lot softer than it should have been, considering Evka was a miserly bastard. And then she woke up all the way and sat up quickly, cursing. The world spun and she almost fell over, but someone caught her.
"For the lady's damn sake, Jez, lie down. What happened to you anyway?"
She blinked, and Radek's face came into focus. "Figured you were probably missing me," she said, although her voice came out more weak than snarky. "Jez." She blinked again, and then she could make out Galina, sitting on the foot of her bed. She was just as damn hot as she'd always been, but there was something different about her face. It took Jez a minute to figure out what it was. There was still that look in her eyes that told you she'd seen things she probably didn't want to talk about. But the sick hopelessness that had come so often, when Jez had held her and stroked her hair, and Galina had stared blankly at the wall in front of her, as if she wasn't able even to cry, was gone. Or at least, mostly gone. The expression Galina now wore was one of crisp, businesslike competence. Although it now bore a distinct overlay of worry. "Hey, Galia," she said. "Maybe I was just so surprised Radek hadn't been thrown back in jail yet, I passed out." Galina didn't look amused. "Radek carried you up here. You looked like you were on the verge of death. Our doctor couldn't find anything wrong with you, but we couldn't get you to wake up. And then you started moaning in your sleep and crying. What's going on? Where are the others? What happened to you?" Jez swore and swung her legs off the side of the bed, and Radek barely caught her before she fell on her face. "How long has it been?" she snapped.
"Jez, calm down.
"It's been..." Radek glanced at Galina.
"What, 3 hours since she got here? 4?
Jez sank back with a sigh of relief. "Jez," began Galina. Jez let out a long breath and closed her eyes for a moment. She hadn't missed it. She still had time. They still, maybe, had a chance to survive Evka. "Well," she said at last, "I'll tell you. But it's a hell of a long story, and you might want to get a few of your people together in the meantime, because I'm going to need a bunch of crazy damn bastards if we're going to live through the rest of it." By the time she'd finished her story, both Radek and Galina were staring at her in frank astonishment. There were half a dozen other people in the room as well. Some she recognized, some she didn't, and their expressions ranged from shock to outright disbelief.
"So," said Radek at last, "you're saying, in the last however many weeks, you started a full-on revolution. Masha betrayed you and assassinated her way through the government before almost being tortured to death. You rescued her, blew up the government compound, shut off all the government communication lines, got the police and military to surrender, and then got caught by Lev's crazy professor. And that everyone in Prosveshony can be killed by her hitting a button. Except Tay hacked his way through her program, hacked his way through it a second time. You broke out of lockup and flew through an attacking military armada, and the others are locked up in the vault." Jez shrugged and nodded. "More or less. I mean, I also kicked some people in the crotch, And yes, Belle blew some crap up. And Masha killed like 7,000 people. But I think you got the important bits. For a moment, Radek didn't speak. Then he shook his head ruefully. You know, that doesn't even actually surprise me. How the hell did I run into someone so much crazier than I am that I look like a damn saint in comparison? Jez winked at him. Don't worry. Practice enough and you'll get there one day. He was still shaking his head, but there was just the hint of a grin on his face. And there was that look in his eyes that meant he was contemplating something crazy. So, what can we do? Asked Galena. Also, you forgot to mention what the hell happened that led to you passing out in the front lobby. Jess shivered. Still, they should probably know what they were up against. You know how I told you that when that metal gets in your brain, Evka can kill you by hitting a button? Galena nodded. Well, that's not all she can do. She can knock you out, or she can mess with your head. Make you hurt. What do you? Galena began, then stopped, her eyes widening. Oh, she said at last quietly, and there was a slightly sick look on her face. Jez tried to grin, but she couldn't quite manage it. I'm sorry, Jez, said Galena. Jez shook her head. Look, thing is, right now, she can do that to basically anyone in Prasveshoni. Kill them if she wants. Anything. Lev thinks she'll need to talk to the government ministries before she can go farther than the city. But when she's calmed the streets down, mopped up the revolution, hell, I figure the government will give her pretty much anything she wants. So, we don't have much time. And do you have a plan for how to stop her? Asked Radek. Yep, said Jez with a grin. See, Lev figured Yevka's a slippery damn bastard, but as far as she's concerned, she doesn't have much to worry about. I'm dead, the others are locked up, and everyone in the city has to do what she says, or she'll kill them. But if I happened to come back to this city with a ship full of people who hadn't breathed in her crap? Radek was grinning now, too. I guess that might surprise her a bit. Figure it might, said Jez. And hell, if a bunch of people who Evka couldn't do a damn thing to happened to distract the police a bit, and while the police were distracted, blow the entire damn power grid. Radek's eyebrows shot up. Blow the... I'm 100% certain you're not talking about blowing the power grid for the entire city of Prasveshoni, because that would be insane. Also impossible. Jez winked at him. He sighed and ran his hand across his face. How the hell do I let you drag me into these things? He muttered. Think how boring your life would be without me, said Jez cheerfully. Not boring. Easy, I think, is the word you're looking for. Easy, simple, unstressful. Not putting me in danger of my life every 5 damn minutes. Like I said Jez, still grinning. So, you in? Radek heaved another deep sigh. I must be insane. Yes, kid. I'm in. I'm in too, said Galena grimly. And I suspect we'll have more than enough volunteers. Radek and I will track down people who can help us. Is there anything specific you need? A handful of people who can fly a ship wouldn't be a bad thing, said Jez. There's a hell of a lot of people depending on us getting through, and I'd rather not have all of us in the same damn ship, in case something happens, seeing as we have to fly back through the military blockade to get planetside. Galena's eyebrows creased. I'm not sure that anyone on this planet besides you can pull off something like that. Jez leaned back luxuriously against the pillow, hands behind her head. Don't figure they'll have to. I'll do the heavy lifting. Me and Radek, since he's flying co-pilot. Radek turned. What? Listen, kid. She winked at him. You scared? He glared at her for a moment, then shook his head in mock disgust. But there was that crazy gleam in his eye. And if she had to guess, he was just about as excited for this as she was. I guess I better go start rounding people up to come with us, he grumbled, and saying my goodbyes. From the sounds of it. He pushed himself to his feet and strode out the door. Galina turned back to Jez, a small smile on her face. I've missed you, she said. And I'm sorry things didn't work out with us. Yeah, said Jez quietly. I missed you too. But you were right. If we'd tried to make it work, one of us would have been miserable. Galina gave her a small smile. Have you found anyone new? Jez glanced down. Well, look. You remember how... Galina's smile grew broader. Lev? Jez hesitated, then nodded. Galina smiled. I'm glad. She sighed and stood. I suppose I should go help Radek. Are you going to be... Jez pushed herself to her feet with a grimace, swayed, then caught her balance. Galia, we're going to be flying ships, through a hell of a lot of firepower. If that doesn't make me feel better, I'd have to actually be dead. Galina chuckled ruefully. I have a feeling that with you back, our lives won't be boring for a while. Jez was grinning. Oh, come on, Galia, she drawled. You used to date me. You can't be all that fond of boring. Galina shook her head fondly. I suppose I can't, she said. Chapter 21. Yesbel, Day 7, Afternoon. There was a tap on the door to the small guards' quarters, and Yesbel glanced up quickly. I'll get it, said Tanya, stepping to the door and pulling it open. Masha stood in the entrance, a stack of boxes balanced in her arms, and more piled on an anti-grav behind her. Her face was drawn with pain, but her expression was businesslike. Yes, Belle, said Masha briskly. I have your supplies. Adrian brought them a few minutes ago. Yesbel took the packages carefully from Masha's arms. Good, thank you. I'll meet you in our workroom, said Tanya, taking the anti-grav. Yesbel leaned over and kissed her. I'll be there in a moment. She turned back to Masha. Thank you, she said quietly. Masha raised an eyebrow. For what? There was a tone in her voice, though, that said she knew exactly what Yesbel was saying. For getting the supplies. Yesbel let a hint of wryness creep into her words. It's been a long time since I've made explosives. Masha nodded and cleared her throat. Thank you for agreeing to make them. This crew wouldn't be what it is without you. And Yesbel heard the words under the words as well, and found she was smiling as she turned away. Tanya was waiting in the weapons room, and together they pried open the first of the boxes. Yesbel felt a smile spreading across her face when she saw the components inside. It had been a very, very long time since she'd been able to work with materials like this. Masha's contacts must be good ones. This she would enjoy very much. She was so absorbed in her work that when Tanya's voice floated in from the other room, she looked up, blinking for a moment before she remembered where she was and what she was doing. She glanced at the components spread out on the table, the explosives taking shape in the center. She had no idea how long she'd been working. but it must have been some time.
The others are here to talk about the plan. Should I send them through?
Yes, thank you, Yesbel called back. Tay stepped through the door a few moments later, Ivan beside him. Tay's arm was tucked around Ivan's waist, and he seemed all but unconscious of the fact, as if Ivan had become almost a part of him. Yesbel smiled to herself. Tay glanced around the room, then caught sight of the explosives laid out on the table and gave an involuntary yelp. "Yesbel," he said after a moment, "please tell me that's not what it looks like." Yesbel smirked. "I don't know. What do you think it looks like?" Tay scowled at her. "It looks like something that would take out the entire city of Prospicione if we weren't careful with it. It looks like something that nobody in their right mind would construct in a building we're living in, and a few meters down from our damn bedrooms. It looks like something that might just save Evka the trouble of having to kill us at all if someone so much as breathes on it wrong." Yesbel shrugged. "Well, in that case, it's exactly what it looks like." Ivan was biting back a smile. Lev came in a moment later and took in the sight of the explosive with slightly more equanimity than Tay had. His eyebrows shot up when he realized exactly what was laid out on the table in front of them. But then he just sighed resignedly and pulled out a chair. Of course, someone who'd fallen in love with Jez would, of necessity, have learned to take high-stress situations in stride. But Yesbel caught the way his eyes flicked to Tay and Ivan, then away, the tension in his posture, the pain in his expression he couldn't quite hide. Jez was all right. Yesbel was all but sure of it. The thought of someone being able to shoot down the crazy, ridiculous pilot while she was flying the Ungovernable was almost laughable. Still, she knew all too well how it felt, not knowing for certain if the person you loved was alive or dead. Masha and Tanya joined them a few moments later, and they took their seats around the table. "We aren't going to have much time," said Lev quietly, once they were all seated. "The decoy sedation cubes might fool Evka for a short time, but we can't assume it will last forever. And once she disables Tay's blocker, everyone in the warehouse is in danger. We need to act quickly. 24 hours or less, if possible." Tay nodded. "I've been going through the diagram of the power grid. I think I know where the explosive would have to go in order to knock out the main core." He turned to Yesbel. "You're building the explosive to be wired directly into the network, correct? So I'll need to program a bypass that will shunt the power around the explosive until we're ready to set it off." "Can you do that from here?" Lev asked. Tay shook his head. "I can write it, but not set it into the system. I'll have to go down with Yesbel for that." Yesbel almost cracked a grin at the grim tone in his voice. Lev nodded. "Probably for the best anyways. I've looked at the tunnels, and they aren't particularly stable. I'll feel more comfortable with 2 of you down there, in case you get into trouble." He glanced at Yesbel. "I hate to rush you like this, but could you be ready by tonight?" Yesbel frowned, considering. "I should be able to finish by midnight, if I work fast and nothing unexpected comes up," she said at last. "Good," said Lev. "That will be the plan then." He paused a moment. And Jez, I assume, will call in, once she gets back here." He barely stumbled over the words. "And once Jez gets back, we'll be ready to go?" asked Masha. Lev turned to her, but Yesbel noticed that his knuckles were white where he gripped the table. "Yes." "Assuming Jez can do what she planned to do," said Tanya quietly. Lev turned to her. "Jez will do what she said she'd do." No one spoke for a few moments. At last, Tay sighed. Well, if we're doing this tonight, I'd better get to work. He stood, his hand finding Ivan's as they stepped out of the room. The others stood as well, until it was only Lev and Yezbel left. Lev was staring down at the table, his hands splayed out on the battered prefab, the muscles in his jaw tight. Liv, she said quietly. He looked up, startled, then gave a wry smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. She'll be back, Yezbel said. You know that pilot of ours. You couldn't kill her with an ion blast. Lev tried to smile again. I know. Then he sighed, dropping his head into his hands. Damn it, Yezbel. But I can't be sure of it. And nor can you. And if she doesn't... His voice choked. I can't do this. I don't know how to. He broke off abruptly. There were a few moments of silence, and then a small head peered around the door. Mama? Olya asked. Yezbel smiled at her daughter. What is it, Olyeshka? Olya stepped inside, her manner diffident. I was just wondering, Mama, if... Mama, when we were on the pleasure planet, you showed me some things, and I thought... You thought you could help me, Yezbel finished. Olya glanced at her quickly, gauging her reaction. Yezbel's smile broadened. I wouldn't be a very good mother if I didn't teach you to use your talents, she said. And you've already shown me. You're very talented at putting together explosives. The way Olya's face lit up made something warm in Yezbel's chest. The girl paused in the door for a moment, then came over to the table. When she caught sight of what Yezbel was working on, her expression grew round-eyed. That's a very big explosive, isn't it, Mama? Yezbel smiled. Yes, my Olya, she said. It is a very big explosive. Olya looked up at her. Have you ever made an explosive this big before? Yezbel hesitated. Yes, she said quietly. I have once. It was odd now, thinking of the person she had been. Bitter, angry, alone. Hurt almost beyond her capacity to feel pain. Constructing her explosives late at night, packing them into the prefab squares of the shuttle station as they were being built. What did you make the other explosive for? Asked Olya. Yezbel looked down at her and smiled, swallowing back the lump in her throat. My love. She pulled Olya into an embrace. I made it when I was angry. When I thought someone had killed you and your brother and your mamuchka. I was very sad, and I was very angry. And I made it to get back the people who had hurt me. The people who I thought had hurt you. And did it work? Olya's eyes were wide. Yezbel kissed the top of her daughter's hair, holding her close, then glanced across the table at Lev. No, Olyeshka, she murmured. Lev was watching her, an eyebrow raised, and she met his eyes. It didn't work. It exploded, yes, but it didn't bring you back. It didn't stop my heart breaking from losing you. But you found us again, said Olya into Yezbel's shoulder, her arms tightening around her mother. Yes. Yezbel's voice choked just a little. I did. At last, Olya pulled back. So why are you making these ones? Is it so you and Uncle Lev can get back at Evka for hurting Auntie Jez and for trying to kill us? Yezbel gave her a small smile. No, that's not the reason we're doing this. She glanced up again, her eyes finding Lev. Is it? He cleared his throat. No, Olya. Your mama's right. We're doing this because there are people we love who will be hurt if we don't stop Evka. And we aren't going to let that happen, are we?
Olya looked between Yesbel and Lev, then shook her head firmly. Her small face was fierce and determined. No, we aren't. Chapter 22. Tay. Day 7. Late.
Tay.
Ivan's hands were tight on Tay's arms, his knuckles white from trying not to grip too hard.
Just be careful, all right?
Tay managed a small smile.
I love you, he said.
Yesbel, who was waiting by the door, sighed heavily.
You two can kiss all you want when we're finished with this, she grumbled. Let's go.
He glared at her, and she cracked a smile. The warden was waiting for them outside, and he led them swiftly through the guards' quarters, then down a small maintenance tunnel to where it ended in a dead end. He pulled a crowbar from the corner and gestured them back, then wedged the tip under the edge of a square of flooring and heaved it up with an effort. Yesbel stepped forward, catching the edge of it, and between them, they propped it up against the wall. Under it, barely visible through the dirt, was an ancient-looking trapdoor.
You can access the tunnels from here, the warden said, his voice low. They were originally built as an escape route for the guards when the prison was first built. They connect in with the old network of tunnels the builders used when they laid the first power core infrastructure. The entrance was boarded up decades ago, though, and I doubt there are half a dozen people in the system who even know it exists.
He paused.
I'll keep watch for you up here, but be careful. If a tunnel comes down on you in there, no one will know about it.
Yesbel raised an eyebrow at him.
Believe me,
she said, faint satisfaction in her voice.
With what I'm carrying right now, if the tunnel comes down on us, everyone in Prasveshone will know about it.
The warden looked, suddenly, almost as nervous as Tay felt.
I see,
he said at last.
I'll leave you to it, then.
He tapped his comb to the tangle of locks on the trapdoor, and one by one, they clicked open. Yesbel crouched and pulled the heavy door back, its hinges squealing in protest. The smell of mildew and damp earth drifted up from the dark hole beneath it, and Tay shivered despite himself.
The tunnels are ventilated, yes?
Yesbel asked, glancing over her shoulder at the warden. He shrugged.
I assume so, but most of the records were lost, and as I said, no one's been down there in decades.
Tay sighed, stepping forward.
I'll set a scanner into my comm to check oxygen levels, he said.
He peered down into the blackness, scowling. The dark was so thick he could almost taste it. How the hell did he keep getting himself into these situations? He blew out a breath and hit the light on his comm. It illuminated the rungs of a rusty ladder leading down into the darkness.
I'll go first, he muttered. I have the scanner, and besides, if the damn ladder goes out on me, it won't blow every damn person in the city straight back to the lady. You really think anybody in this city would end up back with the lady?
Said Yesbel, voice amused. Tay glared at her, then placed his foot cautiously on the first rung. The metal groaned as he shifted his weight onto it. Damn it to hell. Still, it wasn't like they had a better option. He took a deep breath and started down. The chill of the underground tunnel as he descended was a thick, heavy, pervasive dampness that oozed through his clothing, clutched at his skin, wound itself around his fingers, and crept into his boots and under his jacket.
His fingers were almost numb by the time his feet, groping for the next rung in the darkness, found, instead, solid ground. He tested it carefully before trusting it with his weight, then looked around quickly in the dim glow from his comm light. He was in the small intersection of a corridor, narrow enough that he could almost touch the walls on both sides if he stretched out his arms. 2 corridors stretched off into the darkness in both directions, losing the light of his comm a few meters in. Jesbel stepped down beside him a few moments later. Her face was cut with shadows in the dim light. "Well," she said, "it's been a long time since I've made an explosive like this. We may as well put all that work to use." Tay drew in a long breath. "I guess if I'm going to be blown up, there's no point waiting around for it to happen," he grumbled. Jesbel cracked a smile. "I have no intention of blowing you up with this explosive. If I was going to blow you up, I could do it with something that was a lot simpler to put together." "Glad to know I'm so valuable to you," he muttered. Jesbel chuckled, the sound echoing strangely in the dark tunnel, and they started off down the corridor. The floor under them was bare dirt, and the supports, set up at distressingly irregular intervals, were ancient, the prefab cracking and mildewed with age and disuse. He glanced down at the map Lev had sent through to his comm as they walked, shivering slightly. They'd be walking for a solid kilometer, at least, before they reached the place they could wire in the explosive for the main core. And then they had to plant the 2 packages of explosives that Jez and her friends would be using to blow the other 2 points. Between the crumbling supports and the explosives Jesbel carried, his nerves were already fraying. It was going to be a long night. By the time they stepped around the final corner, and Tay saw the steel trapdoor and the trailing mass of wires under it that marked their destination, his nerves were raw. Jesbel stepped up beside him and studied the narrow space for a moment in brisk calculation. Then she pulled a bundle out of her inner jacket and dropped it into Tay's hands. He gave an involuntary yelp. Jesbel chuckled. "It won't go off if you drop it, as long as you don't drop it from too high." Tay glared at her. "So I'm just supposed to experiment to find out what's too high?" She raised an eyebrow. "No, that would be stupid. But I thought I'd tell you, so if you bump it as you're laying it down, you don't have a heart attack. I need you to plant those exactly where I tell you, and I'll send a diagram through to your comm, how I want them wired in. These are to take out the backup generator." She paused a moment. "You look like you're going to have a heart attack. Please don't. I don't want to have to do all this work myself." Tay shot her another glare, and then turned reluctantly in the direction she'd indicated, cradling the package gingerly. When he rejoined Jesbel at last, his palms were sweating, but nothing had actually blown up as he worked on it. She was bent over a mass of delicate wires that now surrounded the explosive, but she glanced up at him. "I see you're still alive," she said dryly. "At the moment," he muttered, and she gave a snort of amusement. "At any rate, I still have some work to do wiring this into the system. If you want to start setting your bypass, now would be a good time." Tay nodded and crouched beside the wire paneling, hooking his comm into the system. There was a security code, of course, but it wasn't nearly as sophisticated as he would have imagined. But then, it had been created a long time ago, and he knew very well how easy it was for things like old infrastructure that didn't hold any obviously bribable benefits to fall through the cracks in this system. It only took him a few minutes to hack his way through it, and then he was in the main database. He expanded his holoscreen, looking over the readout quickly. It wasn't difficult to pick out the point where Jezebel would be wiring her explosives. He frowned in concentration and bent over his hollow keyboard, tapping rapidly. He hooked his bypass carefully into either side so that power would flow undisrupted until he flipped the switch. Once he did that, the current would instead flow through the wiring on the explosive, setting it off, and triggering a chain reaction that would take down the entire core. Hey. He looked up to find Jezebel watching him. How close are you? She asked. I've got the explosives wired in, and I'm waiting to connect the last wire to tie it into the system. I thought it might be better to wait for you to finish the bypass so I don't blow all of us straight back to the lady. I appreciate your restraint, he muttered. Give me another 5 or 10 minutes, and I'll be done. At last, he hit the final command with a quick sigh of relief and watched as the numbers on the screen dipped, fluctuated, and returned to normal. Done, he said. Jezebel nodded and connected the final wire. Tay's shoulders hunched involuntarily, waiting for the inevitable. At last, he let out a shallow breath of relief, since it appeared that, at least for now, the explosive would stay unexploded. We'd best get moving, said Jezebel, pushing herself to her feet. We still have a ways to go. Tay nodded wordlessly. Above them, one of the support beams groaned, and a small shower of dirt fell from it to land in a pile at their feet. Tay closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This had been here for years, almost a century, if the warden had been telling the truth. There was no reason that it should suddenly collapse just because he happened to be standing under it. But a small voice in the back of his head whispered, there was also no reason why it shouldn't. They made their way quickly towards the first of the drop points. By now, they were directly under the city streets of Prasveshoni, and Tay tried not to think too hard about what would happen if one of the explosives at the drop point went off by accident. How many city blocks would it take out? And how many apartment buildings would come down with them? Jezebel, behind him, looked completely unconcerned by such calculus. But then, Jezebel had a tendency to be disturbingly unconcerned by anything to do with explosives. They dropped the first package in a place their friends would be able to access through the city maintenance tunnels and started for the last drop point. This one was even further away from the prison, close to the university, honestly. As they trudged through the never-ending tunnels, Tay caught himself wondering about the people they'd left. Were they still alive? He gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do about it, other than what he was currently doing. Still, he couldn't fight the tight knot in his stomach as they walked. At last, they came to the place Lev had marked, and Jezebel pulled the last of the small oilskin pouches from under her coat, placing it carefully in a small hollow in the support wall. Then she stood, brushing dirt from her knees. The pallor of her face was ghostly in the dim light. We're finished, she said quietly. I suppose we'd better get back before we run out of luck. As if in answer, there was a rumbling shudder above them that he felt through his bones. Something cold clutched at his stomach, and he glanced at Jezebel. The barricades, he said, voice sick with dread. Her expression was tense as his own. Evka must have found them. Whatever weapon they're using, it's a powerful one. Tay swore through his teeth. We have to get back. Tay, Jesbel's voice was grim. There's nothing we can do for them right now. He spun, glaring at her. There might be, he snapped. There might be something we can do. Some way we can... Jesbel sighed and shook her head, her face tight. Perhaps you're right, she said. Let's get back then. Another low rumble shook the corridor, and Tay closed his eyes, trying not to think about what must be happening overhead. And then there was another sound, from closer this time. The ominous creak of support structures, stressed beyond their capacity. He and Jesbel exchanged a quick glance. Come on, she snapped. She grabbed him by the arm and dragged him forward, and they sprinted back the way they'd come. Ahead of them, the wavering lights from their comms illuminated the dust and rubble trickling from behind the nearest support. Damn, damn, damn. Then suddenly, he pulled back against Jesbel's grip. The explosives, he choked. She shook her head grimly. The support I left them under was solid. I checked. Come on. The support ahead creaked again, and Tay gave up resisting and matched Jesbel's pace. Another shuddering low-pitched boom, and the floor rumbled under him, and he almost lost his footing. Come on, you idiot, snapped Jesbel, grabbing his arm again. The trickle of dirt and debris from the support structure ahead of them had turned into a flood, and the structure itself groaned alarmingly. They ran for it, and as they ducked through, it gave way completely. Dirt and rubble and prefab crashing down around them. Tay stumbled out, coughing and gagging in the cloud of debris, his arms up in a futile attempt to protect his head. He could hear Jesbel beside him, coughing. At least they'd both made it through. He blinked, eyes streaming from the dirt, and tried to regain his bearings. The entire tunnel behind them had come down, and in front of them, another cave-in all but blocked their exit. As he watched, another section of the dirt wall collapsed, sliding to the floor in a heap of dirt and mud. Come on, Jesbel snapped again. There was an ominous sound from the ceiling overhead. Before he could so much as react, Jesbel grabbed him bodily, pulling him in front of her and shoving him hard down the corridor. He stumbled forward, trying to keep his feet under him. Then there was a low rumble he heard in his bones, and he spun as Jesbel disappeared under a pile of rubble. Damn you, Jesbel! He choked through his teeth, sprinting back to where she'd been. He reached down, grabbing rocks off the pile and tossing them away, scrabbling frantically at the dirt and rubble, fingernails bleeding. You are damn well not doing this. You're damn well not making me go back there without you. His voice caught with panic. Jesbel, damn it to hell. I swear to you. He heard a moan and caught sight of a familiar pale face, bruised and bloody and halfway covered with debris. He redoubled his efforts, and a few minutes later he dragged her clear. Her eyes were closed, and for a brief, panicked moment, he thought he hadn't been in time. And then she blinked and coughed, and he let out a breath of relief that turned into a half-sob. Jesbel, he said, voice harsh with worry. Jesbel, are you all right? Can you hear me? I can hear you, said Jesbel. Her voice was weak, but there was a wry humor in her tone. Thank the damn lady. He choked. Above them, the ceiling creaked and groaned again. We have to get out of here, he said. Can you stand? Another section of tunnel ahead of them slid down on itself, leaving an opening barely large enough to scramble through. It doesn't look like I have much of a choice, said Jesbel dryly. Tay pulled her to her feet, and she leaned on him as they set off at a stumbling run. The tunnels collapsed around them as they ran, but he didn't bloody well have the time to pay attention to anything but the dark of the corridor ahead of them. The trip was a nightmare. Running, his breath burning in his lungs, muscles aching, the dark and the noise and the fear and the unending, unchanging tunnels that made it seem like they weren't moving at all. And then finally, there was a hint of light ahead of them. He almost wept with relief when at last they stumbled to a halt at the base of the ladder. The dim shaft of light from overhead, almost blinding. For a few moments, they stood, panting. At last, Yespel shook her head. See? And here you were thinking you'd be killed by explosives. He glared at her, and then shook his head as well. How in the damn system did I sign on to a crew where being blown up by explosives was the least of my damn worries? He muttered. She gave a snort of amusement. From behind them, there was the unmistakable rumble of another cave-in. Yespel raised an eyebrow. I don't know about you, but I think I've had enough cave-ins for one day. Shall we? Tay scowled. I'd had enough before we bloody well got down here. He tipped his head at the ladder. You first. I'm not telling Tanya and the kids that you died as I was on my way up the damn ladder. She gave him a wry look, but didn't argue, and he breathed a sigh of relief as she started up. He followed a few moments later, his hands shaking so hard he could hardly grasp the rungs. The warden was waiting for them when they reached the top. He raised his eyebrows at the sight of Yespel, but didn't comment. And Tay wondered, as the man led them back to their quarters, how long he must have known Masha to react so nonchalantly to threats to life and limb. They stepped through the doors to their common room, and Tanya glanced up quickly. Her lips tightened at the sight of Yespel, but she didn't say anything, just came over and kissed her wife, whispering something in her ear. Hey? He turned. Ivan stood beside him, concern on his face. The sight of him made something deep inside Tay relax, for the first time since he'd seen the damn explosive on the table, and realized he'd have to go down to help plant it. Ivan slipped his arms around Tay, and Tay realized suddenly that he was shaking, and that he had the ridiculous urge to cry. Are you all right? Did anything happen? Ivan asked softly. He took a deep breath, squeezing his eyes shut. There was a cave-in, but we got out. It's fine. Ivan held him, and Tay dropped his head against Ivan's chest for a moment. And then he remembered, and he cursed and pulled back. Tay, asked Ivan quickly. Something's happened at the barricades, he said tersely. Evka must have found them. We could hear it from underground. Yespel glanced up. If I had to guess, I'd say it was a particle beam cannon, she said quietly. Ivan swore. Is there a way we can talk with them? Tay nodded. I still have a line through, I think. I'll get Lev and Masha, said Yespel, standing. Whatever's happening, they'll want to know about it. Tay nodded, tapping through to Kaz's line. For a long moment, no one answered, and the sick fear coating Tay's throat made it hard to breathe. And then Kaz's voice, crackly and indistinct. Tay? He sounded desperate. Kaz, what's happening? In the background, there was a noise of heavy guns, the hissing crackle of heat weapons. She's sent in the military and the police, said Kaz quietly. The only reason they haven't killed us yet is that Lev's father managed to find and set an old force field from the university. It won't hold them for more than a few minutes longer. He paused a moment. We've hidden the younger kids inside the university. His voice choked slightly. Mila's in there, Tay.
Evka wouldn't bother to track down a kid like that, would she? Tay stared at his calm. His heart was racing, acid rising in his throat. He noticed absently that the others had gathered around him, and that there was the same mixture of shock and horror on their faces as he felt on his. Lev tapped his calm through to the line.
I would hope she'd be too busy to worry about that for a while,
he said quietly. But Tay knew him well enough to know that he didn't really believe what he was saying.
What can we do? Asked Tay.
Nothing, I think, said Kaz at last, quietly. Unless you can get here in the next 10 minutes, I don't think anything you can do would help.
I'll go through my maps and all the information I have, said Lev, his voice brisk and businesslike. There may be some back way out of the barricades that they might not think of. If there is, it's possible we can get some of you out.
Yeah, said Kaz finally, his voice quiet. But hurry, please. The calm clicked off, and they stood there looking at each other, horror on their faces. Chapter 23. Jez, Day 7, Evening. Jez glanced around at the huddled group of people in the hangar bay. They looked, quite frankly, mildly terrified. Still, everyone here had been part of conning that bastard Grigory, so she figured they had to have some sort of nerve, despite the unpromising expressions on their faces. "Would you mind explaining that one more time?" asked a woman from the back. Jez grinned. "Sure. So, plan is, you all get into your damn ships. Figure everyone who volunteered as pilots should be able to get through a wormhole, yeah?" She looked around, slightly dubious. She could have flown through a wormhole by the time she was about 6 years old, but from the looks of these people... To her relief, though, the half-dozen ex-convicts who'd been conscripted as pilots nodded. "Good," she said. "So, you're gonna time 10 standard minutes from when Radek and I take off. You're gonna pop through the wormhole, and you're not gonna damn well slow down, because there's a bloody armada waiting on the other side." "That's the part I wanted you to go over one more time," murmured the woman. Jez grinned easily. "Don't even have to worry about that. You give me 10 minutes start, and I'll make sure the only thing those damn bastards are thinking about is turning Radek and me into space dust." Radek didn't look noticeably happier at this. She winked at him, which didn't actually seem to reassure him. "Anyway, so, once you get planet-side, use the code I sent through to your comm to get inside the city force field." She continued. Genius figured Evka wouldn't be too worried about anyone coming in, just people trying to get out, so you shouldn't have problems. Once you're inside, head to the smuggler bay at the coordinates I sent you. Tell them Jez Sulikov sent you, and the damn credits are coming. She paused a moment, considering. "Actually, if it's a dirty-looking bastard with a beard and a scar across his nose, don't tell him Jez Sulikov sent you. He'll probably shoot you if you do. Just tell him he'll get his damn credits. Then hold tight. Radek and I'll be there as soon as we can." She paused again. "I mean, unless we do get turned into space dust. If we don't show in half a standard hour, call through to Lev. He'll tell you what to do next." The woman nodded dubiously. Honestly, no one looked nearly as excited as she would have thought at hearing a frankly flawless plan like this one. She sighed philosophically. No accounting for taste. "Any other questions?" No one spoke, although from the look of it, it was because they'd decided the fewer additional details they knew, the better. She grinned at Radek. "All right then, you bastard. You ready?" He sighed.
"Kid, every damn time I wonder why I agree to your stupid plans."
You just say that because you didn't think of them, she retorted, still grinning widely. Think what your life would be like without me. He shook his head.
Sometimes I dream about it at nights, he muttered. All right, let's go, before my common sense kicks in.
Jez turned, and like always, her breath caught for just a moment at the sight of her angel ship. She gleamed, even in the low light of the hangar bay, every inch of her as breathtaking as the day Jez had first seen her, locked in the deep underground vaults of Vitaly Dobrev's compound. And in a few seconds, she'd be sitting in the pilot's seat, the atmosphere burning around her, the controls as responsive under her hands as if she and the ship were one and the same being.
Kid, you gonna stand there staring at your ship all day? Or are you gonna do some of this flying you keep talking about?
She turned. Radek was grinning. She shot him a smirk. Oh, believe me, you skinny bastard. You'll damn well see some flying. She swung up the loading ramp, hitting it closed as Radek scrambled in behind her. He followed her down the old-fashioned corridors and through the main deck into the cockpit, and she grinned at his look of sudden astonishment as he surveyed the sleek, gleaming perfection of the controls. You're there, said Jez, gesturing to the co-pilot's seat and ignoring the small pang in her chest. It was fine. They'd be fine. And she'd see Lev again soon. And the choking ache inside her, the feeling of not quite wholeness, would finally go away. Radek slid into the seat, running his hands quickly over the controls. The big guns are up in the gun tower, but you'll have enough firepower there to keep those army bastards pretty damn busy for a few minutes anyway, said Jez. You know your way around ship guns? Radek looked up from inspecting the controls.
Your friend Yezbel designed these?
Jez nodded. He grinned, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes.
That's everything I need to know.
Jez grinned back. Well, I'm bringing us out of our hyperjump about spitting distance from the biggest damn ship they have. So you'll have plenty of chances to practice.
That I can do,
murmured Radek, hands caressing the gunner levers. Strap down, Jez murmured, powering up. She ran her fingers lightly across the controls, resting one hand gently on the throttle. You ready, you beautiful, beautiful girl? She whispered. Then she nudged the throttle, and Radek gave a surprised yelp and grabbed for the arms of his chair as the ship launched itself out of the hangar bay. They buzzed the city streets, slid through the narrow gap in the force field, and shot upwards, as if this was what the ship had been waiting for its whole life. Jez sighed in bliss as they broke through, settling into the soft comfort of shallow space. Radek's face was bloodless, and he looked a little like he wasn't sure whether he'd keep his dinner down. But he was grinning.
You weren't joking about strapping down.
Jez winked at him. Wait till you see hyperspeed, she drawled. The look on Radek's face was equal parts anticipation and dread as she rested a hand on the controller. Hey now, I didn't bring you just to look pretty. Thought you were my damn co-pilot. Need some specs. It took him longer to get her specs than she was used to, but at last she glanced down at what he'd sent through to her screen. Good enough for government work, she figured. Better get your hands on the controls, she said, because when we come in, it's going to get hot pretty damn quick. He nodded, and she eased the hyperdrive forward. Time and space stretched, and like always, a beauty so sharp it was almost pain choked in her throat as they slipped into the odd colors and patterns of hyperspace. At last, with a reluctant sigh, she pulled back on the control. The world snapped back into focus, and they were right under the damn nose of a very startled military carrier ship. There was a moment where no one moved, and then Radek must have recovered his wits, because two long blue streaks shot from the Ungovernable's front guns and slammed into the military ship's shields, causing a flickering cascade of glittering sparks as they strained to disperse the shock. Radek blinked, then grinned almost as wide as Jez, and started on the guns in earnest. It only took the military ship a few seconds to figure out what must have happened. Jez was almost impressed at the alacrity with which the gunner brought the weapons to bear on her position. But hell, they had no idea what they were going up against. Radek clearly knew his way around ship guns, and these were a hell of a set of ship guns. The blue streaks jolting out from the Ungovernable's front ports were enough to knock even a military ship on its heels for a moment, and Radek was firing like he was worried he'd run out of time. More ships had pulled in behind them now, and shots were coloring the black around them and lighting up her holoscreen. Jez smiled, letting her eyes half close. She pulled the Ungovernable up, making her movements hesitant, as if the way they bowed and shivered just enough to avoid each shot was a series of lucky accidents. Let them think they had you, every single damn time. They were still staying back. Must have remembered the crap she pulled yesterday. But give her another minute. They were calibrating their aim, gaining a little more confidence, moving in around her. She glanced down at her holoscreen, and with that last ship moved into position, the wormhole was clear. Right on schedule. She grinned at Radek and tapped through to the general line. "Hey, you bastards," she said. "Hard to hit a target that's just sitting there, isn't it? But hell, maybe you can use this as an opportunity to train your gunners. Kinda looks like they need it." "You're outnumbered, pilot. Stand down." Jez grinned. "Here's the problem," she drawled. "I just can't bring myself to surrender to someone who flies as badly as you do. Or to someone so damn ugly." "Pilot." The speaker's voice was edged with irritation. "Look on the bright side," said Jez cheerily. "Think how proud your general will be to know you sent your whole damn fleet after one lousy pilot, and you still couldn't catch me. Maybe she'll put you on paid leave or something." "Pilot, stand down." The man was clearly speaking through his teeth. "Sorry, comm's a bit crap," said Jez. "Can't really hear you, but nice chatting." She tapped off her comm. Radek was watching her, eyebrows raised.
I figured out you had talent for irritating the hell out of people when we were in prison. But that was art."
She winked at him. "You know what they say. Even someone as hot as me can't expect to get by on nothing but looks." Her holoscreen lit up, and she swore and pulled back on the controls, sending the Ungovernable shooting up just in time to miss an entire barrage aimed in her direction. "Guess it worked," she drawled. "Keep on the guns, and fire whenever you get a chance."
"You got it,"
said Radek. "Your pals will be coming through the wormhole in about 60 standard seconds," she murmured, as she brought them up under the belly of one of the smaller destroyers. "So, we'll have to keep these plaguers busy enough they don't have time to notice." She took a deep breath and popped their ship out from under the shelter of the destroyer's belly. Immediately, the black of space around them was lit with laser blasts, her screen lighting up like it was damn well on fire. She dodged through most of them, but a stray shot slammed into her shields, and the ship rocked. Jez gritted her teeth. "Sorry, sweetheart," she whispered, stroking the controls. "Just stay with me." Radek's face had gone slightly bloodless, though his hands were still steady on the guns.
"Jez,"
he said through his teeth. She grinned and yanked up on the Ungovernable's controls. The ship leapt forward, and Jez skimmed between two military ships, so close that the shields sparked against each other.
"What the hell?"
Radek began, but she'd already pulled them into a sharp turn that flattened her against her seat, bringing them up behind the bridge of one of the smaller fighters. "Anytime you feel like it, Radek," she said, and he seemed to remember what he was doing and grabbed for the gun controls. Jez sighed in delight as their first half-dozen shots exploded against the shields on the military ship's cockpit. The ship pulled into a ponderous turn, trying to bring its weapons to bear, but it was no match for her sweet angel, and she clung to the back of the bridge like a tick on a swamp rat. No one was going to fire on them now, unless they wanted to take out the damn destroyer with her. And no way in hell was anyone watching the ragged assortment of ships that had just popped out of the wormhole. Radek got off 3 more shots before the gun turret turned a slow rotation, trying to locate their position. Jez waited until they were almost in place, then pulled up, close enough that she could see the startled faces of the soldiers in the gunner's tower. Then she spun the Ungovernable and shot forward, as if she'd decided to make a break for it. 6 shots streaked out after her. Radek swore.
"Those are damn seeker missiles, kid,"
he said through his teeth.
"I hope you know what the hell you're doing."
Jez winked at him. "Just practiced with those a few hours back. Anyways, you know me. Never have any idea what the hell I'm doing." The missiles were closing fast. She'd been a hell of a lot closer to the ship when they'd fired this time, and the rest of the ships must have learned from their last encounter. They'd drawn back, guns trained on her, in case she tried her trick a second time.
"Jez?"
Radek's face was strained. She turned and shot him a quick grin. "Relax, I got this."
"Focus on flying,"
he ground out. She rolled her eyes and turned back to the holoscreen. The missiles were close. Very, very close. But the others were through the wormhole and streaking for the planet below them. "Hope you're strapped in," she said with a grin. The Ungovernable plunged for the wormhole, the seeker missiles now scant meters from her stern. "Steady, sweetheart," Jez whispered, patting the controls. The wormhole yawned ahead of them, and she could feel the tug of its gravity through her fingers.
"Jez?"
Radek yelped.
"What are you—"
At the last second, she pulled up, so they were skimming the edge, the hole's gravity tugging at them so hard that even her angel ship strained at the pull of it. The missiles behind her were close enough that they merged with her ship in the image on her screen. The Ungovernable was shaking now. "Come on, beautiful," Jez whispered. Then the sucking, inexorable gravity caught at the missiles and swallowed them whole. There was a muffled shock as they exploded, somewhere deep in the grinding pressure of the wormhole. But the explosion that would have torn her beautiful angel to pieces registered as barely a change in the pressure.
"Jez?"
Radek hissed, his knuckles white on the edge of his seat. Jez hit the throttle, spinning them around the outside of the hole like water circling a drain. The controls trembled under her fingers. She nudged the throttle even farther forward, their speed barely enough to keep the gravity's distortion of time and space from dragging her into it. "Come on, baby," she whispered. She could feel the Ungovernable straining to do her bidding. She pushed the throttle all the way forward in one last burst of speed. Then she yanked the control sharply to the left. For a second, they teetered on the edge, the power of her thrusters and the power of the wormhole perfectly matched. And then they shot free. Radek gasped in relief, dropping bonelessly back in his seat. He looked like he hadn't breathed at all since the missiles had started coming after them.
"Kid,"
He began,
his tone equal parts awed and horrified. The military ships scrambled for their guns. Jez grinned, reached over, and hit the cloaking. Radek stared in frank astonishment as their pursuers broke off, milling about in confusion. "What the hell just happened?" he asked finally. Jez hit the comm to the general line, still grinning broadly. "The hell did they go?" snapped a voice over the line. "They're not showing up on a single screen, and I can't get a visual. How did they just disappear?" Jez tapped the comm off and leaned back in the pilot seat. "You ever heard of someone named Sasa something or other?" she drawled. "Sasa Ilyovich?" asked Radek, his tone slightly awed. "Yep, that's the one. Anyways, they designed the cloaking tech on this thing." Radek was still staring at her. "You mean," he began finally, "you mean this whole time, that trick with the wormhole where we almost got crushed into space dust, and all the shooting was just for—" He trailed off, shaking his head. Jez shrugged. "I told Galena we'd give her a distraction." He sighed and blew out a breath. Jez grinned at him. "Guess we should head back to Prosvishony, eh? Be a shame if they were having fun without us." Radek muttered something about maybe they had different definitions of fun, since he, personally, considered being alive at the end to be an important component. She spun the ship, and they streaked towards the atmosphere of the planet in the near distance. She shut down the cloaking when they reached the city force field, and the guards, grim-faced, waved them through at the doctor's stolen password. But she couldn't help but notice the tension in their postures and the hint of fear in their expressions. Even the people in charge, it looked like, weren't all that happy about what Evka's damn protocol could do. As she steered the Ungovernable down the shipping lanes towards the smuggler bay, she took a deep breath and tapped her comm. "Genius," she said. "Miss me?" The words choked a little in her throat. It wasn't until that very second that she'd realized how much of a part of her had been missing in his absence. "Jez?" The relief in Lev's voice was almost enough to make her blink back tears. "You all right?" she managed. We're all right." She heard in his voice how not all right he'd been before. She blinked again and cleared her throat. "Got Radek and Galia and a few others. We just got here. What's happening?" "It's not good," said Tay. He sounded sick. "Evka must have gotten through my comm hack. Enough to track our friends' signals, at least, even if she still can't kill them." Jez frowned, something tightening in her chest. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means, pilot girl," said Yesbel, "that Evka's found them at the barricades, and she sent the army to take them down." Jez stared at her comm for a moment, ice forming in her stomach. Damn it to hell. She shot a quick glance at Radek. The grimness in his face told her that he knew as well as she did what this meant. Which meant she was pretty sure she could get him to agree to what she was about to say next. "Hey, genius," she said into the comm, a sharp grin starting on her face. "Those cannons they were using on us last time. Bet my angel ship has better ones." "Jez, what are you thinking?" There was that familiar, strained tone in Lev's voice that meant he was trying very hard to be supportive, but was on the verge of losing his actual crap. "I'm thinking," said Jez, "it's been a long damn time since I tried to fly my sweetheart down an alleyway." There were a few moments' pause. Then Ivan's voice came through the calm. "Jez," he said quietly, If you can do that.
I'd like to see someone try to stop me, said Jez cheerily. She turned to Radek. You ready with the guns, you bastard? There was a look on Radek's face that said he was reconsidering several recent life decisions, but he gave a faint, sickly nod. Good, said Jez. She tapped the controls, and the Ungovernable spun on her axis and shot towards the university. She hit the cloaking again as they got close, then dropped down to street level along the broad thoroughfare. Radek let out a strangled curse as they turned down a side street. He looked like he might throw up. Jez rolled her eyes. Okay, so the street was a little narrow, but hell, she'd flown this angel out of Vitaly's damn vault with maybe centimeters to spare on either side. This was as easy as falling asleep. Radek was cursing steadily as they shot between the close rows of buildings, sliding up on their side to make the corners. There were no pursuers. She wasn't going to show up on a single damn sensor, not with the cloaking her angel had. But from the sound of Tay's voice, the people at the barricades didn't have much time. Radek paused his cursing for long enough to ask through gritted teeth, "Where are we going?" "University," said Jez cheerfully over her shoulder. "So if you wanted to get me some coordinates." Still swearing under his breath, he turned to his holoscreen, and a few moments later, coordinates popped up on her own screen. She slowed as she approached the barricades. Even from inside the ship, she could hear the high-pitched whine of the ion cannon, the rumble in the street as it fired. "Soon as they're in sight, you start shooting," she whispered to Radek. "Don't hit the barricades, and don't hit anyone who looks like a street kid or a student. Other than that, I don't give a damn." Radek nodded, resting his hands loosely on the gun control. And then they turned a corner, and Jez pulled them to a smooth halt. Soldiers were packed into the street, all of them dressed in full riot gear, and from the front of the column, she could hear the high-pitched whine of an ion cannon. "Bring me a little closer," Radek whispered, not taking his eyes off the gun sights. Jez nudged them forward. He took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. Ahead of them, the ion cannon exploded. The look on the soldiers' faces was almost comical. The ones near the gun spun, searching frantically for the new threat, but the soldiers in front were still firing on the barricades. "Give them another warning," Jez murmured. Adrenaline pulsed through her veins like alcohol. Radek nodded, still not looking up from the controls. The empty patch of street where the ion cannon had been exploded. Shards of prefab and concrete raining down from the sky. More soldiers turned, staring around and shouting through their comms. "Stand down, whoever you are," came an amplified voice from outside. "The moment we ID you, you'll be killed. This is your last chance to come in alive." Radek gave a grim smile. Another section of the street exploded. No one was looking at the barricade now. "Here's the thing, though," drawled Jez through the ship's comm, tapping into the general line. "Whole squadron of soldiers against a bunch of street kids and university students? Seems a bit unfair. We figured we'd even things up a bit." Radek hit the guns again, digging a crater into the street. Panic was rippling through the ranks of soldiers now like a breeze. They were holding discipline, barely, but it wouldn't last. She turned back to the comm. "Not showing up on any of your sensors, am I? Hard to fight someone you can't see. But I know exactly where you are, and I don't really like you. So you might want to find somewhere else to be as fast as you damn well know how."
Radek fired again, punctuating her words. Another patch of street vaporized. There was a moment of silence. Then the air around them lit with heat blasts, and Jez grinned, pulling the Ungovernable slightly up so the shots passed harmlessly beneath. Someone barked an order, and the soldiers began a steady retreat, firing as they went. "Give them something to remember us by," whispered Jez. The patch of street, meters from the retreating soldiers, exploded. The retreat turned abruptly into a rout, the soldiers turning and running for their lives. Jez and Radek grinned at each other. "Figure we took their mind off the barricades for a few minutes," she said. "What do you say? Should we go back and meet up with the others?" Galina and the rest of the ex-convicts were waiting when Jez brought the Ungovernable smoothly into the smuggler bay. As was an angry-looking woman in her mid-50s. Jez rolled her eyes and hit the loading ramp, striding out of the cockpit and jumping down before the woman could start up. "Solikov," the woman said, her voice carrying a warning. Jez sighed and pulled a credit chip from inside the inside pocket of her jacket. She tossed it at the woman. "Relax, Irina. Told you the credits were coming." The woman glared at the chip suspiciously, slipping it into her comm to check the numbers. They must have pacified her. They damn well better have, considering what was on the thing, because she slipped it into an inside pocket. "You forget how long I've known you, Solikov," she said, no noticeable thawing in her voice. Jez shrugged easily. "Bet your friends are jealous. Anyway, don't have time to flirt. I'm pretty busy right now." The woman glowered at her and grumbled something that was probably insulting. Jez ignored her, turning to Galina. "Everyone get in all right?" Galina nodded, but her face was tight with worry. Jez grinned at her, then hit her comm through to the crew's closed loop. "Genius," she said. "Heard rumors the soldiers at the barricades got attacked by a ghost ship and took off. I figure our friends should be safe for a bit." "Jess." The tone in Lev's voice had her swallowing back something in her throat again. "I love you, in case you were wondering." "Yeah," she said. "Guess I must love you back." She cleared her throat. "Anyway, I was just calling in to say we're here, and we're ready. So, whenever you feel like blowing the hell out of a power core, just let me know." Chapter 24. Masha, Day 8. Early. "Masha, are you going to be able to do this?" She glanced over and felt, again, a jolt of surprise at the concern in Lev's face. She hadn't realized how the concern in his eyes, and the eyes of the rest of the crew, could cut through the armor she'd built up, leaving her naked and shivering and defenseless. She managed a small smile. "I'll be fine, thank you," she said quietly. "I may need something to lean on, and I may not be particularly quick on my feet, but I should be able to walk." Lev studied her for a moment, and again, the concern in his eyes tightened her chest. "All right," he said at last. "We should go then. Jez and the others are in position, and we don't want to give the soldiers time to come back to the barricades." Masha nodded, pushing herself carefully to her feet. She had to clutch at the makeshift crutch Adrian had found for her, and from the corner of her eye, she saw Lev step forward as if to catch her. But with an effort, she straightened, and the shock of the pain faded. The others were waiting for them in the common room, faces grim. "Masha," said Tay, coming over to her. His voice was tight with strain. "Before we head out, you'll need to talk Lev's parents through their part in this." Masha nodded, trying, but not quite succeeding, to hide the grimace of pain as she shifted her weight. "Sit down, you idiot," came Yespel's rough voice, and the chair was pushed up behind her. She sank into it gratefully and nodded at Tay. He tapped something into her calm, and a moment later, she heard the voice of someone who must be Lev's mother.
"Son, is that you?" "No, it's Masha Volkova," said Masha quietly.
There was a moment's pause. When the woman spoke again, her voice was still polite, but colder than it had been.
"Masha, what do you need?" "I'm sending through information for some of my government contacts. Contact them and inform them you're working with me. I'll send you through a password. When the explosions go off, it will take down the entire Prosveshoni power grid. The force field, the lights, the heat, everything. Including to hospitals, for example, and apartment blocks. There's an extensive emergency power backup system, but as you might imagine, the government officials in charge of it have been more concerned with ensuring that the government apparatus and the people who pay them sufficient bribes are well taken care of. My contacts have the resources necessary to reassign the emergency power to where it's most needed. You'll need to tell them where and how to redirect it."
Again, there was a pause from the other end of the line. At last, the woman said, her voice still sharp with mistrust,
"Send me the names. My husband and I will do what we can.
We've been going over maps of the city with some of the students and street kids, and I believe we've made a fairly accurate assessment of the most vital places to divert the backup power."
"Good," said Masha quietly. "Jez is getting into the position. As soon as she calls, we'll be ready."
"We'll be ready as well," said the woman. She paused a moment. "May I speak with Lev?" Masha glanced up, and Lev nodded, tapping his own calm. There was a suspicious thickness to his voice. "Mother, I'm sorry for getting you into something like this again after..."
"Son."
Masha wasn't a mother, and she hadn't had a mother in a very, very long time. But she could hear the note in the single word that said everything that needed to be said.
"Be careful,"
the woman said at last.
"Your father and I worry about you. Please."
Her voice choked. Lev brushed his sleeve quickly across his eyes. "Just take care of yourself, all right?" he said at last, and then tapped off the comm. "All right," said Yespel. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I'd rather not be trapped in the vault after the power goes out. So..." She glanced at Masha. Masha nodded. She pressed a final button, sending the information through to Lev's mother, then tapped through to Adrian's line. He answered almost immediately. "Masha," his voice was tight, "are you ready? Evka's sent people to inspect the sedation cubes, and I was barely able to put them off." There was a tone in his voice that told her he knew as well as she did that he couldn't put them off forever, and that when they found what he'd done, he'd likely be next in line for sedation. Or worse. And he was doing it anyways. The thought constricted her chest. All those years, she'd told herself this was strictly business. But he and the others who were risking their lives for her in government, they'd been friends, too, as much as she'd refused to accept it. He tapped on the door a few minutes later. Tay opened it, and Adrian beckoned quickly. "We don't have much time. Let's get you out of here while we still can." Masha pushed herself painfully to her feet, leaning heavily on her crutch. Adrian watched her with concern, but he said nothing, just beckoned them forward. Jesbel lifted Olya, and Tanya took Misko in her arms, and they followed Adrian out the door and down the darkened hallways.
"When we set off the explosion, the power will go out across the city,"
said Masha quietly, as he fell into step with her, adjusting his pace to match hers.
"I know there's a backup power system, but they'll divert most of it. I'm not sure there will be enough to keep the prison running. Warn whichever of the guards you wish to warn, and find a place where you can get out or lie low. I doubt the prisoners will be friendly."
"And I wouldn't count on the tunnels," said Jesbel from behind them. "They weren't in the best shape, and after what we're going to do, they'll probably be non-existent." Adrian nodded. "Noted," he said, voice grim. When they reached the small guard's entrance, he held up his comm to the lock. It clicked, and he pushed the door open. "There's another door at the end of the corridor," he whispered. "I've left it unlocked. Even so, don't try to get out before the explosion. There's an automatic alarm that even I can't override. But taking out the power should take care of it. You won't be able to get back inside once you're out, because the locks are designed to function without power. But," he shrugged, "with any luck, you won't need to." Masha turned to him.
"Thank you," she said quietly. "If something happens, I'll do everything in my power for you."
"I know that," he said. He paused a moment. "We've been planning this for quite some time, haven't we? Well, you have. The rest of us rode in on your coattails. But I'm not sorry for any of it. If we can change this system, like we used to talk about." He shook his head, and Masha was surprised at the affection in his tone. "Good luck," he said at last, quietly clasping her shoulder.
"Good luck to you as well," said Masha quietly.
He nodded, then stepped back, pulling the door closed behind him. Jesbel hit the light on her comm in the utter black, and by its dim glow, Masha could make out the rest of her crew. Their faces were grim, but determined, and again, she was hit with a small sense of something like awe, that there was a group of people like this in the system, that somehow they'd come together as a crew. Her crew. "Now what?" said Jesbel quietly. Masha glanced at Lev. His hands were clenched into fists, tension in every line of his posture. "Jez will call when everyone's in position," he said, strain obvious in his voice. "Then we set off the explosion."
Jesbel nodded. "And until then, I suppose," said Masha quietly, "we wait."
Chapter 25. Jez. Day 8. Early. It was dark, and the bite of the winter air stung Jez's cheeks and nose. She glanced around at the small, tense group of people gathered behind the barricades. Funny how the barricades, the smoky smell of burning wood and small makeshift shelters, the street kids and the students, had come to feel almost like home after the past few weeks. "All right," said Lev's father, who'd come to stand beside her. "We're ready." She gave him a small grin, even though her heart was pounding, and stepped forward. "All right, you plaguers," she said, just loud enough to be heard in the hush of the night. "Here's what we're doing." She pulled up her holoscreen,
expanding it enough that everyone could see it. Kaz and Petty, you take a group of the street kids and students, whoever you want, and go pick up the explosives cache Yesbel left here. Then, you get into position to blow the secondary power source here. She tapped the marked places on her holoscreen map. Felix, you take your kids and pick up the other cache here and get to the other secondary power source. You've all worked with Yesbel. Plant the explosives, then get the hell out of there. She turned to where Lev's parents stood close together. You two and Vera and Dmitri, and whichever other students or street kids you need, will be coordinating getting the power back up from the backup grid. Lev's mother nodded. We've coordinated with Masha's contacts in government. At this point, it will just be a matter of timing, I think. Jez nodded and glanced at the small group of ex-convicts behind her. We're going to raise some hell over in the industrial district. I'm guessing we can get them to send their heavy weaponry our way once they find out Evka's crap doesn't work on my friends here. While they're busy, the rest of you get out. If this doesn't work, she trailed off. If this didn't work, they were all dead. Okay, she said finally. Let's show these scum-sucking mud-eaters what a bunch of students and street kids and lady-damned criminals can do. She jumped down from where she'd been standing. You did good up there, said Galina, smiling at her.
Well, kid, said Radek, coming over to join them. Guess we've got some hell to raise. We're ready on our end.
Jez took a deep breath and grinned at him. What are we waiting for then? They slipped silently through the streets. The police were out, but in the fog, it wasn't hard to stay out of their way. Jez rested her hand lightly on the butt of her heat pistol. Her whole body tingled with adrenaline, and she couldn't stop grinning. Beside her, Radek was grinning as well, and Galina was wearing a determined expression that probably didn't mean anything good for the bastards they'd be distracting. When they reached the warehouse district, Jez stopped. Figure this is as good a place as any, she whispered. Should keep the bastards out of the way of the others, at least. It took a few short minutes before everyone was positioned to Galina's satisfaction. Jez watched her, impressed. You're good at this, she whispered. Galina smiled at her. Like I told you, my talent is telling people what to do. She paused. Listen, Jez, you're the only one of us who's affected by Evka's program, right? So of all of us, you're the one who'll show up on their sensors. Jez nodded. Galina sighed. We'll use that to get them to come after us, but be careful. Jez raised an eyebrow. Galia, I'm always careful. She took a deep breath, hit the voice amp on her comm, and shouted, Hey, cops! Found some curfew breakers over here. You damn fascist bootlickers might want to come take a look. Galina shot her a wry look. Jez shrugged. Footsteps were pounding towards them in the fog. They might still have riot gear, Jez whispered loudly to the others. If they are, your heat guns won't go through the shields. But, she stooped, grabbing a loose chunk of ice from the street. I find this tends to get their attention. The first squadron of police came around the corner at a dead run. Jez's ice chunk found the helmet of the woman in the lead, and as she staggered back, Jez scooped up a rock and sent it after the first. Then, as the rest of the officers arrived on the scene, the air lit with heat blasts from the ex-convicts. She grinned to herself. She'd almost forgotten, for a moment, that most of the people here were either Ivan's friends, which meant they had a long history of distracting police at riots, or Radek's friends, which meant they had a long history of being damn crazy bastards. One of the police officers muttered frantically into his comm, and a few moments later,
The relative quiet of the night was split with the ear-piercing wail of police sirens. From behind the shelter of the buildings and alleyways, the ex-convicts' heat blasts and projectiles were finding their mark with impressive accuracy. "I'm warning you," a police officer shouted through his voice amp. "Come out, or we'll use the protocol." "Hell," Jez drawled, hitting her own voice amp. "You could try, I guess." "It must be the damned insurgents," the officer snapped, turning back to his squadron. "The protocol won't kill them, but at least we can find where they're hiding. We'll round them up the old-fashioned way." "You could try that, too," Jez drawled again, slipping into an alley as a shot hissed over her head. She winked at the 5 ex-convicts hidden in the shadows. 3 officers rounded the corner at a run and dropped at the sudden barrage of stun blasts. "And see? Goes to show riot gear doesn't protect against everything," said Jez cheerfully. The noise from outside the alley made it clear that at least 2 other squadrons of police had showed up, plus a couple drones. She peeked out of the alley entrance. "Jess, are you ready?" Anya, one of Ivan's tech friends from prison, whispered through her comm. "Not yet," Jez whispered back. "Let's get a few more of them in here first." She stepped over the bodies of the unconscious officers and peered around the alley wall. The street outside had turned into utter chaos. Officers firing at random into the dark, shouting over their comms, searching frantically for cover against the relentless barrage of heat blasts and stun blasts coming at them from all directions. A drone buzzed towards Jez. She took careful aim and melted it out of the sky. "Radek," she whispered through her comm. "We need to make a little more noise." "What are you thinking?" Radek's tone was wary. She grinned. "How'd you like to steal a skybike?" He sighed in mock reluctance. "I'll meet you in the alley in about 30 seconds. He appeared beside her a few moments later. "Okay, kid, what's the plan?" She pulled a small explosive out of her pocket and tossed it to him. He caught it, then swore and fumbled it as he realized what it was. "Kid, you crazy?" She grinned. "Don't get too excited. It's just a flashbang." But yes, Belle made it, so it's a hell of a flashbang. Radek was shaking his head, but he grinned back. They crept out of the alley. The police were organizing into riot formation. Jez kept to the shadows, Radek close behind her, until they reached a huddle of bikes leaned up against an alley wall, guarded by an officer. He was facing away from them, staring out at the chaos in the street, his expression tense. Jez tipped one of the bikes carefully away from the wall, swung her leg over it, and powered up. The officer spun, heat pistol jerking up wildly. Jez kicked off, pushing the bike off the ground, and leaned down, snatching the pistol from his hand. "Looking a little shaky there," she called over her shoulder. "Don't want you to hurt yourself." Radek was behind her a moment later, and they leaned forward on their bikes, through the frantic shouting of officers behind them, and shot forward. "Radek," she called through her comm. "You remember that old song about the police officer who thought he was a dog?" "Kid, you shouldn't know that song." "Learned it when I was 7. Anyways, figure if you hit your voice amp and head for the northeast sector, and I go northwest, bet we could get a few more of the bastards to follow us." "You're probably not wrong," he muttered. "I know I'm going to regret this." She hadn't, in fact, been wrong. In an impressively short time, she had an impressively large string of the bastards on her tail, and was turning back towards the warehouse district. "On my way in," she whispered through her comm. "Radek?" "Me too," he hissed back. "But they're damn close." She grinned. "That's what the flashbang is for."
Figure they can hear the others now, so let's show them what Yesbel can do.
You got it.
Jez yanked the flashbang from her pocket and tossed it over her shoulder. It exploded in a flash of noise and light that left imprints across the backs of her eyelids, even facing away from it. And a second later, she heard another boom from Radek's direction. Even through ears still ringing from the explosion, she could hear the sudden wail of sirens from what sounded like the entire damn Prasvishoni police force. They were all heading her direction. She grinned and tapped her comm. Galia, get ready for incoming. Anya, once they're in, they're all yours. When they rejoined the others, Jez jumped off her bike. Radek pulled up behind her a moment later as Galina came to meet them. How is it going? Jez asked. Good. As soon as the next batch comes in, Anya's going to cut their communication, Galina said in a low voice. That should. Jez's comm buzzed. Jez? It was Kaz, and he sounded frantic. What's happening? She asked, sudden panic tightening her stomach. One of Felix's kids got hurt. It was a tracker drone, and it grabbed all their signals. If they go for the explosives now... Jez swore. Can he get his kids somewhere safe? I think so, but the drop. We already planted our explosives and set the timer. I'll take care of the drop, she said grimly. She turned back to Galina. You got things covered here? We'll be fine, said Galina. Radek had already swung up on his bike. Where to? He asked. Jez grinned and swung up on her own bike. Hope you're ready to ride, you bastard. She leaned forward, and they shot off towards the Southwest Explosives cache. With the chaos in the streets outside, the police hardly seemed to notice the two skybikes shoot past. Anyways, with the noise the ex-cons were making, they wouldn't have attention to spare even if they had noticed. The cache was in the southwest sector of the city, but on their skybikes, it didn't take more than 15 standard minutes. If she wasn't going ridiculously slow to keep Radek behind her, she probably could have made it in 10. The coordinates in her comm brought her to the end of a small, dirty street. She jumped off her bike, and Radek joined her a moment later. What are we looking for? He whispered. Access tunnel, she said, peering around her. In the uncertain light of the dam's sputtering street lamps, it was difficult to make out much of anything. Radek nodded, and they split up, each taking a side of the street. A few moments later, he called, I think I've got it. She came up beside him, and as she did, she heard the change in the tone of her footsteps, the hollow, echoing tone of metal under her boots. You couldn't see the access hatch through the snow and ice, but a couple blasts from her heat pistol took care of it. Radek raised an eyebrow. All right, kid. Good idea. But now that the damn access panel is actually glowing, might be hard to... She shrugged, flipped her pistol, and hooked the butt of it into the latch. She braced herself, heaving the heavy door back, and it fell open with a clang, revealing a yawning black tunnel beneath. Radek gave her a mildly impressed look. I take it you've done that before. Haven't you? She countered. He shook his head. One day, you and I are going to have a talk about what normal people do for fun. It's not what you think it is. He grabbed the rusty rungs set into the wall of the tunnel and started down. Jez paced at the entrance, heat pistol ready, muscles tight with restless energy. It felt like about 1,000,000 years before Radek whispered, Got it, through the comm. But when his head emerged from the dark of the tunnel, her comm said it had only been maybe 5 standard minutes. She took the oilskin-wrapped package and tucked it carefully under her coat. We've got about 7 minutes before Kaz's explosives go off, she whispered, Hope you know how to ride fast." They swung onto their bikes. Yesbel had planted the cache close to the power source. Thank the damn lady. In less than 5 minutes, they'd pulled up in front of a small, squat building, prefab crumbling and discolored with age and mildew. Looking closer, though, she could see how sturdy the structure of the building was, and how the area around it was clear of snow and debris. She tapped her comm through to the closed loop. "Genius," she whispered. "We're here. I'm just planting the explosives. Give me the exact countdown."
"1 sec."
His voice was strained. Jez slipped one of the explosives out of the packet and stared at it, a slow grin spreading across her face. Radek swore softly. "Well," she said, weighing it in her hand, "guess this should blow the damn thing."
"Kid," said Radek in an almost reverent tone, "this could blow half the damn city."
She pulled a second explosive out and handed it to him, and he took it gingerly. "Isabel sent through a diagram of where to put them," she said.
"We could probably put them anywhere on the damn planet, and they'd do the job,"
Radek muttered in an awed voice.
"Set them for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. On my mark,"
Lev whispered through the comm. She glanced at Radek, and he nodded.
2, 1, now,
said Lev, and she hit the timer as Radek did the same.
"Plant them and get as far away as you can,"
he said.
"I assume you're on bikes."
"Yep," she drawled.
"Good,"
he said.
"According to what Yesbel tells me, this will be an impressive explosion."
"Oh, it will," she murmured. "All right, Radek, get a move on. Figure this is something we should enjoy from a distance." They placed the explosives where Yesbel had indicated, swung back on their bikes, and shot down the narrow, twisting streets at a speed that pulled tears from Jez's eyes, the cold of the winter air burning her cheeks. She tapped through to Galina's line. "Galia, you can get the others back to the barricades, and we'll meet you there. Figure the police are going to be pretty damn distracted in about..." She glanced at her comm. 40 seconds here." "Sounds good." Galina's voice was grim. "Things are getting pretty warm around here anyways." In the background, Jez could hear shouts and screams and the hiss of heat pistols. Jez tapped off her comm and glanced at the holoscreen on her bike. It was going to be damn close. She leaned forward on her bike, pushing it harder. Behind her, she could hear the whine of Radek's bike, straining to keep up. 15 seconds left. She whipped around the corner of another alleyway. 7 seconds. Another. 3 seconds. And then, from behind her, there was an explosion that lit the night. The shockwave rolled over her with enough force that she had to wrestle with her bike's steering to keep from being smashed into a wall. 3 spouts of flame shot up across the city, blossoming like deadly orange flowers, and for half a second, in the back of her mind, she wondered what had happened to the noise. And then a low-pitched, booming roar shook the streets around her, causing window panes to shatter and prefab bricks to crack and tumble from walls. The sound crusted over them like a wave, engulfing her whole damn body so that she could feel the vibrations through her very bones. For a moment, after the echoes died, there was complete silence. And then the hazy lights of Prasvishoni, the street lamps, the lights from apartment buildings, the industrial centers, where people worked every damn hour of the day, even the hazy smear of the city force field, flickered off. In the sudden, pitchy blackness, Jez pulled her bike to a halt. Radek came up beside her, and for a few moments, they sat in awed silence. Around them, from various points in the city,
Lights began to flicker back on, apartment buildings lighting up, a huddle of lights that must be the hospital glowing dimly several blocks away. She drew in a deep breath and looked up. Above her, the night sky was as brilliant as she'd ever seen it planetside. The tiny sparks of stars, pinpricks of light in the vast blackness overhead. The sliver of the moon, bright enough to cast shadows. She stared, something unexpected tightening in her chest. She'd never imagined she'd see a sight like this, not from Prosvishoni. Radek's expression was just as awestruck as hers. "Well, kid," he whispered, "guess we've done it." Jez let out a long, long breath. Evka and her protocol, the nagging, aching, fretting worry in the back of her head that had been there since the first moment they'd breathed in Evka's metal. It didn't matter anymore. And until that moment, she hadn't realized how much of a weight the thought had been hanging off her damn shoulders, like a knapsack full of rocks. She turned to Radek. He was grinning giddily, and she grinned back. And for a few moments, they sat there, grinning at each other like idiots. And then they both winced at the sudden cacophony of noise through their earpieces, and it took Jez a moment to realize what it was. Cheers. The ex-convicts and what sounded like every damn person behind the barricades were whooping and shouting, and someone had apparently turned a noisemaker onto their comm. The discordant clanging almost drowned out in the noise of the cheering. "You did it," Vera hollered through the comm. "You damn well did it. You took out the whole damn power core." She was laughing and breathless. "We won!" Jez was smiling so wide, she thought her face might split. "Yep," she said, and then she had to pause to clear her throat. "Yep, guess we did." Chapter 26. Lev. Day 8. Early. The echo of the explosion rumbled across the city, so loud it almost didn't sound human-made at all. Lev glanced at Yezbel in the dim light from the comms. She was wearing a blissful, contented smile, one arm around Tanya, her other hand on Olya's shoulder. He held his breath, waiting as the echoes died away. And then, the low hum of the prison running that was so much a part of the background that he hardly noticed it, slowed and died. The world was suddenly silent. He let out a long breath and fumbled until he found the latch for the outer door. The door swung open without a sound, and he stepped through, hardly daring to hope. As he stepped outside, the brilliance of the stars overhead was almost disorienting. He'd grown up in Prosvishoni and had come to think of stars as nothing more than an indistinct blur overhead. The first time he'd really seen them was on the short jaunt to the pleasure planet months ago. The first time he'd flown with Jez. The others stopped short as well, and there were a few moments of silence. Yezbel was holding Tanya tightly, both of them staring upwards. The children clung to their hands, wide-eyed, and Tay was leaning against Ivan, the look on his face one of almost disbelieving joy. "We did it," Tay whispered, his tone almost unbelieving. "We actually did it." "That's it?" asked Masha, turning to Lev. There was the softness of a desperate relief under the strain on her face. "The protocol is finished?" He nodded, and found he was somehow unable to speak. Something that was halfway between desperate happiness and sickening relief tightening his throat. "Uncle Lev." He glanced down and smiled slightly, crouching until he was at Olya's eye level. "What is it, Olya?"
he asked. She was watching him, a small, fierce grin on her face. Did we save our friends? Like you and Mama said we would. He looked at her for a moment, swallowing back something in his throat. Then he reached out and gathered her into an embrace.
Yes, Olya,
he said, his face muffled in her hair.
I think finally we did.
She drew back, and he released her. Well, she said in a smug voice, that damn Evka should have known better than to mess with my mama. Lev bit back a quick grin. Look, Uncle, she said, looking up. It looks like we're back on the Ungovernable almost. He followed her gaze, and the sight of the stars glowing brilliant above them caught in his chest with something that was almost pain. Jez. Just a few more minutes, and he'd be back with her. The thought was an intoxicating mixture of heady anticipation and choking impatience. The sharp ache of missing her cutting through the center of his being. He took a deep breath and, with a last smile at Olya, stood.
We should get going,
he said.
The others will be waiting for us.
By the time they'd made it a handful of city blocks, they could already see the effects of what they'd done. People were shouting to each other through apartment windows, swearing, spilling out into the streets to find out what had happened. As the chaos of the streets grew louder, Lev ducked into the mouth of an alley, beckoning the others after him. There was the unmistakable wail of police sirens, and a squadron of officers zipped past on their bikes. One of the officers shouted into her voice amp, and when her voice failed to cut through the noise, lifted up her wrist calm, scanned the crowd, and hit a button. There was a quick gasp from a handful of people who'd stopped to watch. Nothing happened. The officer hit the button again, and then the irritation on her face was replaced with fear. The protocol was gone. The people in the streets must have realized it too, because they were snatching chunks of prefab, bits of ice, even handfuls of snow, and hurling them at the police. And their shouts of confusion were turning into rowdy cheers. People hugged each other in the streets, expressions of joy and disbelief on their faces. The police pulled up their heat guns, but the crowd, who far outnumbered the officers by now, grumbled in protest at the sight of the weapons. And the officers subsided, realizing, it seemed, that this wasn't a time to insist on strict respect for the law. Lev let out a long breath, feeling his shoulders relax for the first time in what felt like weeks. He'd known intellectually that they'd won, but he hadn't realized the visceral relief seeing it would send through him. He was smiling so wide his face hurt. Ivan clapped him on the shoulder, seeming unable to speak, his smile as wide as Lev's.
Come on,
Lev whispered, swallowing hard.
Let's go, before the streets get too crowded.
They slipped through the alley and out into another street. Their progress was painfully slow. Masha was limping heavily, and when Lev glanced back, he could see the strain on her face. He took a deep breath, forcing back the rising agony of impatience. She hadn't betrayed them, not this time. And once this was all over, they could get her a proper doctor, and maybe she'd finally have time to recover. And perhaps he still wasn't sure if he'd forgiven her. And perhaps he still wasn't sure if he'd be able to trust her ever again. But all that he could worry about later. Because now, damn it to hell, he was going to see Jez. It was a long walk from the prison to the barricades, and their progress was slow and halting, and it must have been almost 2 hours later when he began to recognize the landmarks. He wanted to drop everything and run. He had to see that Jez was all right. He had to see her, feel the shape of her in his arms, run his fingers through the black tangle of her hair. He wasn't sure how he'd survive even one more moment of waiting without something inside him breaking. Something he wasn't sure he'd be able to put back together again. He forced himself to breathe in. Just a few minutes more. Yesbel, who'd taken up the lead, stopped, her posture stiffening. Lev's heart was beating quick enough to make him dizzy. "What is it?" he whispered. And then, from behind them, he heard a voice through a police voice amp. "Turn around slowly," the man said. "Keep your hands where we can see them, please." Yesbel's posture tensed, and he saw the tiny hint of movement from Tanya. And then Yesbel glanced down at Olya, and her posture slumped. "You have to the count of 3, said the officer. Lev took a deep breath, a heavy, sick weight settling in his stomach. His hands, he realized absently, were shaking. He wouldn't be seeing Jez after all. But then, with circumstances as they were, that was probably a good thing. He raised his hands and turned. The others did the same. He could see the tension in Masha's shoulders, the sharp worry in Ivan's face as his eyes followed Tay. A squadron of at least a dozen police lined the street. There were more footsteps from behind them, and another squadron of officers appeared behind them, weapons raised. "May I ask the meaning of this?" said Masha, her voice calm and pleasant. "Evka sent us," the man said sharply. "She has scans of your comms from when you were in her lab. Once the power went out, she had you followed." He glanced around at them, his eyes coming to rest on Lev. "She asked me to give you a message. She said, now that the power's down and the machine is shut off, there's nothing to stop her killing you." Lev watched the man. Everything felt somehow far away, and an odd calm had settled over him. Jez was safe, at least. At least there was that. "She told us to bring you in, but if you even try to resist, we're to shoot you. All of you." His eyes brushed over the children. Lev glanced around at the others, then looked back at the officer. "We'll come," he said, his voice strangely calm. "Although, if you have transport for my friend..." He gestured at Masha. She still somehow managed her typical calm expression, but he could see the pain under it, and he wasn't sure she wouldn't simply fall over if asked to walk much further. "There's a transport 1 street over," the man said brusquely. "I assume she can make it that far." Lev glanced at Masha, and she nodded. The man stepped forward, tapping each of their comms with an EMP device, then gestured them forward. They didn't speak as they were prodded into the transport. The officer closed the cargo door behind them, and the transport lifted and started forward. Lev glanced around at the others as the streets slipped past them. The others behind the barricades might not ever know what had happened. But his parents were smart. They'd figure out soon enough that something had gone wrong, and they'd get everyone to safety. It would hurt Jez. That was the part that he hated most about this. It would hurt Jez to know he'd died. But Jez was smart. She was clever and skilled, and she could do anything she put her mind to. It would hurt her, yes, and he hated that. But she'd have the ungovernable, and she'd have deep space. She'd be all right eventually. When the door to the transport opened and their guards shoved them out into Yevka's courtyard,
snapping cuffs onto the wrists of the adults. He almost smiled at the déjà vu. But this time, they weren't coming in with a plan. This time, they were just as helpless as Evka believed them to be. She was waiting for them. He could see on her face what their explosion must have done to her, what it had done to her to see her work destroyed. And despite himself, he felt a small, vicious twinge of satisfaction. Lev, Evka snapped as they disembarked. I suppose you think you're very clever. He raised an eyebrow, but didn't answer. He felt completely calm and completely cold. But here's your miscalculation, she hissed. When you shut down my protocol, you shut down your only leverage to keep yourself and your friends alive. So, why haven't you killed us? It was odd, really, how the calm in his voice contrasted with the agitation in hers. Because I want everyone to see you die, she whispered, her voice hissing with hatred. I want everyone in Prospishoni to see what happens when you cross me. My people are working to reroute the communication lines. They'll have it done within a few hours. In the meantime, you'll be taken to your previous accommodations and left under guard. Evka is a dirty plaguer, Misko shouted, and the sound cut through Lev's strange, detached calm. Yesbel made a frantic attempt to hush him, but her hands were cuffed behind her back. Lev's stomach dropped as Evka turned to look at the children. He recognized that calculating expression on her face. Evka, he said quickly, listen. She ignored him, her focus fully on Misko. You, she said deliberately, are a disgusting animal. I've watched children like you die screaming, and I'll enjoy watching you do the same. No! Olya jerked her arms free of the man holding her and stepped in front of Misko. You'll leave my brother alone! Her eyes were narrowed, but Lev could see her small body trembling. Olya, stop, he said, and he could hear the fear in his voice. Evka took 3 quick steps over to the children and slapped Olya hard across the face. The sound was loud in the sudden silence. Olya's eyes were wide with the shock of it, and there was a red welt rising across her cheek. But there was a look on her face that told Lev she'd been hit before, enough times to be used to it. His stomach twisted. Evka, he began through his teeth. I will kill you for that, said Yesbel in a strained voice. 2 guards were holding her, but her expression was frightening. Tanya was very pale, but she didn't struggle. Olya, Misko, she said quietly. Come here, please. Olya obeyed, pushing her brother ahead of her. There were tears dripping down her cheeks, but she didn't make a sound. Lev was breathing far too quickly. You miserable coward, he snapped, glaring at Evka. He hardly recognized his own voice. How dare you? Evka turned to him, and he saw, under her facade of calm, the rage on her face. Don't bother, Lev, she said, her tone dripping with scorn. She pulled something out of the pocket of her jacket and strode around behind them, her boots clicking angrily against the cobblestones. I told you, I want everyone to see what happens to people who defy me, she said, her footsteps pausing. He glanced over his shoulder and saw her fitting something on Tay's wrist. You've destroyed my protocol, at least for the moment, she said through her teeth. But while I was testing it, before I had it perfected, I used these for my experiments. She paused behind him now, and a moment later,
he felt something tightening around his own wrist.
It's designed to mimic the effects of the protocol. I could use it to kill you quickly, but that would be a waste. I'd much rather everyone see you suffer. He twisted his head backwards again and saw her crouch to fasten the bands on the children's wrists. His stomach churned. Of course she'd have them sized to fit children. Evka. She finished fitting the last band around Tanya's wrist, then came back around to stand in front of them. She pulled a small controller out of her pocket and looked down at it musingly. Evka, no. If you need to test it on me, please. His chest was constricted with panic, his heart pounding. She smiled at him. Lev, I'm a scientist. You could have been as well. You know as well as I do that I can't take chances with my equipment. No, you can't. His words choked off as a spike of pain jolted through him, and he bit down hard against a scream. His muscles tightened, his head jerking back, the pain blocking out any other thought in his head. The guard's hands on his arms were the only thing holding him up, and he couldn't see or hear or feel anything at all but the pain. And then it was gone, switched off as quickly as it had come. He leaned forward, body shaking, and vomited, his stomach heaving and churning. Distantly, he could hear sounds around him, but he refused to look up because he wasn't certain he could bear it. And then he heard a child's scream, high-pitched and terrified, and his head jerked up without his conscious thought. It was Misko. "Leave my brother," Olya began, her voice shaking, and then her body stiffened and jerked, and Tanya wrenched her arms from the guard holding her. And then it stopped. Olya collapsed, sobbing breathlessly beside Misko. Misko was still screaming, eyes screwed shut, even though Lev could tell by the way the boy's muscles had gone slack that Evka wasn't torturing him any longer. It appears the bracelets are still functional then, said Evka. And I assume your screaming, broadcast on the general line as you die, should have an impact on anyone contemplating something similar. She paused, looking them over clinically. The guard behind Tanya had grabbed her again, yanking her back. I'd advise you not to struggle or to try to get away, she said coldly. If you do, I won't hesitate to see how long the children hold up to the pain. She turned on her heel and left. They were dragged up to the room they'd been thrown in before Jazz broke out. Lev's legs were shaky, but he could walk, at least. The guards were forced to carry Misko and Olya, and Masha looked only half-conscious. This time, the guards followed them inside the room before locking the door, positioning themselves along the walls, their weapons held ready. He could see, from the looks on the others' faces, how badly they wanted to try to break out. But they'd all seen the look on Evka's face before she left, and he couldn't bear to hear Misko scream again. Masha fell into a chair, her entire posture slack with pain and exhaustion. Ivan and Tay sat close together, knees touching. And Tanya and Yesbel and the children huddled in their tiny family group. Misko's screams had finally subsided, transforming into small, gasping hiccups. Lev's stomach still churned, the phantom memory of the pain jolting through his brain. But he wasn't sure if the sickness was from his own pain or from seeing Olya's small frame stiffen, the terror in her eyes. Slowly, he sank into his own chair. And despite everything, there was that small, sharp ache that there was no need for another chair pulled up next to his. Jez was safe. The fact that he was alone meant she was safe, and so he'd take being alone. His stomach clenched again at the memory of her writhing on the floor. He'd had no idea what it was like. Now he knew. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, before the sound of footsteps padding across the room made him jerk his head up. It was Olya. Her face was still frighteningly pale. The place where Evka had slapped her shockingly red against her white skin, and there were tear tracks down her face. She hesitated a moment, then climbed into his lap. He forced himself to smile, somehow. "Olya," he said, "are you all right?"
I'm scared, Uncle Lev, she whispered. I don't want to die.
He swallowed hard and glanced up. Yisbel was watching him, her face grave and almost as pale as her daughter's. He cleared his throat. "I don't want you to die either. I would stop it, if I possibly could." His voice choked a little. He'd seen the look on Yevka's face. She'd killed the children without a qualm, and there was nothing at all he could do about it. She'd killed enough children, watched them writhe and scream until their small bodies couldn't handle the pain any longer, and simply shut down. He had to swallow back the vomit in his throat. He hated pain. He couldn't actually let himself think of what Evka would do to him, because he couldn't wrap his mind around the enormity of it. But knowing Olya was going to die like that was 1,000,000 times worse.
Is it going to hurt? She whispered. Like what she did in the courtyard?
"I suspect it might, for a bit," he said. "But then it will stop." She was quiet for a few minutes, and he could feel her trembling. He wanted to put an arm around her, but his hands were still cuffed behind his back. So he settled for resting his cheek against her hair.
I'm going to miss you, Uncle Lev,
she said at last in a quiet voice. Lev found himself suddenly blinking back tears. "I'll miss you too," he said when he could trust his voice. She turned to him, staring up earnestly into his face.
Do you think it's true about the lady? That we go see her when we die?
He managed another small smile. "I don't know for certain, Olya. But if there is a lady, I'm sure she'll be absolutely delighted to have you come stay with her. You and your brother, and your mama, and your mamuchka." She looked up at him, consideringly for a moment.
Well, she said at last, I'm not going to stay with her unless you can come too. I'm going to tell her.
"You do that," said Lev, and again, he had to blink back tears. Chapter 27, Jez, Day 8, Morning. "Jez," Radek glanced up at her from where he was seated on the floor. "You're going to wear a damn groove in the floor." He gestured to a spot beside him, where he and Felix had started a game of tokens. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but come on. Got room in the game for one more player." Jez shook her head and tried to smile. "Nah, figure I'll give you plaguers a chance to win once in a while. The way you play, you need it." Radek snorted, but she could see the sympathy in his face. "They'll be here soon," he said quietly. "The streets are a mess out there. The entire damn city's rioting now that the protocol's gone. It'll take them a while to get back through the streets. And if Masha's as beat up as you say she is..."
Jez nodded and went back to pacing, running her hand up and down the smooth butt of her heat gun. It had been almost 4 hours. Even with as bad as the streets were, it shouldn't have taken them this long. "Maybe I should go out there, try to find them," she said, pausing by the shelter door. "Probably could use a ride, if Masha's with them." Radek's eyes, when he glanced up at her again, were disturbingly perceptive.
"Jez, you don't know where they'll be coming from."
She shook her head. "Maybe I can track them down. Drive out along the streets between here and the vault." Radek sighed and put down his tokens. He pushed himself to his feet and came to stand beside her.
"Jez," he said quietly, "if something's happened to them, it's happened. There's nothing we can do about it. Going out in the streets right now, the way things are, is an invitation to get shot."
She spun on him. "Look, I don't know how they do things where you come from." He put a hand on her arm.
"Kid,"
he began. The softness in his voice almost made it worse.
"Listen, you know damn well I'd do anything I could to help them. I've known Ivan and Tanya for years, and after what we did on the Pleasure Planet, look, your friends are my friends. But," he shook his head, "getting yourself shot isn't gonna do anyone any good."
Jez bit back a sharp retort. He was right. Probably right about the rest of it, too. The others were probably on their way here. They'd probably be laughing about this in an hour or so. She'd probably turn around in just a minute here, and Lev would be standing in the doorway. But that look on his face, that always set butterflies dancing in her stomach. The thought sent a sharp ache through her whole damn body. No wonder she'd always been scared of actually falling for someone. Because this hurt. Maybe Radek was right. But somehow she knew he wasn't. Something was wrong. Lev would have called. There was no way that Lev wouldn't have called. She tapped her comm through to the closed loop and tried again. "Genius, can you hear me? If you can't answer, tap something in pilot's code." She waited, every muscle in her damn body tense. But there wasn't going to be an answer. Just like there hadn't been for the last 4 damn hours.
"Jez."
Radek's expression was tight with sympathy. "Look, Radek," she said, "I know what you're going to say, but something's happened to them, and I'm not damn well going to leave them to deal with it alone." She paused a moment, chewing on the inside of her cheek. They wouldn't have all been killed in the streets, by police or rioters, before they had a chance to get a message out. They had the children with them, and every single person in that group, including Masha, would have called for help if they thought it would save Olya and Misko. But they hadn't. Which meant, probably, Evka had tracked them down. And considering what they'd done to the power grid, the Pleasure wouldn't trust them back in prison. So if they weren't already dead, they'd be back at her lab. Evka might think she was special, but Jez had worked with a lot of bastards just like her. Hell, Lena had been like her. Thought she was smarter than every other damn person in the system. Thought Jez was an idiot, and thought loyalty was for weaklings. And, well, Lena was a floating cloud of space dust right now. And the reason Jez wasn't was that she had friends who didn't give up on her, no matter how much reason they had to. And she damn well wasn't about to give up on them. But how could she possibly? And then she had to close her eyes and grab for the tent support, just for a moment. Because as much as she wished she didn't, she knew exactly
how she could get them out. She turned to Radek. She felt suddenly very, very cold, but she managed to grin anyways. Guess I need to have a quick chat with Evka. You think Anya could hack me through a line? Anya arrived in the tent a few minutes later. Blood crusted the side of her face, and there was a bruise rising on one cheek, but she was grinning. Radek said you needed someone to hack you through to Evka. Anya worked quickly. It was only a few minutes before she straightened from where she was crouched over Jez's comm, handing it over. You should be able to get through now. Thanks, said Jez. Her heart was pounding, and she felt a little like she might be sick. She glanced around the shelter. See you plaguers soon. Radek, who'd turned back to his game, frowned at her. Kid, thought you were just going to chat with her. Where are you going? Jez shook her head. Evka might be an absolute plaguing scum-eater, but she's smart enough to track my comm signal once I call in. Don't want her tracking it here. Radek sighed and stood. Jez, he said quietly, I'm not an idiot. I know that's not all you're going to do, and I know I can't stop you, but be careful, okay? You got a tracker set into your comm, so we'll know if something happens to you at least? Anya glanced up. Took care of it, she said. There was a serious note behind the lightness in her tone. Radek put a hand on Jez's shoulder. We'll be watching for you, he said quietly. As much as we can, anyways. Don't get killed, okay? You don't want my life to get boring again. He gave her a small grin, and she grinned back, despite the tight knot in her stomach. Yeah, she managed. That'd be a shame. He pulled her into a bear hug. When he drew back, he gave her a quick smile. Good luck. She nodded and slipped out of the shelter. Radek hadn't been wrong. The streets were chaos. People were shouting and screaming. There were flashbangs and explosions and gas bombs, and the entire city was in an uproar. Jez swerved her skybike effortlessly through the heat blasts and explosions and small huddled packs of police officers, most of whom seemed to have given up on trying to keep any semblance of order. As she approached Evka's compound, though, she slowed. Her heart pounded quick and uneven, and her hands shook just a little. Despite what she'd told Radek, she was pretty damn sure this wasn't going to end with her flying away. She pulled her bike to a stop a couple blocks away and slid off, leaning it up against the alley wall, taking a deep breath to steady herself. They had to be alive. They bloody well had to be. She'd lost a lot of damn things in her life, and she'd survived them all. But she knew, deep down, she wouldn't survive losing them. She tapped her comm through to Evka's line. It buzzed for a moment, and then Evka answered. The sound of Evka's voice sent a jolt of sick, thoughtless panic through her. A memory of pain, of screaming until she couldn't scream anymore, her body jerking out of her control. Jez Zolikov. There was smug triumph in Evka's tone. I was hoping I'd hear from you. What have you done with them? Jez hardly recognized her own damn voice. Cold and hard, and as calm as Masha's had ever been. They're locked up. I'm going to kill them, as soon as my people finish their repairs on the general line. Another 15, 20 minutes. Something tightened in Jez's chest, and she couldn't decide if it was panic or relief. She hadn't been too late. Nah, she said quietly. I don't think you're going to do that. Really? Evka's voice was mild and faintly amused. I assume, then, Did you have some plan to stop me? She paused a moment. I've read up on your history. All your life, you've gotten by on quick instincts and a talent for flying. But that's not enough here. You have nothing to threaten me with. I will kill them, and then I'll find you and kill you too. Jess's chest was so tight she could hardly draw a breath. She'd wondered, back at the barricades, if she'd even be able to say the next words. But in the end, she didn't even hesitate. No, you bastard, she said with a deep breath. You're right. I can't break them out, and I can't threaten you. But I can make you a bargain. There was a moment's pause. And what does a smuggler pilot have to bargain with a scientist? Asked Evka, a touch of amusement in her voice. There was a cold numbness spreading through Jez, weighing down her limbs and crystallizing in her chest. Which honestly was a damn good thing, because this was going to hurt more than Evka and her damn machine. More than anything. Figure, there's one thing, she said slowly. Figure even a scientist like you might be interested in something designed by Sasa Ilyevich. There was a long moment of silence from the other end of the comm. I assume you're talking about your ship. There was a spark of interest in Yevka's tone. Guess you're a smart bastard after all. Jez tried to inject a jaunty note into her voice. It didn't matter, though. Something inside her had died when she spoke those words. It's an interesting proposition, said Evka at last. But what's to stop me from simply taking it? Jez gave a half-hearted snort. Told you, this is Sasa Ilyevich's tech. You want to try to find my ship with the cloaking set on it? There's no one in the damn system who can do that for you. There was another long pause. I can't afford to release your crew. You're far too adept at causing trouble. And I can't have you on the outside. You're foolhardy enough to try to rescue them. Jez swallowed hard. Yeah, figured you'd say that, she said. But I'm not asking you to release them. Just keep them alive. That's all. And... She swallowed hard. I'll let you lock me up with them, if you promise they won't be hurt. She'd be locked up. She'd probably be locked up for the rest of her damn life. Because hell, she was smart enough to know that once the power was back on, they'd go straight to the vault. And she was pretty damn sure Masha's friend wasn't the warden anymore. But she pictured Lev's face, Yezbel's reluctant smile, Tay's scowl, and the way his face lit up when he looked at Ivan. Tanya, Olya, Misko. Even that bastard Masha. She swallowed again. Look, you gotta let me talk to them first. I need to know they're alive. I suppose that's fair, said Evka at last. I'll patch you through to my guard's comms. A moment later, Lev's cautious voice came through Jez's earpiece. Yes, Evka. She could hear the weariness in his tone. What do you need? She managed to choke out. Lev? There was a moment's silence, then Lev's voice again, sounding frantic. Jez, where are you? What happened? Jez, are you all right? There were tears stinging in her eyes, blurring her vision and choking her throat. But she swallowed them back. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I'm fine. Everyone else there? We're all here, he said quietly. Listen, you need to. No,
You listen, genius, she said. I've been talking to Evka. Can't get you out, but figure I found a way to keep you alive. Better than nothing, right? The concern in his voice sharpened.
What are you?
She took a deep breath. You said you trusted me, right? So, you're just gonna have to trust me on this one. There was another long silence.
I'm sorry,
he said,
voice thick with emotion. I trust you.
You just worry, she said. I know, but everyone's there. She hasn't hurt anyone or... She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence.
None of us is hurt,
said Lev quietly. Thanks, she managed, then tapped back to Yevka's line quickly, before she could lose her whole damn composure and break down sobbing. All right, you bastard, she said. I'll give you the ungovernable, and I'll let you lock me up, and you'll give me your word that you won't kill any of us, or put us into sedation, or any crap like that.
I accept, said Evka at last. I give you my word. You and your companions will be unharmed. I won't give you special privileges, but nor will I request you be treated any worse than any of the other prisoners. She paused for a moment. I can tell from your comm signal that you're close by. I'll have someone waiting for you by the courtyard gate. Once I've verified that you've provided correct coordinates for your ship, and that my people can access it, you'll be taken to your friends. She paused. You've managed to surprise me, Jez. I've been wanting to get my hands on some of Sasa Ilyevich's technology for some time now. It should be a simple matter to strip the ship down to its components, and I suspect it will be a very rewarding study indeed.
Yeah,
said Jez, her voice barely audible. She tapped off her comm and stood for a minute, staring at the blank wall of the alley in front of her. Her ship. Her beautiful, beautiful, perfect angel. Her baby. She'd sung to Jez, talked to her, listened to her. Inside the Ungovernable's cockpit, Jez felt freer than she'd ever felt in her life. And now, Jez would be locked up, and the Ungovernable would be stripped down for parts. She'd thought she was numb. Hell, she must be, or this would have actually killed her. Because having your heart ripped out and ground to powder wasn't something you could live through. But even with the numbness, it hurt so bad. It hurt so she wasn't sure she could still breathe. She forced her feet to move her down the alley and towards Evka. Because yes, this hurt. But there was one thing that would hurt more. Losing her crew. Losing Lev. Losing any one of them. And so, moving like an automaton, she made her way to the front of Evka's compound. There were guards waiting for her, and she held out her wrists for the mag cuffs. She hardly felt it when the guard snapped them on. They herded her through into the courtyard, and somehow, she made her mouth move to tell Evka where she'd find her beautiful angel. And somehow, her legs held her upright as she stood, watching distantly, as she heard the voices through the comm, confirming they had her ship. As she watched them, a few minutes later, bring her in low and settle her into the courtyard. Perhaps it was because some part of her couldn't honestly believe this was actually happening. And even though Jez hadn't been sure she'd ever be able to feel anything ever again, there was a pain like a spike through her lungs at the sight of her angel sitting in Evka's sterile, bleak courtyard. "Call a government team in," said Evka. Jez could hear the words distantly. There was something rushing in her ears like water, and she felt dizzy. She should probably have fallen over, passed out, because her heart shouldn't still be beating after this. But somehow it was, and that confused her. "They have the facilities to take the ship apart, and it will be a meaningful gesture of goodwill, which, thanks to this woman and her friends, we may need until I can get the protocol functioning again." Evka was still talking. Jez didn't care. Every heartbeat seemed to last forever. But at last, Evka turned, seeming to remember her. "Take the pilot up to the others," she said casually, waving a hand at one of the guards. "She's not to be mistreated unless she resists. And you can take the cuffs off the others, since they'll be here for a while, it appears. Although, any escape attempt? Shoot them." Jez didn't resist. Not when they grabbed her, turning her away from her angel ship. Not when they pushed her, unresistingly through the corridors. For just a moment, she remembered the prison planet. The look on Yezbel's face as she talked about getting Tanya back. About staying in prison while the rest of them escaped, just so she could see Tanya one last time. Jez hadn't thought she'd ever understand that. Loving someone enough to walk back to prison for them. But hell, maybe after all this time, she'd learned something after all. Chapter 28. Tay, Day 8, Afternoon. The lock on the door to their makeshift cell clicked, and Tay glanced up dully. He could feel Ivan stiffen beside him. Jez had said she thought she'd found a way to keep Evka from killing them, but it looked like she was too late after all. Two of the guards surrounding them stepped to the door, talking quietly into their comms. Then the door swung open, and someone stumbled through as if they'd been pushed. It closed, and then the guards inside hit a button on their comms, and the cuffs around their wrists loosened and dropped to the ground. Tay blinked, not quite believing his eyes. "Hey, you bastards. Miss me?" Jez said, with an attempt at a grin. But there was something weary and defeated in her posture, something broken in her eyes, raw pain under the forced lightness in her tone. They all stared for a moment. Then Lev, who'd been slumped on the chair in the corner, leapt to his feet. His cuffs apparently loosened as well, and crossed the room to her in quick strides. "Jez, are you all right?" His voice was almost frantic. He took Jez gently by the shoulders, looking her up and down for injuries, and Tay could see the tension in every muscle in his body. "Are you hurt? What happened? Why are you here? What did Evka—"
"Genius."
Jez's voice was as weary as Tay had ever heard it.
"I'm fine. Talked to Evka. Convinced her not to kill you." She shrugged. "Bastard wouldn't agree, unless she could lock me up too, and I figured, what the hell? You were all probably getting bored in here without me."
Lev studied her. "Jez," he said quietly, "how did you convince Evka to—" Then realization flashed across Lev's face, a sort of sick horror. And it was that, as much as anything, that made Tay realize, finally, what Jez must have done. He felt like someone had punched him in the stomach. This would kill her. This would actually kill her. "Oh, Jez," said Lev quietly.
It's fine,
said Jez, the words choking in her throat.
it's fine. I'm fine.
Lev pulled her into an embrace, and she slumped against him, her body shaking with silent sobs. You gave up your ship, you lunatic pilot, said Yesbel softly, awe in her voice. You gave up the ungovernable, didn't you? To keep us alive. Tay closed his eyes, feeling sick. He'd seen the way Jez looked at that ship. He'd seen the way her whole body relaxed the moment she set foot on the loading dock. The expression on her face when she was in the cockpit, a radiant peace he'd never seen from her anywhere else. She'd almost lost the Ungovernable once before, back when Lena had been after them. Jez had managed to pull them out of an off-balance hyperdrive jump and fried the thrusters in the process. He'd seen what that had done to her. He'd been angry at the time, bitter and furious at her and all the rest of the damn crew. And even then, he'd hardly been able to bear looking at her, the way it had broken something inside her. And this time, she'd done it voluntarily. He turned away, a helpless anger choking in his throat at the pointlessness of it all. Jez had lost the thing she cared about more than anything in the damn system. And for what? Not to free them? Or win anything? Just to keep them alive. Locked up, still in prison, but alive. Ivan had come to Prasvishony, been forced to relive over and over again his worst memories. Olya and Misko, who'd grown up in prison, who'd only gotten out months earlier, would be sent to the vault after all. The thought sat like a stone in his stomach, hard and heavy. It wasn't bloody fair. And to think once he'd believed they could actually make a damn difference. Tay? Asked Ivan softly, laying a hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? Tay swallowed hard. Ivan put his arms around him, and Tay closed his eyes at the comfort of that familiar warmth. It was odd to think, really, that it had only been a few months since the group of them had first met in that small, eclectic office, moments before it had been blown to smithereens by a combination of a police tracking drone and Yesbel's explosive gel. Who would have thought, all that time ago, that one day Jez would be sobbing in Lev's arms after giving up the thing that meant everything to her, to save them? That Masha would have let herself be tortured rather than betray them in the end. That Yesbel would be holding Tanya and her children. That he'd have found someone like Ivan. Tay? Asked Ivan. Tay looked up, linking back tears. I'm all right, he said quietly. He wasn't certain if that was true. He wasn't certain that watching Jez hurt like this, watching her die inside, day by day, until there was nothing left but an empty husk, wouldn't simply kill him too. He tried to smile. I guess it's like on the Pleasure Planet. Maybe we didn't save everyone, but we tried. I guess at least we have that. He shook his head. If I could fix everything, I'd have fixed this for you already. Taken away your nightmares. I'd have got Kaz and Petty and the others somewhere safe. But I guess some things you just can't fix. And no one can say we didn't do our damnedest. Ivan reached down, brushing a stray bit of hair out of Tay's face, and Tay glanced up at him. Ivan's eyes were dark and intense, and they took Tay's breath away for just a moment. Tay, he said quietly, maybe you're right. Maybe we can't fix everything, but maybe we've done more than you think.
Tay frowned. Ivan gave a soft chuckle. Maybe you didn't take away my nightmares. Maybe no one can. But don't tell me you didn't change things. His voice was slightly thick with emotion. You'll never know how many things you changed, Tay. You love me, no matter how broken I am. So, I can live with being broken now. And your street kid friends? You saved them from the police, and you stopped Evka. Maybe not permanently, but long enough to give them a chance. The students and everyone behind the barricades, they have a chance too now. Maybe to get somewhere Evka won't track them down. He smiled. You've changed a hell of a lot more than you know. Tay stared at Ivan for a moment. Then he turned and glanced over his shoulder at Jez. Lev had drawn her into the corner, and they were sitting together, backs against the wall. He was stroking her hair and whispering something into her ear, and she was slumped against him, shoulders tight with pain. But there was just a hint of a smile on her lips. Through her tears, a desperate, unconscious, genuine smile he'd never dreamed he'd see on Jez, locked up in prison, her ship gone, no hope of getting out. He stared for a moment, then found he was smiling too, the tiniest hint of a smile. Maybe Ivan was right after all. They were back in prison, like they'd been before they'd ever met Masha. But everything was different. Everything in the whole damn system was different. He wasn't alone. He wasn't the angry, frightened, defensive kid he'd been then. He had Ivan, and he had the others. And there were people out there who cared about his kids, who wouldn't stop fighting for them, no matter what it cost. He leaned over and kissed Ivan, and Ivan kissed him back, pulling him close, and the gratitude choking in Tay's chest was almost enough to take his breath away. He heard footsteps, and he glanced up quickly to see the guards talking in low voices. One of them turned and said, voice hard, "We have video and audio on all of you, and the next set of guards will be here momentarily." He paused. "Evka instructed all of us that the first sign of an attempted escape, we were to shoot you down. That's what your pilot agreed to. So, don't try anything." She glared at them for a moment, then tapped her comm to the door, and the guards stepped out. The crew looked at each other for a moment, and then, without having to say anything, they moved to the corner where Jez and Lev sat. "Jez," said Tay quietly, when they were sitting close enough that at least their voices over the bugs would be muted. "What are things like out there? Is everyone safe?" Jez shot him a watery grin. "Guess that depends on what you mean by safe. But they all got back behind the barricades, and I told Lev's mom and dad to get them somewhere safe if I didn't come back." Her voice wavered, just a little. Lev pulled her closer, and she leaned into him and took a deep breath. "So, how long you think it'll take that bastard Evka to get the power back up?" A touch of her usual cheerfulness was creeping back into her voice. "Because, I'll be honest, the damn scumsucker was looking a bit on edge when I saw her. Figure a few weeks of twiddling her thumbs might be good for her." Lev gave a small chuckle. "I suspect it will be at least a few weeks before they get the full power running. And I also suspect that, even with the amount of pull Evka has in the government, their priority will be getting the city running before they worry about the Virnist protocol. It's very possible that by that time, our friends will be able to get completely off-planet." There was the soft, ting of metal, and Lev glanced down, frowning slightly.
What's that?
Jez glanced down as well, at the small, cylindrical object she'd been fiddling with, and gave another watery grin. This is Yesbel's damn brain zapper. Smuggled it in. Not going to help us, I guess, because they'll kill us all if we try to escape. But I thought it might be good for something. When they searched me for weapons, they found my heat gun, and my gutting knife, and my other gutting knife, and the explosive I had in my pocket, and... Yesbel frowned.
I didn't give you an explosive to carry in your pocket.
Jez shrugged. Well, I've got a lot of things that nobody gave me, per se.
Yesbel's voice went completely flat. Jez, you stole an explosive. You stole one of my explosives and put it in your pocket.
Jez's grin grew a little more genuine. I wouldn't call it stealing, exactly.
Jez, there is a reason no one steals my explosives. And it's that people who try to steal my explosives usually end up decorating the walls of my weapons room.
Well, but see, not everyone is as careful as I am. Jez's voice was a touch more cheerful than it had been. Anyways, point is, they didn't find this, because the damn plaguers didn't even think about looking where I'd hidden it.
Where did you...
Yesbel began.
Tay glared at her. Don't ask. Please, don't ask.
Jez spun the slender cylinder, then handed it to Yesbel. Not that it will do us any good, but... She shrugged. Guess at least it'll give you something to work on when you get bored. Yesbel was turning the device over in her hands, and Tay frowned.
Yesbel,
he said slowly.
I don't think you ever told me how it works.
Yesbel glanced over, then shrugged.
It's not that complicated. It sends out an electromagnetic pulse that disrupts your brain's electric pulses. Knocks you unconscious, at least, she amended. When it's calibrated right, it knocks you unconscious. If it's calibrated wrong, she shrugged again. Well, I never really went back and checked what happened to them, to be honest.
Tay's mind was suddenly racing. Disrupt the electrical pulses in your brain. He was no biologist. He just knew tech. But electrical pulses. Electrical pulses in your brain.
Yesbel, he said slowly. How high could you turn up the electric pulse without killing someone?
Yesbel raised her eyebrows at his question, considering.
I don't know. Higher than it is, certainly. She paused a moment. You want to become a weapons designer now?
Tay shook his head impatiently.
No, but I do know tech, and I know how large of a pulse you'd need to fry the circuits in Evka's metal.
Yesbel was staring at him, and he could see understanding dawning on her face.
You think you could use this to disrupt Evka's protocol?
It's theoretically possible. There was a small buzz of excitement in the back of his brain.
I don't know how we'd get it to the people outside, but if we can, there's a chance we could keep our friends safe permanently. It would take me a while to develop.
Yesbel began slowly, but there was excitement growing in her voice. The lock on the door behind them clicked, and they scrambled to their feet, Yesbel shoving the small device down the front of her shirt as Tay hastily averted his eyes. The replacement guards stepped into the room, and Tay glanced around at the others quickly. It would be the cruelest of ironies if Evka somehow construed them speaking together as an escape attempt and had them all shot. From the corner of his eye,
He saw one of the guards moving purposefully towards him. He gritted his teeth. He hadn't done anything wrong. Even if some of what they'd been saying had been picked up on the audio, and he was pretty sure it hadn't, they hadn't been talking about escape. She couldn't kill them for it. Could she? The guard's hand came down on his arm, and he flinched. Tay. He glanced up in shock at the familiar voice. Kaz stood there, dressed in the uniform of Evka's guards, a small smile on his face. Tay gaped, too dumbfounded to speak. Kaz? He said at last, dumbly. Kaz, what? We're breaking you out, said another guard, and he recognized Vera. Come on. Tay stood blinking in astonishment. Lev had already scrambled to his feet, holding out his hand to Jez, and Yezbel and Tanya were gathering the children. The look on their faces was stunned, disbelieving hope. How? Tay began weakly. Questions later, Tackhead, said Jez. Her face was still tear-streaked, but there was a hint of a dangerous grin on her lips. She was right. For now, the important thing was getting out alive. What are we working with? Asked Lev briskly, coming over. We took out the guards in the hallway, but I doubt we have much time before more show up, said Radek from the other side of the room. Tay started, looking around. How many of you are there? Kaz grinned. It was hard to narrow down, honestly. Radek's here, and Vera, and Felix is outside. He's the one who took out the guards. He and his kids. And Anya's waiting in the street. She broke us in with some tech of yours that she modified. And Galina's here, and Dmitri refused to stay out of it. And we had to fight off a whole horde of others who wanted to come along. Come on, said Radek, jerking his head towards the door. Anya said she'd give us 2 minutes, and I think it's almost up. We need to get those bracelets off first, said Tay. Kaz grinned and handed him an EMP device. I thought she might have done something to you that involved tech. Tay deactivated his own bracelet, then the bracelets of the others, watching the small light on Misko's wrist flicker and die was an almost ridiculous relief. When he'd finished, Vera touched her comm to the lock, and it clicked open. She glanced up and down the hall, then waved them forward. Felix was waiting for them outside, with all 4 of his kids. He was carrying a short metal rod, and there was blood on the end of it. And Tay decided he didn't actually want to know what had happened to Evka's guards. Dmitri and Galina stood at either end of the hall, their postures tense. Come on, Dmitri hissed, gesturing. We're almost out of time. They crept silently down the narrow hallway and down the stairs to the small back door, then along the edge of the rear courtyard. When at last they made it through to the street, where Anya was waiting for them, Dmitri turned to Tay, grinning. We decided you'd rescued the rest of us enough times that it was our turn to repay the favor. Tay looked at him for a moment. Dmitri wasn't the boy he'd met months ago on the campus of the University of Prosveshony. There was a grimness to his face now, a set to his mouth that hadn't been there before. But when he grinned, his green eyes lit up in the same way they had back in the student dorms. And Tay found himself smiling back. Chapter 29. Lev, Day 8, Afternoon. Lev kept his arm tightly around Jez as they hurried through the dark, chaotic streets, holding her like he'd never let go of her again. He still wasn't certain he'd fully processed the fact that somehow these crazy friends of theirs had broken them out of Evka's prison. Matters in the city had only gotten more chaotic. Despite the cold, the streets were filled with people
shouting, yelling, cheering. Someone in one of the apartment blocks a few streets down must have found some old fireworks, because the crackling red and yellow sparks illuminated the sky, followed moments later by sputtering blasts of sound. The police and the military must have mostly given up trying to keep order. In fact, he could see people in military uniforms joining in with the riotous celebrations. Kaz and the others had hurriedly passed out weapons once they'd reached the street. But with how crazy things were, it appeared their best bet at safety was attracting as little notice as possible.
I have an old safe house not too far from here,
Radek whispered.
Apartment I rented. Didn't use it much, but there are enough people in Prasvashoni want to kill me. I figured it wasn't a bad investment. Should still be there.
They turned down a small street, and then another, and Lev recognized the street as one near where Jez's basement apartment had been, prior to it being blown up, of course. Radek stopped at the back entrance to a small, tumbled-down apartment complex and tapped a code into the door pad. He shoved the door open with an effort, led them down a short hallway and through a door, and hit a switch. A dingy artificial light flickered on, illuminating a small, bare room.
Sorry, said Radek. It's not really decorated for company. He paused. At least, not the kind that isn't trying to shoot me.
Jez was looking around in faint interest. Nicer than my old place, she said, with a weak attempt at a grin.
I can confirm that,
Tay muttered, and Lev had to bite back a smile. Jez dropped into a cross-legged slouch on the bare floor, and the rest of them followed suit.
All right, said Dmitri. The next step is to get you off planet. Before Evka, no.
Lev looked over at Tay in surprise. There was a calm determination on his face Lev hadn't seen there in a long time.
Tay, listen, Dmitri started.
But Tay shook his head.
No, he said again. I'm not leaving this planet until you and everyone else is safe. Jez gave up her damn ship for us. You risked your lives, and we're not leaving until we've either taken Evka down or died trying.
There was a long silence. Lev, said Masha at last, you know Evka better than any of us. What do you think? He took a deep breath and glanced over.
Maybe there are times we have to just give up,
he said quietly.
But not this time. I'm with Tay. I'm not leaving until Evka's taken down completely and her machine is destroyed.
I won't say I don't agree with the sentiment, said Galina, a wry note in her voice. But how do you propose to do that? He turned to her.
Tell me what's going on in the streets. What's happened to the rest of you? I need all the details I can get.
Galina nodded slowly. Everyone from the barricades is safe, as far as I know, she said. Your parents are working to get everyone to a more secure location. The streets are a mess. You saw that on the way here. But it's like that all through the city. The military has mostly given up. I don't think they were thrilled about the protocol in general. And it's their families who flooded the streets. I doubt they'll follow orders to shoot. But the police are still trying to crack down. It will be dangerous out there. He nodded absently, glancing at Jez. She leaned against his shoulder wearily, and something tightened in his chest. This was the last damn time Evka would hurt Jez, because this time he wasn't going to stop until they'd taken her down. All right, he said at last. We'll split up. You take the entrances to Evka's lab. Make sure she and her people don't get out. Cut her off. We'll find the machine and take it out.
It would take a massive amount of resources and time to rebuild, and with any luck, Evka will never get it. Her failure this time will have given the government a black eye they won't soon forget. "I'll need someone to take the children somewhere safe, if that's possible," said Yesbel quietly. "I'll do it, Professor," said Dmitri after a moment. Yesbel nodded, but Lev could see the sparkle of tears in her eyes. "Thank you," she said. Lev took a deep breath and turned to Masha. She was leaned against the wall, her face paler than usual and lined with pain, but she hadn't said a word. "Masha," he said, and the word came out more gently than he'd expected. "You go back with Dmitri. You're not in any shape to." Masha opened her eyes and smiled at him. Despite the weakness in it, it was the same smile she'd given him the first time he'd seen her, so many months ago, sitting across from him in the prison visitors' room. "I appreciate your concern, Lev, but there's a chance you may need me. I have contacts, and that might still come in helpful." She paused. "Unless," she added quietly, "you prefer that I stay away." She met his gaze, but he could see under the calm, bland expression she wore like a damn shield, the vulnerability behind her words. Masha. Even after all this, he wasn't sure he could trust her. But he glanced at Jez. But damn it, he wanted to, whether she deserved it or not. He wanted to. If you feel that you're up to it, I would be grateful for your help," he said at last. Masha looked up, and he saw the momentary flash of surprised gratitude before she could hide it. Jez gave a small sigh, snuggling her head into his shoulder, and he tightened his arm around her. For a moment, they were quiet. Then Radek stood. "Well, if we're going to save the system, we'd better get a move on." Lev squeezed Jez's shoulder one last time, then got to his feet as well. "I suppose we'd better," he said. Chapter 30, Yesbel, Day 8, Afternoon. Yesbel cast one final look at her children, standing in the doorway beside Dmitri. "Behave yourselves," she said. "They got our comms back online, so I'll know if you misbehave. And," she cleared her throat, "Mama loves you, all right?" "I know that," grumbled Misko, rolling his eyes. She smiled, despite herself. Then she turned back to the streets. Radek and the others had already started for Evka's compound, but the crew was waiting for her in the mouth of the alley. "Where are we going?" asked Ivan, glancing at Lev. Lev pulled up his comm holoscreen. "She wanted to keep the location of her machine secret, I think." There was a note of grim satisfaction in his voice. "But when you go around assuming Jez is stupid, you're liable to get your pockets picked." Yesbel glanced at Jez, who grinned and gave her an innocent look. Lev expanded the city map on his screen and tapped a small building, marking it red. Yesbel frowned. "That's right near the government compound." "That won't be easy to get to," said Tanya. "The whole government sector will be crawling with police. I have no doubt that's where they retreated when the city went mad." "Figure maybe it's the police officers who should worry about that," said Jez, with a hint of her customary snark. Tanya shook her head, but there was a fondness in her smile Yesbel would never have expected to see there. "Perhaps you're right." Yesbel smiled at Tanya, then reached into the bag of explosives at her neck and pulled out a couple to tuck into her pockets. Then they stepped out into the noise and chaos of the streets. Police sirens wailed, and above the shouting mass of people, they could hear commands through voice amps, and every so often, the hiss of a heat gun. Perhaps it was the expression on Yesbel's face, but the crowd parted for them like water for oil. Yesbel smiled to herself. It was nice to know she hadn't lost her touch. Lev directed them through to the smaller alleys and side streets. They could still hear the noise and chaos from the main streets, but here, at least, the crowds were thinner, and they could travel more quickly. But as they approached the government buildings, the sounds of raucous cheers were replaced by angry shouts, sirens, and voice amps drowning out the noise, and the hiss of heat blasts louder and more frequent. And then at last, they reached the alley that led to the building. Lev peered around the corner and cursed. Yesbel stepped up beside him. The alley where, apparently, the police officers gathered to regroup. There were at least 24 of them, weapons drawn, faces grim, skybikes leaned up against the wall. Lev glanced helplessly at Yesbel. She smiled and turned to Tanya. "My love?" Tanya smiled back. "Don't worry," said Yesbel, turning back to Lev. "They won't be paying attention to the rest of you." Tanya disappeared into a gap between two buildings. Yesbel loosened her grip on her heat pistol and stepped around the corner. The officers looked up as she came into view, and Yesbel smiled at them. "Hello," she said, lifting her pistol. Then she melted one of the skybikes they'd leaned against the wall. The officers scrambled for their weapons, and Yesbel shot the lead officer directly in the chest. They had full riot gear, yes, but even the best heat shield didn't completely block the heat. The officer shouted in pain, dropping his weapon as the blast lit his heat shield a dull red. She hit 2 more of them and melted a second bike before they scrambled for cover. "What are you doing? Drop your weapon!" shouted the lead officer from where he'd taken cover behind a skybike. "You think you can take on 24 officers with a heat pistol?" From behind him, she caught the barest whisper of movement. She smiled, ducking as a heat blast hissed over her head. "No," she said, "I was just here to distract you." The surprise barely had time to register on his face before he dropped bonelessly to the ground beside his similarly dispatched companions. Tanya stepped out from behind him, wearing that smile that Yesbel had fallen in love with so many years ago. "I think that's all of them, Yessi," she said. "Shall we go?" Within a few minutes, they were in the mouth of the alley facing a squat, wide, heavily guarded building. The street outside lined with officers outfitted in heat shields and masks. "So," she said quietly to Lev, "we made it. Now what?" Jez grinned. "Genius. You take Masha and Ivan and go with Tay. I'll help Yesbel and Tanya." And perhaps it wasn't the same grin it would have been before her ship had been destroyed, but Yesbel felt a sudden and unexpected surge of relief at the sight. "You have a heat pistol, you idiot?" Yesbel whispered to the pilot. Jez shot her a skeptical glance. Yesbel shook her head, smiling despite herself. "Well, let's give these others some time to get through the door," she said. Jez nodded, and the 3 of them crept out of the mouth of the small alley. The building itself was set apart from the other buildings on the street and surrounded by a low half wall that could provide cover or distraction. Right now, she'd go with distraction. "Jez," she whispered, "keep them looking at you. I'll set an explosive." Jez grinned. "Gotta say, sometimes I'm a little jealous of Tanya, honestly. That's damn hot." Before Yesbel could retort, Jez stepped out of the alley, raised her pistol, and fired it at the guard closest to the door. He spun, heat shield glowing. "What the hell?" "Looked a little chilly there," remarked Jez. "Thought you could use some warming up." Then she yelped, sprinted down the street, and dived into another alley as the air around her lit with heat blasts. Yesbel stepped cautiously out and, after a quick glance around, made her careful way towards the low wall. Not that caution was really necessary. Jez had at least 3/4 of the guards staring in her direction, heat guns drawn. The fact they hadn't all left their posts yet spoke to their professionalism. But even the most professional guard would be hard-pressed to deal with a force of nature like Jez. Yesbel shook her head. Let that girl do what she was good at. And she was very, very good at it. She glanced at Tanya. She'd already slipped through the gate and was scaling the wall of the building with practiced ease, to perch, at last, on a small outcropping over the doorway, where she'd be partially sheltered by the decorative brickwork, but have a clear view of the street below her. Yesbel sighed in relief and surveyed the wall, pulling out a packet of explosive gel, and dripped it carefully into the space between the stones. From the corner of her eye, she watched the place where Jez had disappeared. Some of the guards must have gone after her finally, because there were shouts and cursing, but none of them seemed to have come from the pilot. She finished and tapped her comm. "All right, you lunatic," she whispered. "You can stop distracting them now." "Appreciate the sentiment," Jez drawled breathlessly. "But they're pretty damn distracted. Could use a hand, if you're not doing anything else." Yesbel shook her head, yanked out her heat gun, and ran for the center of the chaos that almost always meant Jez had been there. When she reached the pilot, she was in the middle of a full-on brawl with 3 guards. Yesbel stepped forward, dropping the first guard with a blow to his throat. He staggered back, choking, and she grabbed another guard by the arm, and with a grunt of effort, sent him crashing into the last of the guards. Then she yanked Jez behind the shelter of a building. "Are you all right, you idiot?" Yesbel snapped. "Yeah," panted Jez. "Just having some fun. Give me a second to catch my breath." "Lev, are you ready?" Yesbel asked through the comm. "And before you ask, yes, Jez is fine." "Ready," said Lev. "Good. On my count then. 3, 2, 1. She hit the controller. The wall around the compound vaporized, the echo of the explosion rolling through the streets. She and Jez peered out from their shelter. The officers who hadn't already left their posts had dived for cover, and from the looks of it, Lev and the others had slipped through while they were distracted. "Well," whispered Jez, still grinning despite the black eye rapidly forming on her face. "Guess that's our cue." They dived from the alley and sprinted for the building entrance. The officers were starting to raise their heads now, and Yesbel hit the second controller. Another section of wall vaporized. When they reached the others, Tay was bent over the door lock, face creased in concentration. The guards recovered from the second blast faster than the first, and already one or two of them had scrambled cautiously to their feet. They hadn't caught sight of the group at the door yet, but it would be a matter of seconds. "How much longer?" asked Jesbel. Tay turned to glare at her. "I'm working as fast as I can." One of the guards half-turned, then staggered back as Tanya's heat blast hit her squarely in the chest. "Got it," said Tay, raising his head. He tapped the lock. It clicked, and the door swung open. "Tanya, we're in," Jesbel whispered into her calm. A moment later, Tanya was beside them. They slipped through the door, and Tay slammed it behind them, slapping a lock scrambler on the lock. "If anyone saw us, that should keep them busy for a bit," he said grimly. "I hope that's all we'll need. Lev, you know where we're going?" Lev nodded. For just a moment, Jesbel remembered the frightened look on Olya's face, Misko's terrified screams. "Good," she said, her tone grim. "Then let's take this machine down once and for all, and then we can deal with Evka." Chapter 31. Lev, Day 8, Afternoon. The hallways were disconcertingly quiet. Once or twice they had to duck down a small corridor as a huddle of people passed, talking quietly amongst themselves. Lev shivered slightly. Jez came up beside him as he led them carefully forward, slipping her hand into his, and he turned and gave her a quick smile. And then they turned onto a long hallway with a thick steel door at the end. "I think we've found it," he said quietly. He could feel the tension in his shoulders as Tay bent over the lock set into the heavy steel doors. At last, it clicked, and Tay pushed open the door. It swung inward, without a protest, revealing a massive room choked with machinery. They'd done it. Somehow, against all the absurd, ridiculous odds, they'd made it here. And with Evka locked down in her lab, all that remained was to destroy the machine. Once that was done, they'd have the leisure to deal with Evka herself. But somehow, he couldn't shake the unease stirring in the back of his brain. He'd gone up against Evka more times than he'd ever wanted over the past few weeks and months. And sometimes, with their entire crew using everything at their disposal, they'd managed to delay her, or distract her, or disrupt her plans. But he'd never, not once, won. He took a deep breath, let go his grip on Jez's hand, and stepped past Tay into the room. The others followed, their footsteps echoing on the hard floor. The room was massive, but the capacitors to run the program took up the majority of the space. The hum of them running would be all but deafening under normal circumstances. But then, circumstances were far from normal. For one thing, the power grid wasn't normally in a state of vaporization. And there, in the corner, the control panel. Normally, he would have thought it comically large. The controls spread over an area almost as wide as his body was long. The massive screen in front as high as a 2-story building. But here, the panel was dwarfed by the capacitors and looked almost small in comparison. "So," said Jesbel quietly, coming to stand beside him, "we blow it up, and it's over?" Lev shook his head, frowning at the controls. "Not yet. Tay, can you get me a scan?" Evka's not one to leave things to chance, and even without power, blowing the capacitors may trigger a backup sequence to run. I don't want the program backed up anywhere, if we can help it. Tay nodded and stepped forward. But Lev could see in his face the same unease Lev felt. This had been too easy. It seemed an absurd thing to say, considering they'd all barely lived through it, but this was Evka they were working against, and it had been much too easy. He glanced around the room as Tay worked. "Yes, Belle," he said. "Once Tay and I disable whatever internal traps she set, we'll need to take this down. But there are apartment complexes outside. Can you take down just this building?" Yesbel gave him a flat look. "Olia could do that, I think," she said. "Give me a minute to look it over, and I'll set the charges." He nodded, and Tanya and Yesbel started over to the massive capacitors, peering at the base of them calculatingly and speaking in low tones. "Genius. You all right?" He looked over, startled. Jez was watching him, concern on her face. He managed a small smile. "I'm fine. Just being overly paranoid, I think." Tay looked up, frowning. "I've got the scan, but I can't read it." Lev crossed over to the control panel and glanced down at the readout on Tay's comm. He shook his head. "No wonder. She's written the whole damn thing in code. It looks like something based off the original equation that runs the protocol." He chewed on his lip for a moment, scanning it. "I think I know what she's done, though," he said at last. "Give me a few minutes to decode it, and we should be able to take it down." Tay nodded, turning back to the control panel. Then Jez cursed loudly, and there was a momentary sound of a scuffle. Lev spun and swore through his teeth. Evka stood there. Jez was holding her, and she'd twisted Yevka's arm up behind her back. But the look on Yevka's face was not one of fear. Despite the cold fury under her expression, she was wearing a look of mild interest, as if studying a math problem that had taken her longer to work out than she'd expected. "Hello, Lev," she said quietly. "What are you doing here?" he snapped. She smiled. "I should be asking you the same question, but I suspect I already know. Although, I would be curious to discover how you found this place." "Shut up," he growled. "Have you seen what's happening in the damn streets? You're finished, Evka." His heart was pounding. Why wasn't she afraid? She should be. She couldn't honestly think she could call on their old camaraderie and he'd let her go, could she? "Tanya, tie her up," he said, turning back to the equation on Tay's screen. Damn this to hell. What did she know that he didn't? From the corner of his eye, he saw Tanya step forward. Yesbel had drawn her heat pistol and was pointing it at Yevka's face. But Evka made no move to resist as Tanya bound her. His brain was spinning, and he was having a hard time focusing on the numbers and letters on the screen in front of him. He took a deep breath and tried to steady his heart rate. "Yesbel," he said quietly. "How soon can you have the explosives in place to blow this?" She shrugged. "Maybe 15 minutes? 20 at the outside." "Good," he said. "I'll have this decoded by then, and it shouldn't take Tay long to disable it once I have it." Yesbel nodded and pulled out her explosives. "Tonya," she said, "do you want to help me? Jez can keep an eye on Evka." Jez stepped forward, a dangerous grin on her face, her pistol loose in her hand. Lev shook his head and forced his mind back to the screen in front of him. Evka was tied up. She was caught, and there was nothing she could do to them right now. But something about the way his pulse pounded in his throat told him he didn't honestly believe that. Just get through the code. As soon as he did, they could destroy the machine, and then Evka could do her worst. And then there was a small sound, and he frowned down at his holoscreen for a moment before he realized it had come from the machine itself. Something cold started in his chest. From behind him came the soft whir of a machine starting up. Then another. Then another. Slowly, not wanting to look, he turned. The massive rows of capacitors were blinking to life, one by one. "What?" Tanya began, her voice tight. "Lev." Yevka's voice was still mild and faintly amused. "You've developed quite a taste for destruction. But did you honestly think I hadn't prepared for something like this? Surely, you knew me better than that." He spun on her. "Shut up, or I'll have Jezebel shoot you right here." "I wouldn't if I were you," she said quietly. "The protocol is active. If you shoot me, the program will kill every one of you in this room. And even if I'm dead, that won't save anyone. It will just mean someone else's finger on the button. I know you hate me, but even you have to admit there are thousands of people in government who would use this for much worse purposes than I would." He stared at her, breathing heavily. She smiled. "I came here to switch the program over to the backup power source. The commands have the highest security rating and are authorized to override all other reroutes, including the ones you set to the hospitals and apartment complexes. That was very humane of you to think of them, by the way. But the Secretary General himself agreed with me that this was more important than anything else the backup power could be used for." She shook her head. "He and I both knew there would be people who would be angry when we first rolled out the protocol, and who would want to destroy it. And I knew, as I was constructing this, that you and your friends were still out there somewhere." She turned, studying Masha, who was leaned up against the wall of the room, her face drawn with pain. "I congratulate you," she said, her voice still amused. "You certainly know how to put together a team." Masha didn't respond, whether it was because she had nothing to say, or because it was taking all of her considerable force of will to stay on her feet. Lev couldn't say. Evka turned back to him. "Lev." There was something in her voice infinitely familiar, infinitely reassuring, infinitely horrifying, now that he knew who Evka really was. Who he'd almost become. Because he had. He'd been very, very close to becoming another Evka. He glanced over at Jez. He'd spent 7 years hating Jez before he'd met her, dreaming of ways to make her pay for what she'd done when she'd stolen an unstealable cargo and ripped away his dreams and his future at the university. Perhaps, after all, she'd saved him, even back then, even before he knew her. "Please instruct your pilot to release me," Evka said quietly. Lev drew in a long breath. "Jez?" he said quietly. He could see the uncertainty in Jez's face, the hard anger when she glanced at Evka. But she just nodded and did as he asked. The ropes fell, and Evka stepped forward, shaking her wrists to bring the circulation back. She moved over to the machine, and he stepped to one side as she ran her fingers lightly along the controls. For one absurd second, the gesture reminded him of Jez, the way she'd touched the controls of the Ungovernable, as if they were a part of her, as if they were the most precious thing she could imagine. Before Evka had taken the ship to break down for parts. "Step back against the wall, please, all of you." Evka's voice was still mild. "And drop your weapons. It appears whatever your tech friend did to the program in your heads wasn't enough to last through the system's hard restart. You have no protection, except my current goodwill. Lev risked a glance at Tay, but the look on Tay's face told him Evka was telling the truth. Go on, backs against the wall, she said. They did as she asked. Evka must have noticed his expression as he watched her, because she shook her head, a small smile on her face. Lev. There was so much affection in the word that he met her eyes despite himself. You were my brightest student, she said quietly. I truly wish that we could have ended as friends. And I wish you hadn't tricked me and lied to me and tried to bloody well kill everyone I love. His voice choked. She sighed. It wasn't me who changed, Lev. The 16-year-old you would have been thrilled with what we've accomplished. But then, the 16-year-old you was wiser, I think, than you are now. At 16, you knew how to be logical. Now look at you. She gestured. Here you are with a group of convicts and scam artists, in love with an impulsive ex-smuggler who stole your dreams of a professorship. Friends with a street kid and a mass murderer, working beside someone who betrayed you only days ago, because you were too soft-hearted to leave her to suffer the consequences she'd earned. The 16-year-old you would have won this battle of wits, Lev. I have no doubt. But then, the 16-year-old you wouldn't have started it in the first place. She caught his eyes, and her gaze was piercing. But you've lost. Not because of any inherent lack of ability. Simply because you cease to value logic and rationality and let sentiment take their place. You could have done great things, Lev. He watched her for a long, long time. She was right, in a way. He could so easily have become her. He'd seen the truth of it in Masha's face months ago on Grigory's ship. She'd understood that he'd do anything to get what he wanted. And the fact that what he wanted was to keep Jez safe did nothing to ease the inherent selfishness of it. Because he hadn't asked Jez. He hadn't asked any of them. He'd wanted what he wanted, and would have done whatever it took to get it. But he tore his gaze from Evka and glanced at Jez. The reckless grin was still spread across her face, but under the adrenaline-bright spark in her eyes, he could see the pain. She'd given up the thing she loved more than anything else in the system. More than anything else in the system, of course, except for him. Him and the rest of this ragged band of misfits, backs against the wall, waiting to die. She caught his eye, and he gave her a small smile. He turned back to Evka. Perhaps you're right, he said. Perhaps you're right about all of it. I was logical and rational, and I knew nothing at all about life. I didn't need a professor to teach me that. I needed a smuggler pilot, and a street kid, and a demolitions expert, and someone who could bring all of us together. And what I learned is, losing a battle of wits, losing my life, even. That was never what I should have been afraid of. I should have been afraid of never finding what makes it worth living in the first place. And as smart as you are, you never knew that at all. He shook his head. You may have won, but I'll never regret not turning out like you. Chapter 32, Masha, Day 8, Afternoon. Masha leaned against the wall. She was dimly conscious of the others, lined up next to her, of Lev and Evka talking. But most of her concentration was on fighting back the pain in her broken leg as it pulsed through her body. She wasn't sure she could. She wasn't certain she wouldn't simply pass out here on the floor. She'd spent so long praying for unconsciousness. It would be the height of irony if she were to achieve it now, when she least wanted it. "Hold out your hands behind you," said Evka, voice brisk and businesslike. She'd walked to a cupboard and pulled it open, lifting out 7 pairs of mag cuffs. She brought them over and clicked the cuffs onto their wrists, then stood back, smiling slightly. "Well, constrained for the moment, at least," she sighed. "But it won't last, will it? I can't afford to let you live, not even to make a demonstration of your deaths. And so—" "Wait," croaked Masha, her voice harsh with pain. She wasn't sure yet what she'd say, but she was certain that she couldn't watch this without at least trying to stop it. Evka turned to her, eyebrows raised. "You have something to say?" She paused. "You're an interesting person, Masha Volkova. You kill 7,000 people in 10 minutes without a hint of remorse, but you couldn't kill these 6. From the corner of her eye, Masha could see Tay tapping his wrist restlessly against the wall, and she could hear, faintly through her earpiece, the words spelled out in pilot's code on her private line. "Masha, keep her talking. I need to get to the control panel." She didn't dare glance in his direction. Evka was far too perceptive for her to risk something like that. She took a deep breath. "Evka," she said quietly, "I'm afraid you've underestimated me." Evka's eyebrows rose higher, and she could see Lev stiffen. He still didn't trust her, and she couldn't blame him for it. But she'd learned something from those hideous hours of torture after all. If she died saving this crew, she'd consider her life well spent, no matter what else she did or didn't accomplish. "Please, explain my miscalculation," said Evka, that note of interest back in her voice. She sounded so much like Lev, when he'd been given a new and novel problem to solve, that Masha almost smiled. "It wasn't because of sentiment that I chose not to kill them," she said, putting all the calm assurance she could muster into her words. "I assumed, after observing me as long as you did, you'd know better." She paused and smiled at the woman. "I was simply waiting for a better opportunity." Again, that stiffening in Lev's posture. But Jez, beside him, was watching her with that slightly skeptical expression, and again, Masha had to stop herself from smiling. Jez had always trusted her. She still wasn't sure why. She still wasn't sure if it had been Jez's ridiculous, unshakable trust against all evidence she was wrong that had made it impossible, in the end, for Masha to betray them. "I see," said Evka, making no effort to hide the irony in her tone. "You simply hoped the torturers would get bored before they'd killed you. Is that it?" Masha smiled again, shaking her head. "Come, Evka. You're more intelligent than that. Pain is unpleasant, but in pursuit of a sufficiently important goal?" She shrugged and gestured with her bound hands at the others. "I know Lev better than you, apparently. I've watched him over the past several months. Jess, too, and Tay, and Yesbel, and Tanya, and Ivan. I knew
they'd come back for me. I knew when I forced the Secretary General to release my aide that she'd run to find my associate, who was waiting to get word to my crew. You should have seen how much that aide cared for me. She would have died for me, I think. You think you know human nature, Evka, but you're rather an amateur.
The look in Yevka's eyes was now bordering on respect. The look in Lev's was bordering on horror. And beside her, Tay had shifted slightly towards the controls. Her heart was pounding in her throat, but she managed to keep her face perfectly calm. She had, after all, decades of practice. Yevka sighed slightly. You expect me to believe you gambled your life, or I should say, perhaps, your death by torture, on the hope your crew would come save you, despite everything you'd done? But there was a note of uncertainty in her voice. Again, Masha gave her a small smile.
The gamble seems to have paid off, hasn't it?
She kept her voice light. Evka studied her for a few moments. From the corner of her eye, she saw Tay take another small step. But Yevka's attention was focused solely on her. Supposing I believed you, then yes, you predicted their actions with remarkable prescience, said Evka at last. But as to whether your gamble paid off, she made a small gesture. I assumed being taken prisoner in the control room of my protocol machine was not quite the win you were betting on. Masha gave her that bland, pleasant look she'd perfected over the years.
Or perhaps this was exactly the win I was betting on, she said quietly. It was inevitable that your protocol would become active. However, it was also inevitable that it would be unpopular in the beginning, that there would be people who wanted to take it down. I knew you were fond of Lev, and that you would have appreciated his help to protect against such attempts. But I also knew you underestimated him, and I knew you had no idea how ingenious my crew could be, given sufficient motivation. She shifted slightly to take some of the weight off her shattered knee, wincing despite herself. And now, Evka, that they've taken down your protocol, set the entire city on fire, pushed you all the way up against the wall, because you know as well as I do that regaining control after a fiasco like this one will not be simple. Now that you've seen what they can do, perhaps you will understand the value of the bargain I'm prepared to make. Tay had moved slightly farther, a few centimeters perhaps, his entire body tense. She had no idea what he was planning on doing. The likelihood was it would end up with all of them dying. But she'd asked her crew to trust her so many times before. And they had. The very least she could do was return the favor. You're right, she continued. Lev and all of these others made the mistake of allowing themselves to get attached. I, on the other hand, spent years training myself not to do so. Caring for someone weakens you, and weakness causes you to lose. And believe me, I've never been one to lose. Masha had to fight back a small smile at her own words. Evka honestly believed it, that love made you weak. She hadn't seen, like Masha had seen, Tay pushing himself to the edge of passing out from exhaustion to keep the crew safe. Yesbel and Tanya risking their lives. Lev pushing past his ingrained selfishness day after day, action after action, sentence after sentence, because he didn't want to hurt Jez. Jez giving up her ship.
And Evka thought that this thing that made her crew so much more powerful than Masha would ever have believed or understood was a weakness. She loved this crew. She loved them desperately and hopelessly. She loved them as she'd never allowed herself to love anyone. Not since the day her parents had died, and she learned how much pain love could bring. And yes, it was true that love hurt, that love gave you a softness that could be exploited. But it also granted you strength beyond your abilities, strength to stand up to torture. Tay had moved again, ever so slightly, and she could feel the tension in her own body matching his. She forced her muscles to relax. She wouldn't give away whatever he was going to try. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something else. The smallest movement of Lev's hand bound behind his back, and in his hand, a small heat pistol. Nothing that would kill Evka, certainly. She was standing too far away for something that size to be effective, and she was almost certainly wearing a heat shield. But then, Lev wasn't looking at Evka. He was watching her. Fear rose in her throat, just for a moment, mingled with an almost hysterical amusement. She'd finally learned what loyalty meant, and what love meant, and the price she was willing to pay for it. And she'd be asked to pay that price, because Lev believed her story of betrayal. But somehow, she kept her eyes fixed on Evka. "And what's your bargain?" asked Evka at last, her voice still faintly curious. "What do you want, and what are you willing to give?" Masha gave a slight shrug. "I want what I've always wanted. I want to take the Secretary General's place. He's an old man. He won't last long, and you know that as well as I do. It would be a benefit to you as well, I think. You'll need someone with the strength of will to purge everyone who won't agree to your program." "And you don't think I can do that on my own?" asked Evka, a small smile playing on her mouth. "I have my protocol. I already have a list drawn up of who will serve my purposes and who won't. And the Secretary General has signed off on it. The police are eating out of my hand, and when I go through the army and kill the generals and captains who've defied me, and torture the families of some of the more outspoken rank-and-file soldiers, they'll come around. Why would I need you?" "Because people are illogical," said Masha. "They're unpredictable. You kill a minister, hoping their under-minister is in your pocket, and the murder, instead, makes her brave enough to turn on you. How long is your list of ministers you plan to kill? 20? 50? 100? I promise you, you'll have to double that at least. You start killing ministers with your protocol, and suddenly, the others begin to feel their own mortality." "I'll kill all of them if I must," said Evka, voice still calm and thoughtful. "I hope it doesn't come to that, but if it does..." She shrugged. "But I'm certain they'll come to their senses after enough of them die. I have no desire to take over the government. I simply want to be permitted to run my protocol in peace." "And I have no desire to take over your protocol. I am simply interested in politics. You know how this system runs, Evka. There have been excesses, abuses. This system killed my parents and thousands of others.
We don't have to get in each other's way. You are the seat of power, now that your protocol is working. I saw that in the Secretary General's office when I saw you there, and I realized the Secretary General was not the one I needed. You were. I can keep you from having to deal with the mess of politics, and you can give me what I want. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lev's finger shifted towards the trigger. She forced her voice to remain light. So, I'll make you the offer that I made the Secretary General. I'll deliver you my crew in exchange for a position. Evka's look was calculating, expression faintly amused. Perhaps you hadn't noticed, Masha, but unlike the Secretary General, I already have your crew. Masha raised an eyebrow. Do you? You can kill them, certainly. But you want to use them, and you can't. If you haven't proved that to yourself over these past few days, I'm not sure you've been paying attention. She leaned forward slightly. Me, on the other hand, I know them. I've worked with them for a very long time, and I can tell you exactly what will make them behave, who to threaten, and how hard to push. I can give you access to all of their skills, and you want that badly. Perhaps you even need it, because yes, the protocol is functional. But perhaps right now, somewhere in the system, there's another Lev, another Tay, another Yesbel, just a child. And perhaps, as they grow up in this new system you've created, they get restless. And perhaps they decide the protocol should end. It's inevitable. It will happen. And you know that as well as I do. And when it does, Evka, you'll need all the talent you can get. It would be a shame if, instead, you'd left it dead on the floor of this room. Evka was still watching her, a small frown of consideration on her forehead. Tay was almost in position for whatever he intended to do. A few centimeters, and he could launch himself at the control panel and keep out of Evka's reach for a few brief seconds. Lev's finger was firmly on the trigger. And then there was the faintest sound, the slight scuff of Tay's boot against the hard floor. Evka half turned. Lev twisted, bringing his cuffed hands from behind his back just enough to aim the pistol. Masha tasted the iron tang of fear. For the briefest second, Lev's eyes met hers. And then he pulled the trigger. There was the soft fizz of the heat blast. And then, for a few moments, the room was completely silent. Evka glanced down at the blackened mark in the center of her tunic, the heat shield showing through the burnt fabric, and then up at Lev, a small, disdainful smile on her lips. Lev, you of all people resorting to violence, risking your life for your crew, even as you listen to one of them betray you. Perhaps she did, said Lev. His voice was quiet, but calm. Perhaps I made the same mistake I did when I was 16, and trusted someone I shouldn't have. He turned slightly and caught Masha's eye. But, somehow, I don't believe I did. Evka opened her mouth to say something, but whatever it was cut off as Tay leapt forward across the room. Chapter 33. Tay, Day 8, Afternoon. Tay lunged toward the control panel, ignoring Evka's shout of fury and Ivan's horrified gasp. He had to make it. Just a few steps. He had to make it. He was halfway there, already fumbling for his calm. Evka turned, starting for the control panel as well. "Ivan!" he shouted through his teeth, not sure why or what he needed Ivan to do. But he needed something, desperately, and even though he didn't know what it was, something brought Ivan's name to his lips automatically. Ivan stepped forward and grabbed Evka's wrist with his bound hands. She struggled, but Ivan had been able to hold back Vlatka in prison, given the motivation. Tay was at the control panel, twisted backwards, his cuffed hands straining to reach the controls as he fumbled feverishly with his calm. "Let me go, or I kill him," Evka snapped. From the corner of his eye, Tay could see the indecision in Ivan's face, and he closed his eyes for half a second, praying desperately to the lady. "No," said Ivan. His face was very pale, but his voice was firm. Jesbel had half turned, lifting something in her bound hands, but he couldn't see what she was doing, and he didn't have time to care. Jesbel moved. Evka slapped a button on her comm. Tay's muscles gave out beneath him, a pain like he'd never imagined searing through his head. As he fell, he glimpsed for an instant the anguish on Ivan's face. But Ivan's hands didn't loosen from Evka's wrist. For a few moments, Tay lay stunned. He felt like someone had turned a damn shock stick to full power, then swung it like a club into his head. But somehow, he still wasn't certain how, he was alive. He staggered grimly to his feet. "What?" began Evka. He slapped his comm, bringing up the holoscreen, and twisted over his shoulder to see it. There. He managed with straining fingers to hit the command. He tapped his comm against the main power switch, then straightened, leaning back against the controls as his head spun, and the room spun. Evka was hitting the button on her comm, over and over, but this time, he didn't even feel a jolt. "Don't bother," he croaked. "I saw the secondary wire in when I was looking at your system a few days ago. I didn't know where the power would come from, or how you'd tie it in. I wasn't even sure what it was for, or if you'd finished it. But I thought it might come in useful, so—" He shrugged, and had to catch himself to keep from falling over. "I slaved it. Your entire program is slaved to my comm now. You can press whatever button you want. I've overridden everything." They were all staring at him now. Their faces were variations on astonishment, shock, and in Jez's case, utter delight. Evka looked murderous. At last, Jesbel gave him a self-satisfied smile, looking very much like her daughter. "You were right, you know, Tay," she said. "I could turn up my device enough to short out Evka's programming. And it didn't even knock you out. It's just a matter of playing with frequencies." He turned and stared at her. "You just tested this? Now? On me?" She shrugged. "Evka was going to kill you, so there wasn't really much to lose." For a moment, he was rendered completely speechless. Jesbel snorted in amusement. "Tay, I've worked on weapons for how many years now? I think I know what will kill someone and what won't." "I know you know what will kill someone," he muttered. "It's the other part I'm not so sure about." She was still chuckling. He shook his head and turned back to his comm. "Give me a minute," he grumbled. "I'll get a key written for the mag cuffs and send it through to your comms." His voice cracked like he was a teenager again, and there was a pounding, throbbing ache in the back of his head. But he was alive. He hadn't honestly thought he would be.
It was hard to get his eyes to focus on the hollow keyboard that he still had to strain over his shoulder to see. But the hack was something he'd done so often that his fingers knew it almost by heart. Within a few moments, he'd sent it through to the rest of the comms, and he could hear the clink of mag cuffs hitting the ground around him as he released his own cuffs. Ivan was beside him a moment later, expression frantic.
Tay, you're all right?
Tay managed a small nod and collapsed into Ivan's arms. For a few blissful moments, he didn't think about anything in the system except Ivan. And then, somewhere behind them, Jez made a small, horrified sound. They both spun around. Evka had something in her hand, and it took Tay a moment to realize it was a knife. And as Jez grabbed for her, she threw it. It wasn't a strong throw. Evka didn't look like someone who depended much on physical strength, but it was enough. As Jez shoved Evka backwards, an instant too late, it scraped a shallow red line across Lev's thigh. Jez had Evka by the arms, and she yanked her around, slapping cuffs on her wrists, then turned. Lev had reached out a hand, supporting himself on the wall, and Tay saw the moment Jez realized what had happened, what must have been on the knife. She gave a choked cry and leapt across the room, catching Lev as he staggered and lowered him gently to the ground. Jespel stepped over and grabbed Evka by the front of the jacket.
What kind of poison was that? Tell me, before I take your limbs off one at a time.
There was a tone in her voice that would have terrified Tay, even if he hadn't known Jespel as well as he did.
You could,
I have no doubt, said Evka, and there was still that note of calm in her voice.
But Lev would die.
It's a poison I've been working on for some time now, and I possess the only antidote. But I'll tell you where it is, for a price. Jez jumped to her feet and strode over. Her face was set, but Tay could see the sharp fear in it.
What's your price?
She demanded. Evka glanced around the room and sighed. I'd ask your friend to unslave my machine, but I know that's the one thing you'd let Lev die for. So, instead, she gave a small smile. I'll ask one of you to come with me. Someone I can kill if the rest of you try to follow me as I leave. I've worked very hard to stay alive these past several years, and I don't intend the effort to go to waste. There was a moment's silence. Then Jez said quietly, I'll go. Give Lev the antidote and I'll go.
Jez,
Lev choked.
No,
said Masha.
let her.
Tay turned to stare at Masha. She was looking at Jez, an odd smile on her face.
Yes,
said Tanya slowly.
I'm with Masha. We'll need the rest of us here to take down the machine. Let Jez go.
Jez closed her eyes for a moment, but there was a peace in her face Tay hadn't thought he'd see there again. Jez, said Evka, unlock my cuffs. Then walk to that cupboard, please, and open it. Jez did as she was told. Tay could see the tension in her muscles. Bring me the mag cuffs and the walking cuffs. These are a different make, so they shouldn't be affected by your friend's lockpick. But to make extra certain, I'll ask you to remove your comm. As I mentioned earlier, whatever your street kid friend did to it, it's no longer in effect. Slowly, Jez pulled off her comm and dropped it to the floor. The sound of it hitting the ground was loud in the silence. Now come over here, please, said Evka. Tanya, Jespel, step back. She fastened the mag cuffs around Jez's wrists, then, pulling Jez with her, crossed over to a small cupboard. She took out a heat gun and a vial. She cocked the gun against the back of Jez's neck with one hand, and with the other, tossed the vial in a low underhand towards where Lev lay prone on the floor. Tanya stepped forward, snatching it out of the air. Intravenously. 3 cc's should be plenty, considering the amount I had on the blade, said Evka pleasantly. I won't wait around to watch. I'm certain your medical skill is up to the task. Lev's face was completely bloodless, his eyes closed, and sweat beaded on his forehead. But he managed to open his eyes one last time as Evka shoved Jez ahead of her out of the room. Jez turned over her shoulder to look at him. Hey, genius, she said. I love you. Jez, he muttered. And then Evka closed the door, and they were gone. Chapter 34. Jez, Day 8, Afternoon. The sound of the door clicking shut was absurdly loud in Jez's ears. She could still see Lev lying on the floor, his face bloodless. She could still feel the limp weight of him in her arms. Walk, snapped Evka from behind her. For one desperate moment, she was tempted to turn around and try her luck, but she could hear from Evka's footsteps that she was far enough behind Jez that even if Jez wasn't cuffed, she'd easily get off a shot before Jez could reach her. Besides, Tanya and Ivan knew what they were doing. Lev would be fine. And so would she. Because the thought of being locked up for damn well ever with this bastard, because, hell, she was pretty damn sure Evka didn't plan on letting her walk out of this, was subsumed in the sick, desperate relief at the memory of Tanya catching the small vial of antidote. So instead, she shuffled awkwardly forward, walking cuffs catching on her ankles at every step. They walked through the echoing hallways until finally, Evka paused in front of a hololift, pushing Jez in as the doors opened. The doors hissed closed behind them, and Jez shifted, trying to get the too tight cuffs to stop biting into her wrists. I sincerely hope you're not thinking of making trouble, said Evka, her voice tight. Me? Make trouble? She managed to grin, somehow. You know, for someone as smart as you're supposed to be, funny how an irresponsible, unreliable, damn fool idiot of a smuggler pilot outgamed you so many times. Believe me, Jez Solikov, I've watched you. Evka's voice was icy. You work with some very smart people, but all you are is the muscle. Jez's grin widened. Nah, Yezbel's the muscle. They keep me around for my looks. Need something to make them feel better after looking at an ugly bastard like you. Evka's face darkened. I planned on keeping you alive, she said. Don't make me change my mind. Jez snickered. That's assuming you have a mind to change. And as far as I've seen, the butt of a pistol struck her across the back of the head, and Jez staggered, swearing as lights burst in her vision. The door to the lift slid open. Walk, snapped Evka, and don't say another word. Jez cast a quick glance over her shoulder as she stepped out. She hadn't seen Evka that angry for a while, which, honestly, was a bit funny, but by the same token. She blinked at the pain in her head. Well, she wasn't exactly sure she wanted to die just yet. Evka led her down another long hallway until they came out into a large, open, underground room with a ceiling door that apparently served as a hangar bay. A sleek, in-atmosphere craft sat in the middle of the floor, obviously new and obviously well taken care of. Evka muttered something into her comm, and a few moments later, a man stepped out from a small door in the back of the hangar bay. His eyebrows raised slightly as he saw Jez and Evka, but he didn't comment, simply dipped his head respectfully and said, "Evka, what do you need?" "I'd like you to fly me out," said Evka, her words short and clipped. "I'll send you the coordinates once we're in the air." The request must not have been an uncommon one, or else the bastard wasn't very curious, because he didn't ask any further questions. Evka tapped her calm, and the ship doors slid open for the man to step inside. Jez raised her eyebrows. Looked like the pilot couldn't even get into the thing without Yevka's permission. Hell, she thought Lena was paranoid. "Get in," said Evka, gesturing with her pistol. Reluctantly, Jez crossed the floor and climbed the small loading ramp. It hit her the moment she stepped through into the ship's interior, just like she'd known it would, and for a moment, she almost staggered. Her ship was gone. The ship she'd been created to fly. The entire reason, probably, that she'd been born. The thing she'd been looking for her whole damn life, without really knowing it, until she stepped into that cockpit for the first time, and for the first time felt all the pieces of herself fall into place. Her beautiful, glorious, perfect angel. Gone. Evka shoved the pistol into her back, and the pain of it brought her back to herself. "Go," Evka snapped again, and feeling like a sleepwalker, Jez went. When they came out into the small main cabin, Evka gestured her to a seat. Jez didn't even bother to resist. Evka tapped something in her hand. Clearly, she'd intended it to be inconspicuous, but the bastard had obviously never sat down at a gambling table, and Jez felt the ship come to life beneath her. For a moment, at the feel of it, the memory of another ship coming to life under her, singing in her bones and thrumming in her veins, almost made her lose her composure. Evka eyed her as the ship warmed up. "Unfortunate, isn't it?" she said. Her voice was still calm and faintly amused, but Jez could hear the hatred under it. Despite everything, the sound sparked something warm and satisfying in her chest. At least she hadn't lost her touch. She raised one shoulder in a listless shrug. "What? Having to sit here and look at your damn ugly face? Yeah, guess it is." She was rewarded with a slight tightening around the corner of Yevka's mouth. "You gave away your ship to save them." There was a sort of viciousness under Yevka's pleasant tone. "And then, when push came to shove, they just let you go. I guess you weren't as important to them as you thought." She shook her head. "I don't blame them. I hear you're an excellent pilot, but now that you don't have a ship, that's not worth much. And you thought they kept you around because they liked you, didn't you? Thought you were part of the crew." She gave Jez a small smile. "Thrown out by your family, thrown out by your smuggler crew, thrown out by everyone who spent more than a few hours around you. No wonder the moment someone gave you a kind word, you crawled over and licked their boots. And Lev, your lover, I've known him for much longer than you have. What, exactly, do you think he sees in you? I've seen him in relationships like this before. He's been kind and attentive and polite, hasn't he? And he'd have studied you until he felt he'd learned everything of value. And then he'd leave. You don't really think he would have stuck around, do you? You can't be that innocent." Jez watched Evka curiously. The woman's words were as poisoned as the knife she'd thrown at Lev. And they should have worked. She should be hurting, crying, gutted.
These words should have taken her apart. But they didn't. Instead, she was sitting here calmly, the words bouncing off her like light-range shots off a heavy shield. They were happy for you to leave. You'd served your purpose. And when you offered to come with me, they didn't even protest. Somehow, despite the aching, empty hole in her chest where her heart had been before she'd lost the Ungovernable, Jez found she was smiling. You really believe that, don't you, you bastard? She asked. Evka frowned at her. I've lived long enough to be able to read people, she said, her words sharp. I'm not quite the innocent you are. Yeah? Jez was still smiling, a soft sort of smile that had spread over her face all by itself. Here's the thing. You think I'm an innocent because I don't believe a damn word you're saying. And I think you're an innocent because you do. The ship jolted slightly, and Jez winced. No ship deserved to be flown like this. Evka gave her a small, inscrutable smile. Well, Jez, I'm glad that you, at least, believe someone cares about you. I'm sure it will make your captivity that much more bearable. But I'm afraid I can't chat at the moment. She stood and turned on her heel, stepping out the narrow door towards the cockpit. Once she'd left, Jez glanced around the small cabin. It was sparsely furnished, but comfortable. It had obviously been designed for longer flights. Judging by the cooling box next to one of the cupboards, she assumed was the supply cupboard. And the supply cupboard? She raised an eyebrow. That bastard Evka was obviously accustomed to luxury. The cupboard wasn't packed with ration packs and maybe a few bottles of barely drinkable sump. There was expensive alcohol in there, if she was any judge, and probably some fresh food, which meant breakable containers. And this damn pilot was clearly not one of the system's most skilled. Yeah, her crew had let her go, but she was pretty damn sure she knew why. She grinned, and with some effort, pushed herself to her feet. Staying upright wasn't easy, since her walking cuffs were so damn tight she couldn't spread her feet for balance. And also since the pilot had apparently never actually learned how to fly a damn ship. But hell, this was the kind of thing she was good at. She didn't have her comm, but she figured they'd been flying for 10, 15 standard minutes. It was probably a couple minutes later that they hit their first patch of turbulence. Jez grinned again as the ship jolted and threw herself sideways into the supply cabinet. She hit it with her shoulder and went down hard, swearing loudly. The cupboard doors had been flung open at her impact, and as the ship jolted again, she ducked her head awkwardly as food and drink canisters clattered around her head. A bottle of liquor hit the floor and shattered, and the smooth, sharp fumes told Jez it had been expensive. Pity, really? But it would have been wasted on a plaguer like Evka. Evka appeared a moment later, her pistol drawn, her face cold. The ship staggered, and Jez made a clumsy attempt to get to her feet. She let the bouncing of the ship knock her backwards into another supply cupboard, and this one popped open as well, spilling its contents across the deck. Evka swore through her teeth. Get up, you idiot, before I shoot you. Can't, Jez moaned, trying to sound pathetic. Damn arms and legs are cuffed. Get up. Evka brandished the pistol. Jez hid a grin and made another awkward attempt to rise, only to stumble on one of the food canisters and crash back down amid the sound of shattering glass. Get up, or so help me, I will shoot you where you lie.
Jez managed what she hoped was a terrified glance in Evka's direction and stumbled halfway to her feet before falling again. Around her, the food and drink cartridges shattered and burst. With a sigh of utter exasperation, Evka leaned down, grabbing Jez by one bound wrist. Jez closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Then she twisted her wrist from Evka's grasp, rolled up on one shoulder, and kicked out as hard as she could with both feet. The loud crack of her boots hitting Evka's face was the most satisfying thing she'd heard in a long damn time. Evka staggered backwards, blood spurting from her nose, and Jez twisted, using her momentum to push herself up to her feet. She was grinning like a damn maniac. Evka had staggered back against the wall, and Jez crouched next to her, twisting her body enough to allow her to snatch the control chip neatly from Evka's hand. She was still cuffed, sure, but she had a hell of a lot of experience breaking out of places with her hands cuffed. She cast a last glance at the partially stunned Evka and staggered towards the cockpit as fast as she could, with walking cuffs on her legs. Getting the control chip somewhere she could use it was more difficult than it looked. She had to twist backwards, straining her head over her shoulder to see the damn thing at all. And she didn't have a column to pop it into. At last, she made do by shoving the bare chip against the control panel and hoping for the best. She was crouched uncomfortably, looking backwards over her shoulder, when she heard the soft sound of footsteps. She waited, muscles tense with adrenaline. The footsteps paused directly behind her. She straightened abruptly, spinning as she did, and brought her forehead down hard across the bridge of Evka's broken nose. Evka gave a muffled scream, scrabbling for something in her pocket. She patted at it, then glanced up, her disbelief visible even through the blood streaming from her swollen nose. "Looking for this?" Jez drawled, slipping the heat gun that had once been in Evka's pocket down her sleeve and into her bound hands. "How?" Evka began, voice strained and partially muffled. Jez winked at her. "Trick I picked up in a little off-world Zastava somewhere. Guess even a dumb pilot can learn a thing or two." She leaned closer, her grin showing all of her teeth. "Here's the thing. You thought my crew let me go because they didn't want me around. But that wasn't it. They let me go because they trusted me, and because they knew a damn innocent like you wouldn't stand a chance. You stupid, worthless, lazy, skinny, unreliable lunatic pilot," Jez finished, still grinning. "See, I can do it too. But you ruined my ship. You tried to kill Lev, and you're not damn well getting away with it." Evka jerked a small knife out of her sleeve, her face contorted in anger. "I know about you, you pathetic nobody. Too self-righteous to kill people," Lena said, "even if they were shooting at you. I know all about your so-called morals, and don't think—" Jez turned and shot Evka squarely in the face. The woman crumpled to the floor and lay where she'd fallen, her limp body shifting slightly with the motion of the ship. At last, Jez bent, slowly, twisting her shoulders so she could grab the woman's wrist in her cuffed hands. There was no pulse, but then she hadn't expected there to be. She straightened, swallowing down the nausea in her throat, and for a moment she stood there, staring down at the body. It looked small, after all that. After everything Evka had done, after how long she'd been hunting them, after however damn many times she'd tried to kill them, Jez had expected something different somehow. A monster, maybe. But she was just a person. Slightly built, neat, with short hair, now smeared and tangled with blood, and modest, unassuming clothing. She shuddered and turned away. The door to the cockpit opened easily enough, now that she could work on it without being interrupted, and the pilot, when confronted with Evka's heat gun, was more than happy to unlock the mag cuffs under Jez's tutelage and with the help of the ship's maintenance tools, and to cede the pilot seat to her. And maybe sitting down in a pilot's seat and running her hands over controls that weren't her beautiful angels was almost enough to break her heart. But knowing that she was going back to that idiot Lev, to Tay and Yezbel and Tanya and Ivan, and that damn bastard Masha, was almost enough to hold it together despite that. Chapter 35. Tay, Day 8, Afternoon.
Get me a syringe and needle, now,
Tanya snapped, looking up from where she was bent over Lev. Her expression was grim, and Tay could see the fear in her eyes. Ivan disentangled himself from Tay and stepped quickly over to the cupboards, flinging them open. At last, he pulled out a first aid kit and strode over to kneel beside Tanya, rummaging through it. And a moment later, he handed her a needle and syringe. She shook the vial and tipped it, pushing the needle into the liquid and drawing it into the syringe. Tay's heart was pounding, something sick creeping up the back of his throat. He hadn't realized until just this moment what it would do to him if Lev died. He hadn't realized how much Lev's solid, steady friendship, his dry humor and quick wit, had carried Tay. Carried all of them, really. Ivan held out Lev's arm, and Tay found he was holding his breath as Tanya pushed the contents of the syringe into a vein.
Midi scanner,
She snapped, not taking her eyes off Lev. Tay bent and grabbed it from where it had fallen, handing it to her, and she touched it to Lev's chest, glancing at the readout. She closed her eyes for a moment, and Tay was struck with a sudden, sickening terror. Then she opened them again, and he saw the relief in her face.
It's working, I think,
she said.
His pulse is coming back, and his oxygen levels are up again.
Tay took a deep breath, relief flooding through him so strong he was shaky with it. He could see the same relief on the faces of the others. Despite Tanya's assurances that his vital signs were getting stronger, it was several standard minutes before Lev's eyes blinked open again. He looked around in confusion and muttered, "Jez?"
No, I'm sorry,
said Tanya.
It's only me.
"Where's Jez?" Lev's voice held a note of slightly incoherent panic. "Is she all right?" Tanya sighed.
She's with Evka, but I'm certain she's all right. You know our pilot?
There was a forced humor in her voice, but Lev didn't smile. "She's with..." And then he must have remembered, because he fell silent abruptly, his jaw clenched.
Jez will be fine,
said Masha. Her voice was weak, but there was a calm assurance in it that Tay envied. For a moment, she and Lev locked eyes. At last, he nodded, slowly, a bit of the tension releasing from his posture. "Well," said Yezbel, her voice dry, "if anyone could find a way to escape with her hands cuffed behind her back, it would be our pilot. She's done it before." She paused a moment. "Honestly, I suspect we should all be feeling sorry for Evka right now." Tay managed a small smile, but he couldn't shove away the knot of worry in his stomach. Jez would be fine. Of course she'd be fine. She had to be. For a few moments, they stood there, none of them wanting to say anything that might break the thin shell of control Lev was so obviously clinging to. At last, though, Lev glanced up. "What's that noise?" he asked, frowning. Tay frowned as well. He'd hardly noticed it in his panic over Lev, but from outside, there was a cacophony of sound. Shouting, yelling, ship horns blaring. His stomach tightened in unconscious panic. The noise much too close to the memories of behind the barricades, in the middle of an attack. But he listened a little closer. "That sounds like cheering," said Ivan, his own face creased in confusion. And then Tay turned to stare at Masha. She was still leaned up against the wall, her expression that of someone trying desperately to cling to consciousness. But when she noticed his glance, she gave a faint nod. He stared at her, then down at his comm, then back at her, unable for a moment to speak. She gave him a small, slightly smug smile. There was a knock at the door. "Acting Minister?" someone called. The voice was young and unfamiliar, and far too eager. And again, they stared at each other. All except for Masha, whose smile grew broader. She straightened with an effort and limped to the door. "Radka?" she asked weakly as she pulled it open. A young woman stood in the doorway, dressed in the uniform of a government aide. She stared at Masha for a moment, her eyes widening in horror. What did they? She began in a stunned voice. "They tortured me," said Masha, her tone calm and businesslike. "But, as you can see, I'm fine." There was a moment of silence, and a look on Radka's face that clearly said she had a different opinion than Masha did as to what constituted fine. But at last, she seemed to pull herself together. "Acting Minister," she said again. They asked me to find you, because they didn't have a line to your comm. And what message did they ask you to pass on?" asked Masha patiently. The girl swallowed. "The Secretary General, he's stepped down." Tay stared at the girl, then at Masha. "If it's not too much trouble, I'd appreciate if someone would explain to me what exactly is going on." Lev's voice was weak, but tinged with irritation. Tay glanced at Masha, who was speaking quietly with Radka, then shook his head and sighed. "I was next to Masha when Evka pushed us up against the wall. She tapped a message through my comm, asked if I could hook her into the government lines." He shrugged. "I didn't know what she wanted exactly, but I couldn't see how it could possibly make things worse." Lev was watching him, the look on his face one of calculating interest. "When you say hook through to the government line," he said slowly, "you mean the general government line that connects to all the government buildings?" Tay nodded. "I hacked through to it while we were still behind the barricades weeks ago, so I just had to tie it through to her comm signal." Lev nodded slowly, then glanced at Masha. "So, everyone in government heard what Evka had planned for them, and that the Secretary General had given his approval." There was the hint of something in his voice that was either amusement or admiration, or a mixture of both. "I suspect that didn't go over all that well." At last, the young government aide who'd been talking with Masha nodded and turned to leave. Masha turned back to them, a smile on her face. Lev raised his eyebrows. "So, Masha, the Secretary General is gone at last, and I assume that now there will be a rush of assassinations of such magnitude, it will be a wonder if there are any ministers left to form a government at the end of it. Effective, certainly. But I hadn't realized a system in total anarchy was your end goal. Despite the weakness in his voice, his tone was the same calm calculation that Tay had heard from him so often when he was thinking through a difficult problem. Masha studied him for a moment. "I'm certain you're right as to what would be the most likely natural fallout of this, Lev," she said at last. "But, thankfully, we won't have to test your hypothesis." Lev frowned, a hint of suspicion crossing his face. "Masha?" "You recall, I'm sure, when we were aboard the casino ship, and you and Jez planted an explosive?" It wasn't a question, and looking at the suddenly cold expression on Lev's face, Tay knew it didn't need to be. Tay had to fight back the sickness in his own stomach. 50 innocent people they'd blown to space dust because of Masha. Because Masha wanted to manipulate them into making Grigory angry enough to come after them on the pleasure planet. The thought still sent a thrill of helpless anger through him. "I know you were not happy with how that turned out," said Masha softly, "and I apologize." Tay looked up, startled. That he hadn't expected. Masha was looking straight ahead, not meeting Lev's eyes. But from the set of her posture, she looked like she actually meant it. "I appreciate that, Masha," said Lev at last. "Although I'm not sure what bearing that has on our current situation, but—" Masha shook her head. "You misunderstand me," she said. "I apologized because I should not have taken advantage of your trust as I did. In retrospect," she paused for a moment, as if the words were difficult to say. "In retrospect, I should have instead trusted you in return. And for that miscalculation, I apologize. The 50 deaths, however, were entirely necessary." Tay frowned. "If you were to go through the list of those 50, you would have seen that Grigory knew his business very well. The people he'd purchased occupied key positions in the government, positions I needed secured, in case, for example, the Secretary General should become incapacitated." "Be murdered," murmured Lev. She tipped her head, conceding the point. "At any rate, the moment those 50 were killed, I called in some favors I'd collected. My people were put into the place of those 50. They've been waiting on my instructions since then. That's where our friend Adrian got his position, for instance. I had originally believed that the downfall of the Secretary General would come about through other means." "Murder," supplied Lev. Masha shot him a look and continued. "However, they have been readying themselves to step into position and take hold of the reins of power the moment the opportunity presented itself. And I believe," she said, glancing out the door where Radka had disappeared, "that the opportunity has done so." Tay shook his head. He wasn't sure whether he was impressed or horrified. "So," said Lev at last, "you've done it after all. You've taken over the whole damn government." "I was reminded not too long ago that I am, in fact, a member of a crew," responded Masha quietly. "This is something that was accomplished by all of us, not just me. And I believe decisions, such as the future of the Svudrani system, are of sufficient importance that they should be decided by all of the crew together." Lev was quiet for a long time. Tay's mind was spinning. There was that hint of fondness in Masha's expression
that he'd grown used to when any of them had done a particularly impressive job of something. But there was a new note in her expression now. Something softer, less mysterious. Something almost kind. When she'd left the crew, it had hurt more than he'd wanted to admit. But now, well, it seemed she was part of it again. Or maybe it would be more accurate to say she was part of it, really, for the first time. Ivan turned to smile at him, and he found he was smiling back. And then there was another knock at the door, and then it burst open, and Jez stepped through. "Where's Lev?" she snapped, looking around quickly. There was something grim and desperate in her face. "If that damn bastard went and died on me," her voice faltered.
Jez.
Lev had pushed himself up against the wall and staggered to his feet. Jez reached him in 3 quick strides, and they fell into each other like they'd been pulled together by a mag beam. Lev was whispering her name over and over, as if he couldn't quite believe she was real. And Jez had buried her face in his shoulder and was sobbing loudly. Tay watched them for a moment, a warm happiness rising in his chest, and Ivan's arm tightened around him.
Jez, are you all right? What happened?
Lev's voice was still a little frantic. Jez sniffed, wiping her face on the sleeve of her jacket. "Well, the bastard tied me up and shoved me on a ship, and then I got away and came back, basically."
And Evka?
There was something hard in Lev's expression. "Dead," she said shortly, her grin fading. Lev nodded without speaking. Jez closed her eyes, and Tay could see the weariness in her face now. He gritted his teeth. It wasn't damn well fair. And then Jez opened her eyes again, frowning. "Hey, so what the hell is everyone shouting about in the streets anyways?" Lev turned to her, his smile a little more genuine this time. As he explained, Jez's face grew slightly more skeptical, her eyebrows raising slightly higher at each new revelation. When he was finished, she stared at him for a moment, then turned to look speculatively at Masha. "So," she said at last, "after all this, we actually won? We took down the damn Svudrani system government, after all?" Lev smiled.
Yes, Jez,
He said quietly.
I think we have.
Tay took a long breath. His own smile was wide enough that his face hurt with it. Ivan was watching him, a soft smile on his face as well.
So, Tay, you did what you promised after all. Saved the street kids. Saved the students. Saved the system.
Tay tried to smile back, and found there were tears in his eyes instead, and a thick knot of happiness in his chest that almost made it hard to breathe. Chapter 36. Masha, Day 9, Morning. Masha and the rest of the crew gathered the next morning around the small table in the common room of the apartments Radka had procured for them. Someone, probably Tay, had gone out and brought back blinis from one of the street vendors, brave enough, or foolhardy enough, to keep his stall open, even in the current chaos.
Masha,
Began Lev when they'd satiated their hunger. The look he gave her wasn't exactly accusing, perhaps, but it was sharp and perceptive enough to be uncomfortable.
by all measurements, this has been a glowing success. Evka gone, the machine finally demolished, the government in a position to be reformed. But I was under the impression we weren't keeping secrets any longer. Why didn't you tell us about your government contacts from the beginning?
Masha sighed, closing her eyes for a moment. "Lev," she said at last, quietly, "in this case, at least, it was not due to any desire to conceal things from you. When I told you about my contact in prison and mentioned I'd once had contacts in government, I honestly believed there would be few, if any, who'd remain loyal once it appeared I'd been unsuccessful." She paused a moment. "I suppose I underestimated them, and I'm ashamed to admit that tapping the line while Evka was speaking was something I thought of only as the matter arose. Had I thought of it earlier, I would have brought it to you." She paused again, strangely reluctant to meet Lev's eye. "I'm sorry. I should have been better prepared." For a moment, there was silence around the table, and Masha fought down a slight nausea. They'd saved her life. It was too much, really, to expect them to trust her again. But she hadn't realized how much it would hurt. "I believe you," said Lev at last, his voice quiet, and she jerked her head up in surprise. He was watching her with that thoughtful, calculating expression, but there was a small smile on his face. "And your apology is accepted. I don't think any of us had a particularly feasible plan when Evka showed up." Masha had to swallow hard, but she managed a smile. "I suppose then," said Lev, "this means we have to decide what to do next." He glanced around the table, and his eyes paused for a moment on Masha. "So," he spread his hands, "any suggestions would be welcome." Masha sighed and shook her head. "I won't use you to accomplish my plans any longer," she said. "I never should have done so in the first place." Lev watched her for a moment. At last he said quietly, "Thank you, Masha." He paused. "But if we were to ask you, as a friend, what you thought?" She smiled, despite the sudden tears stinging her eyes. "In that case, I'd be more than happy to share my thoughts." When they'd finished speaking, Lev waited behind, after the others had left the room. "Masha," he said quietly, his eyes following Jez's retreating form almost involuntarily. Masha sighed. "I'm sorry, Lev," she said quietly. "I've asked all my people about the Ungovernable. I had hoped that the time between when Evka took possession of it and when the Secretary General resigned was brief enough that they would be able to find it with minimal damage. But there's been no sign of it whatsoever. It could be that someone is hiding it, but I suspect it simply means one of the high-up ministers who fled the planet took it with them. We won't find it again, and I suspect it will end up being stripped down for parts, regardless." After a moment, he nodded and tried to smile, but she could see the sharp pain in his expression. "I suspect you're right," he said at last. "I'll ask them to keep looking," she said. "There's still a chance they'll find something." He nodded again. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft. They convened a ministers' meeting in the early afternoon. From the corner of her eye, Masha caught the sudden look of delight on Jez's face as someone she must have recognized from her days in government appeared in the doorway, saw her, and did a double take. "Miss me, you bastard?" the pilot drawled, and Masha had to bite back a smile of amusement at the look on the man's face. When everyone had gathered, she looked around the table. Lev had ceded the running of the meeting to her,
as she was already a familiar face at such meetings. She stood, leaning her weight against the table to take the pressure off her injured leg. Some of the faces in the room were of people loyal to her. Others were not. But everyone at this table was someone who'd ultimately play an important role in rebuilding the government. And all of them were watching her. Because all of them had been in government long enough to know that, at the end of the day, the words she spoke here as suggestions were to be taken as commands and obeyed as such. She'd taken down the government once, and they all knew it. And she was perfectly positioned to do it a second time, if she deemed it necessary. "Ministers," she began in a pleasant voice, "I'm glad you agreed to join me today." An hour and a half later, Masha had all but talked herself hoarse. Lev had interjected, occasionally, his calm voice adding indisputable logic to match his arguments. Jez had interjected as well once or twice, but mostly to call one of the ministers bastard and threaten them with various unpleasant consequences should they not, quote, "shut the hell up and sit the hell down. Thought that was the kind of thing you plaguers liked anyways." And at last, with varying degrees of enthusiasm or sullenness, the gathered ministers were nodding in grudging agreement to her proposal. Masha turned to Radka, sitting next to her. "Would you please ask Minister Gavril to join us?" Zhenya appeared in the doorway a few minutes later. There was a look on their face that told her that, while they may have not been expecting the summons exactly, they were not surprised by it. And also, they weren't certain if it would herald good news or bad, but were very confident in their ability to use it to their advantage, whatever direction it tended. She gave them a smile and gestured to a seat near hers. They sat warily, watching her with that faintly interested look that they always got when they were trying to guess her next move. She turned to the rest of the table. "May I present Zhenya Novikov," she said. "You knew them as Minister Gavril. I forged their documents to get them that position, as repayment for a favor. However, I believe there is no longer any need for subterfuge." From the corner of her eye, she caught the faint stiffening of Zhenya's posture, the way their hand moved, almost casually, towards their pocket. The way Jez's hand moved, not casually at all, towards her own pocket, a sharp grin spreading across her face. It was rather touching, honestly, but Masha would prefer the room not to break out into a firefight. Zhenya was skilled, yes, but Jez was, as she put it, damn fast. And Masha would prefer Zhenya alive at present. The murmuring that had broken out around the table at her revelation had begun to quiet, so she continued blandly. "As I'm sure all of you know, Zhenya was a Pakan in Grigory Korsakov's organization. However, they left their position prior to Grigory's demise, and my understanding is, have served the government with exceptional skill and discretion during these rather difficult times. Furthermore, their position in the mafia gave them significant experience handling the running of a large organization. Experience which none of us around this table, with the possible exception of myself, have had." Zhenya's hand had relaxed, and they were watching her now with a faintly speculative air. She turned to them. "Zhenya, I'd like to offer you a position in the new government. I've spoken about my proposal with these other ministers, and they've all agreed." Zhenya had a faint smile on their face. "I see," they said at last. I must say how honored I am you'd trust me enough to ask me to serve under you. However, before I answer, Masha gave a quick shake of her head. I'm afraid you misunderstand. I do not intend to ask you to serve under me. Zhenya frowned slightly, still watching her. As these ministers, whose job it is to decide such matters, have all agreed, I intend to ask if you will accept the position of Secretary General. There was a long moment of silence, and Masha had to smother a smile at the expression on Zhenya's face. She'd never seen them look so completely flabbergasted. It only lasted for a moment. They composed themselves quickly, their expression taking on, once again, that note of calculation. I assumed, Masha, you would have wanted that position for yourself, they said. The tone in their voice was bantering, but she could hear the probing under it. They were trying to find out if this was a trick, and if so, whether it was one they could use to their advantage. She gave them a bland smile. No, she said. I had considered it once, but, she shrugged, I think, perhaps, the job is better suited to your talents. The sharp glint in their eyes told her they were now calculating exactly what they could do from the position of Secretary General, and she could see in their face that she had them. It was far too much of a temptation for them to pass up. They leaned back in the chair, still watching her, calculatingly. Well, they said at last, I suppose if you've all agreed, it would be no more than my duty to accept. And, Lady forbid, I shirk my duty. Masha nodded briskly. Thank you. I recommended you to these ministers because I was very confident in your ability to do well for the system. With the chaos it's in at the moment, we need someone with experience in negotiating difficult situations. She paused. I trust that you will agree to speak with the representatives of the insurrectionists and hopefully come to an arrangement that will resolve both their concerns and those of the government. And I hope such negotiations will include a discussion of any reforms necessary to allow individuals to make their voices heard, should a situation arise in which they are negatively impacted. And I'm certain I don't need to tell you about the depths of corruption that has infiltrated the ministries. You've seen it yourself. As one of Grigory's two leading advisors, I'm confident you'll be more than capable of rooting any such corruption out and putting structures in place to ensure the system is run in an equitable manner. We've already spoken here about what such structural changes might look like. Zhenya's face had regained its usual faint amusement, and their gaze was sharp as they watched her. Of course, they murmured. As you say, I'm certain I will be entirely capable. She knew them well enough to hear the words they weren't saying, that capable did not equal committed or even willing. She gave them another bland smile. I'm glad to hear it. She paused for just long enough to let them relax back in their chair, calculating from the look on their face how best to spin this latest opportunity. Of course, she added delicately. The ministers at the table here were somewhat worried that you might use the position to, how shall I put this, enrich your influence in ways that are not ultimately beneficial to the system as a whole. But thankfully, I was able to give them a guarantee. Zhenya's eyes sharpened, and they sat up slightly, the movement the only indication of their sudden wariness. I'm glad you were able to vouch for me so willingly.
they said in a mild voice, but there was sharp suspicion in their gaze. She smiled again. Of course. As you know, Zhenya, I'm not one to trust blindly. So it was lucky I had an insurance policy, so to speak. And what might that be? Zhenya's voice was now low and dangerous. She leaned forward on the table and met their eyes. I have friends here, Zhenya. Ministers, aides, secretaries and undersecretaries. You don't know who they are. You could spend a very, very long time trying to find out, but there would always be the chance you'd missed one. And that would be all it would take. Because at the first sign of retaliation, or of your not living up to my very glowing recommendations, these selfless civil servants who've dedicated their lives to the good of the system would be more than happy to ensure the position becomes open for someone who would. She paused a moment, letting a smile spread on her face at the sudden look of faint horror on theirs, and lowered her voice so only she and they could hear her next words. They will also keep me and my crew informed on an ongoing basis of your actions. You've gone up against my crew before, Zhenya, and you survived. I suggest you don't push your luck. She straightened, fixing the bland smile back on her face. Very good. Now that that's settled, I suggest we move on to our next item of business, the transition of power. Zhenya was still watching her. She could see the simmering anger under their calm expression. But she could see, too, the wry acknowledgement. They'd been outgamed, and they were an experienced enough gambler to know it, and to accept the impressive reward they'd been handed without further complaint. The meeting stretched well into the evening. Once the main details of the transition of power had been settled, Masha had mostly sat back, allowing the other ministers to take the lead. And between them, they seemed to be doing a decent job. They'd arranged for a meeting between various government negotiators and the students, the people in the projects, and a handful of representatives of the citizens of the Northeast Quarter to discuss demands and conditions that would have to be dealt with in order to end the insurgency. From the look on Zhenya's face, they weren't intending to drive too hard of a bargain. They'd been a street kid once, after all, and she had the feeling that, under their impassive veneer, they would be pleased to see the street children treated better than they had been. Even Jez had managed to keep her seat through most of the meeting, although every time there was a break, she'd leap to her feet and pace restlessly around the corners of the room. The stir-crazy look in her eyes stirred an instinctive raw dread in Masha, installed there by months of experience. And so she breathed a sigh of relief when the ministers finally rose from the table, agreeing to reconvene the next day. One by one, they filed out of the room. Zhenya shot Masha a sharp glance as they left. Well played, Masha, they said quietly. Very well played. Masha gave them a small smile, but her eyes were hard. I've more than paid back any favor you may have earned from me. Don't expect any more. They shook their head, returning her smile. You misunderstand me, they said. I have nothing but admiration for you, and nothing but gratitude for the generous position you granted me. There was a wry tone in their voice that said that their gratitude was, perhaps, tempered by other emotions. But at least it seemed that, upon rethinking their position, they'd come to the conclusion she'd hoped they would.
that the benefits of their new role, even constrained as they would be by Masha's oversight, would far outweigh the costs. At last, it was only the crew left in the room. Lev sighed wearily, running his hand over his face. "You know," he said to the room in general, "I'd forgotten how exhausting government meetings can be. I was ready to set off an explosive under the table, just to give me an excuse to leave," Yesbel grumbled. Jez was still pacing the edges of the room, with a look in her eyes that said that there would be unfortunate consequences for all present if she had to stay in the room for 1 minute longer. Lev seemed to notice it as well, because he gave a small smile and stood, catching her hand. "Jez," he said, "shall we go?" She turned to him with a look of such unutterable relief that Masha almost laughed out loud. "You go on," said Masha, still smiling. "I'll be along shortly." Lev shot her a calculating look, but at last, he nodded. "I suppose after what they saw here today, no one would dare try to assassinate you. I think you put the fear of the lady into everyone in the ministry," he said wryly. They filed out of the room. She heard their footsteps echo down the hallway, but she sat where she was for a few more minutes, strangely reluctant to leave. At last, though, she got painfully to her feet. She leaned heavily on the crutch Rodka had found for her. As she made her slow way along the deserted corridors, the uneven sound of her footfalls and the dull thud of her crutch against the floor made a strange pattern. Her leg would never heal. Not really. The government doctor had told her as much last night. It wouldn't always give her the constant pain it did now, but she'd never walk on it normally again. She supposed she should be grateful. That was the only permanent damage she'd taken over this long and ridiculous series of adventures. But there was a stinging regret at the thought. She'd never run again, never sprint down a hallway, never walk without having to be aware of where her foot would land and whether her leg would buckle under her. She paused at the exit to the building and tapped in the code, then pushed the door open and stepped out into the darkened streets. It was cold, but without the wind, the air didn't bite nearly as much as usual. The walk to their temporary lodgings wasn't a long one, but for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to start. She felt strangely empty, and she wasn't sure she was ready for the rest of the crew's company just yet. She'd won. Grigory was gone, the mafia dismantled. The government was hers. She hadn't been made Secretary General, but that was by choice. Zhenya would, honestly, do a better job of it than she would. She'd been forced to look at herself over the past few weeks in a way that had not been particularly pleasant. And she'd seen who she very likely would have become as Secretary General. She would have started out with the best intentions, of course. But Lev was right. She was far too used to secrecy and manipulation. She would have become no better than another Grigory Korsakov, because she would have had no one to hold her back, to tamp down her worst impulses, like her crew did for her. She smiled to herself faintly, despite the hollowness in her chest, and pushed back the ache at the thought. She'd become, finally, a member of the crew. Right at the moment, the crew would drift apart and go their own ways. It was good and right and exactly how things should be, but she couldn't help the way it hurt. She'd spent so long single-mindedly pursuing this goal, and she'd achieved it, and now she found herself suddenly unsure of her place in this new world she'd created. As if, creating it, she'd forgotten to include a space for herself. She stood for a while, leaning back against the cold prefab of the government building, looking out at the empty streets. "Hey, you bastard!" Masha turned, with a startled curse, to see Jez leaning up against the wall beside her. "Jez?" she asked stupidly. Jez grinned her familiar grin. "Figured I'd see if you wanted a ride back," she said, gesturing to a sky bike leaned up against the wall of a nearby alley. There was something raw under her carefree expression, and Masha knew, suddenly, that Jez had needed time away from the others just as much as she had. "You all right?" Jez asked at last, quietly, and Masha had to swallow down a knot in her throat of simple, overwhelming gratitude. That after everything she'd done and everything she'd failed at, she had a friend like Jez. That she knew, without a doubt, that no matter what happened to this crew, no matter where each of them ended up, she would always be able to consider Jez a friend. I'm all right," she said at last. Jez nodded without answering and leaned back against the wall beside her, and for a few moments they stood like that, not needing to speak, simply drawing comfort from each other's presence. Masha cleared her throat. "Jez," she said quietly. Jez turned her head. Masha had to clear her throat again. "I would like a ride, if you don't mind, but not back to the apartment. Not yet." Jez nodded, still studying her. "Wait here. I'll bring the bike over." She pulled the bike to a stop in front of Masha, and with surprising gentleness, helped Masha up behind her. Masha ducked her head as they rode, letting Jez's wiry frame cut the wind. Jez hadn't asked questions when Masha had tapped the coordinates through to her comm, just started up the bike and driven them at a surprisingly leisurely pace through the streets. At last, they pulled up in front of a modern apartment building. Jez idled the bike, leaving the anti-grav on so they wouldn't have to dismount. For a long time, Masha sat watching the apartment building. "This is where you used to live, isn't it? Before your parents were killed?" Masha glanced at Jez, startled. Still, it shouldn't really startle her anymore how perceptive Jez could be. They were all, she supposed, more than what they seemed at first glance. She nodded, and for a few moments they sat in silence. The wind picked up slightly, blowing snow against their faces, and Masha pulled her scarf up a little higher. "You know," said Jez quietly, "I'm glad Lev's parents came to find him." Masha shot another glance at the pilot. She was staring ahead, her expression muffled by her scarf. "As am I," said Masha quietly. "Funny, isn't it?" said Jez at last. "I used to think my parents would come find me, once." She gave a small laugh. "Don't know why. I never was what they wanted. But I guess when you're a kid, you don't really think of that. You think that one day they'll realize that they do love you after all. They'll miss you and they'll want you back. And they'll come find you. I used to think that sometimes, when Antoni had beat me up or something. I'd lie there in the dark and try not to cry, and I'd wonder if maybe my parents were sorry now that I was gone. That my father was missing me, maybe. My mother was asking questions, trying to find out who'd hired on a 14-year-old pilot a year or so back." She gave a small, wry shrug. "Thing was, though, I don't think they ever missed me at all." "That was entirely their loss," said Masha, and even she was surprised at the vehemence in her words. Jez turned to her, startled, then gave a small smile.
Anyway, she said, guess what I'm saying is, I'm sorry you can't have your parents back either. She paused, a slightly wistful look on her face. I never met them, obviously, but, well, the way you talk about them, figure they must have been pretty decent people. Figure they must have loved you a lot. They did, said Masha quietly. A light flickered on in one of the apartments, and another turned off. Masha drew in a long breath. Everything was gone, after all. Her parents, her purpose, her family. Even the apartment that had haunted her nightmares for so many years had been demolished. The ashes cleared away, this new building constructed in its place, where another family, right now, was probably rising from dinner, starting the long process of herding children to bed. Jez shivered slightly, pulling her jacket closer around her, and Masha shook herself from her reverie. Thank you for bringing me here, Jez, she said quietly. Jez turned and shot her a quick grin. I wanted to see this place one last time, Masha said. But it's getting late. I suppose we should go home. Back to our family. Jez turned to look at her. At last she nodded, brushing a hand across her eyes. Yeah, she said quietly. Yeah, I suppose we should. They're probably waiting for us. They probably are, said Masha. Chapter 37. 3 days later. Lev woke with a start, his breath coming too quickly. And then the truth of his surroundings penetrated the memories from his nightmare. And he sighed and relaxed back into the softness of the cot. Jez was snuggled into his shoulder, like she always was when the mornings were chilly. And he wasn't sure he'd ever be able to look at her lying next to him, her dark hair spread across his chest, her face peaceful in sleep, without a desperate, choking gratitude tightening his throat and threatening to pull tears from his eyes. He shifted to give her a more comfortable place to lie and tucked the blankets up around her shoulders. The feel of her in his arms, a deep happiness that was almost more than he could bear. She stirred and murmured something in her sleep, and he caught a hint of the pain in her expression that hadn't really left since she'd given up her ship. Despite Masha's best efforts, they'd still found no trace of it, and he was finally realizing Masha was likely right. It had likely been taken off planet, and they'd likely never see it again. Shh, Jez. It's all right, he whispered, stroking her hair. She settled for a moment, then stirred again and blinked at him blearily. Genius, she said, her voice thick with sleep. He kissed her forehead, and she smiled and pulled his head down and kissed him on the lips. And maybe one day the warmth of her lips on his, the taste of her, the press of her body, wouldn't hit him like a spanner upside the head. But he certainly couldn't guarantee it. When she finally drew back, he was breathless, and every part of him wanted to grab her and pull her close and keep kissing her until the kissing became something much more interesting. But he'd seen the look on her face as she pulled away. He took a deep, steadying breath. Jez, he said quietly. She turned a little and smiled up at him, but he could still see the tear streaks on her face. It had only been 3 days. 3 days since they'd won the system, and she'd lost her angel. It would take longer than a few days for something like this to heal. Jez, he said again, pulling her close and stroking her hair, running his hand down her back. Is it morning already?
she mumbled. He smiled. It doesn't have to be unless you want it to. She rolled over so she was lying on her back and stared at the ceiling. Don't know how long it's been since we could sleep as long as we damn well wanted. Guess I'm still not used to it. Neither am I, said Lev, watching her with affection. She rolled up on one elbow. So, what we have to do today? He shook his head, smiling. Nothing. The government is in negotiations with the students and the street kids, and Masha's people are keeping an eye on Zhenya and bringing back reports. There's nothing we have to do. So, he rolled up on his elbow as well, facing her. What you want to do? We can do whatever you want. We could borrow a ship, see if we can go fast enough in atmosphere that we never quite reach the sunset. She didn't answer, and he sighed and sat up. I've been meaning to talk to Tay, too. He and I have been talking, and we think we might be able to build you something. It wouldn't be the Ungovernable, I know. But I spent hours poring over her specs when we first found her. And so we'll have all the designs. And now that we have time to breathe, he and I can go over the specs and see what we can do. Zhenya has been hinting broadly that they'd be more than happy to provide any resources necessary. And I think Masha's been talking with her contacts to see if she can find any of the Ungovernable's salvaged parts. Jez gave him a wan smile. Thanks, genius, she said quietly. That would be nice. She was quiet for a moment, her smile trembling a bit at the edges, and he cursed himself for bringing it up. She managed to salvage the smile again briefly. Guess I'm just a little worn out from all the damn meetings we've been sitting through. Guess maybe I don't feel like doing much today after all. He closed his eyes for a moment, something squeezing in his chest. Jez, he said quietly, if there's anything I can do, anything at all. She took his hand in hers and gave it a small squeeze. I'll be okay. He could hear the roughness of tears in her voice. I'll be fine. It's just, She trailed off, pulling his hand into her lap and tracing a finger along the lines of his palm. Guess maybe I just need a little bit of time alone. Haven't had much of a chance for that the past few days. None of us have. The sharp pain squeezed in his chest again, a deep ache he couldn't get rid of and couldn't heal. So instead, he smiled and squeezed her hand back. All right, he said. Take as much time as you need. And if you need anything, anything at all, even just someone to talk to, call me on my comm, okay? Her smile this time was a little more genuine, even though there was a suspicious glint in the corners of her eyes. Any excuse to talk to a hot scholar boy? She said. She paused a minute. Lev, She swallowed hard. I don't know what I'd do if if you weren't. She broke off, voice choking. Thank you, she said finally. He leaned in and kissed her gently. See you tonight, he whispered. Remember, call me if... She rolled her eyes with a weak attempt at a grin. I know. Call you if I want smoking good sex. I mean, I know you're damn good, but you could be a little more humble about it. He shook his head, but he was smiling despite himself. When he'd dressed and showered, he slipped out of their apartment and through the common room. The others were either still in their own apartments or were already out and about. It was just as well. He wasn't sure he could face anyone at the moment anyways. The picture of Jez's face that morning, the rough tear streaks down her cheeks, the hopelessness in her eyes. The fact there was nothing he could do to take it away, hurt in a way that was almost unbearable. He took a deep breath and stepped into the cold of the Prasvishoni morning, pulling his coat close around him. She'd be all right, eventually. She'd survived a hell of a lot in her short life. She'd heal, somehow. Eventually. But he wasn't sure she'd be the same Jez she had been. He wandered down the streets, and it wasn't until he'd been walking for almost half an hour that he realized he was heading, unconsciously, towards the university. He smiled slightly. Just as well, really. He'd hardly had time to exchange more than a couple words with his parents since the Secretary General had stepped down. And they'd likely be there, helping with the negotiations. And, he realized, he missed them. When he reached the place where the barricades had been, the scene almost surprised him. The heap of furniture and debris and the tangle of wires that had been the only thing standing between them and the police for so many weeks was already mostly pulled down. And the street, though scarred and pitted with explosions, was clean. Without the barricades, the square looked smaller and strangely peaceful. A few of the shelters were still there, but they no longer held the wounded or dying. He caught sight of his mother ducking out of one of the tents, and he called to her. She turned, and something ached in his chest at the easy happiness in her smile when she saw him. He hadn't deserved their forgiveness. He'd never deserved their forgiveness. But they'd given it anyways. He was their family, just like Masha was his crew, no matter what she'd done. "Yovushka," she said as she reached him. She pulled him into a tight hug, and he squeezed her back. She smelled of campfire smoke and disinfectant and something else that was simply her, a smell he couldn't identify, but that had always meant home, even when he hadn't wanted it to. "And how are things, my love?" she asked, holding him at arm's length to inspect him. "Have you been getting enough sleep? Are you sure you should be out so soon after being poisoned?" He smiled slightly. "Mother, I'm fine." "And that girl of yours?" she continued, looking around as if Jez might pop up at any moment, with her swagger and her easy grin. Lev sighed. His mother nodded, a perceptive look in her eyes. "I suppose she's still hurting," she said quietly. Lev nodded, unable to speak through the knot in his throat. His mother tightened her hand on his shoulder for a moment. "Give her time," she said. "Give her time, and be there when she needs you. That's all you can do when someone's hurting like that. But sometimes it's exactly what they need." He nodded again, and she smiled, and he noticed the happiness in her smile, the good humor dancing in her eyes, and he found himself smiling back. "I was going to call you today anyways. The Minister of Education keeps dropping by, and I think he's hoping to catch you. He asks for you every time." Lev chuckled softly. "He's been trying to track me down in the halls of the government buildings, too. I haven't had a second to breathe, or I would have talked to him already. Do you know what he wants?" His mother shook her head. "Well, if he comes by again, I suppose you may as well tell him I'm here." She nodded. Do Need a hand with anything?" he asked, gesturing around. She shook her head, smiling. "Go on. I hear you've been working too hard these last few days." Lev smiled back, then gave a small sigh. "I'll wander around the university, maybe. I could use the fresh air after 3 days sitting in meetings." His mother nodded, and he turned and made his way across the small square, littered with the detritus of too many people huddled together in too small a space for too long a time. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the open gate to the university. It was an odd feeling. His memories from the barricade superimposing themselves on memories from his childhood. While they were trapped here, he hadn't really had the time to take note of it, that the administration building that was serving as a makeshift dormitory was the same building where he'd arrived as a 13-year-old, shivering with the combination of nerves and an inadequate jacket, to be assigned his first course schedule for university. But now that there were no longer police sirens wailing outside, no traces of smoke bombs in the air, he could see it. He could still pick out the grassy plaza where he'd caught a quick nap after his morning classes, if the day was warm, the tree where he'd kissed his first crush, the window of the classroom where he'd first met Evka. The thought sent a small, involuntary shiver down his spine. He'd never thought of himself as particularly innocent, but he had been. The boy he'd been would have been horrified had he known what the future held. He, an ex-convict, who'd spent weeks behind a barricade fighting off the police. Evka, dead. He still couldn't think of it without a mixture of bitter vindication and guilty regret. He wouldn't have recognized himself. The boy who'd studied here wouldn't recognize the man he'd become. He wasn't sure he recognized himself now. He didn't know how long he'd been wandering the grounds when he heard a small, polite sound behind him, like someone clearing their throat. He spun, reaching almost instinctively for his heat pistol, then stopped himself with a wry smile. Minister. He recognized the small man from the lists he'd memorized of government positions. Sacha, the Minister of Education. "I hear you've been wanting to speak with me." "Yes, you're quite the difficult man to track down," said Sacha, stepping forward with a quick smile. There was something about the intelligence in his face and the humor in his eyes that made Lev smile back despite himself. "Do you mind if I join you?" the man asked. Lev shook his head, and for a few minutes they strolled the grounds in silence. At last, the minister turned to him. "Lev," he said, "I'm sure this won't be a shock to you, but I've looked through your records. All of us have by now, I think. I understand that you were on track to becoming a professor here once." For a moment, Lev froze, the memories catching him and holding him like ship clamps. He recovered himself and managed to smile. "I was. That was a very long time ago, though." The man was watching him thoughtfully. "After everything that's happened, we've decided it prudent to look deeper into the histories of the professors teaching here. I'm afraid some of them will not retain their tenure. I think we are finally in agreement that experimenting on street children is not an acceptable form of research, no matter what benefit the researcher thinks they may gain from it." There was a note of wryness in his voice that didn't cover the mixture of distaste and horror he felt at the notion, and Lev found himself liking the man more than he had. "I'm glad," he said. "It was long overdue."
The man was still watching him with those sharp, intelligent eyes.
I wonder, Lev, what would you think if we were to offer you a position?
Lev's breath caught in his throat. A sharp, sudden jab he'd thought he left behind him years ago.
A position?
He asked at last, praying that his voice was steady.
Yes,
the man was smiling.
I, of course, would prefer to put you in a more managerial role, perhaps university president, as I believe we will have a vacancy in that position. But I fully understand if you should not want that degree of responsibility. But a professorship, possibly. I'm sure we could arrange for whatever subject you wish to teach. More than anything, I like your expertise. The university has, I think, great potential. I'd like someone who could help bring it up to where it could be.
Lev stared at him, feeling as if the ground under his feet had suddenly vanished. He couldn't breathe. He could hardly think. He'd spent so much of his life dreaming about this. He'd spent years mourning its loss with a bright, sharp regret that had shaped the entire course of his life. And now, this man stood here offering it to him with a smile. As if by accepting, Lev would be doing him a favor. If they'd still had the Ungovernable, of course, he couldn't have done it. He'd never dream of trying to take Jez away from her angel ship. But the Ungovernable was gone. And he'd seen the guilt and regret in Jez's face every time his old dream had been brought up, even though he'd told her, over and over, that what he'd found with her was so much more than what he'd lost. Jez would tell him to do it. For a moment, he allowed himself to imagine it. The musty smell of a research laboratory, the sharp electric scent of information chips. Sitting at a desk, poring over holoscreens, not because he was trying to solve some urgent, desperate problem, but because he was interested in the material. All the information he could dream of, waiting in the massive, dusty records building. Lecturing students, collecting papers, sharp, pleasantly hostile debates with some professors, and sharp, friendly debates with others. Coming home to one of the faculty apartments at night across the soft dark of the campus, the space so familiar he could walk it in his sleep. The only life he'd ever dreamed of. For the briefest second, another picture flashed across his mind. Sitting in a cockpit, in the co-pilot's seat, Jez in the pilot's seat beside him, humming off-key as she stroked her fingers unconsciously across the controls. Staring out into the black of deep space, the cold, impossible, aching beauty of it. The joy that was almost more longing than joy, that tugged at him from the vast expanse of nothingness. The endless possibilities, the endless freedom. He blinked, bringing himself back to the present. The bulky shapes of the university buildings around him were more familiar than his home had been. They'd been his home for most of his childhood, but they seemed, somehow, smaller than he remembered. The thought of the classrooms slightly stifling. You may, of course, take all the time you need to think on it, the man continued. It will be several weeks before we have the leisure to start making appointments, but I thought I'd let you know if you're interested. Lev let out a long breath. Then he turned and gave the man a small smile. I can't tell you how flattered I am that you offered me this, he said quietly. It means a great deal to me. But I won't need time to consider. I don't think, after all, that I'd be happy as a professor.
The man sighed, looking disappointed, but not surprised. I can understand that, he said with a faint smile. I understand you're quite the adventurer these days. But please, do let me know if you have recommendations, or if you ever change your mind. I'll certainly try to think of anyone I could recommend, said Lev, but I don't expect to change my mind. They were approaching the university entrance, and when they reached it, the minister turned off with a friendly farewell. Lev watched him go, a strange ache in his chest. He'd always known, his whole life, exactly who he was. Lev, the student. The professor, almost. Then the man who'd watched his dreams shatter, lost his purpose and his compass, but never his identity. Self-interested, calculating, intelligent. But now, he had no idea. He wasn't who he had been. And without the crew, without the ship they'd called home for so long, without Masha's ridiculous goals driving them, he wasn't sure what was left. The university, the place he'd first found his freedom, would be stifling for him now. He'd seen too much, done too much. Jez had introduced him to flying and to freedom, and he couldn't go back, no matter how much he might want to. The air was cold, and a breeze had sprung up, whispering through the deserted campus. He pulled his scarf close around his face. He didn't know who he was. And Jez... He pictured the look on her face that morning. Perhaps she didn't either. He had to bite back a small, ironic chuckle. What a pair they made. One of them lost, one of them broken. But maybe that was all right. Maybe together they could figure it out. As long as he had her, anything could be figured out. And maybe in the end, that was all he could ask for. Jesbel picked up an Olya-sized tunic and shook it out. A puff of dust rose from it, and she shot Tanya a long-suffering look. There was amusement in Tanya's face. "I'm not sure that one's clean," she said. "You might want to smell it." Jesbel raised it to her nose, then coughed. "No," she said dryly. "I don't think it's clean." She tossed it in the pile of dirty laundry to be thrown in the cleanser, and straightened, putting her hands on the small of her back and leaning back to stretch. Their small room was piled high with assorted clothing, toys, and belongings. Almost everything they owned, besides what they'd taken with them to the abandoned warehouse, had been on the Ungovernable. So she and Tanya had spent most of the day shopping for what they'd need to replace it. And as much as Jesbel generally avoided shopping, spending time alone with Tanya, while Masha watched the children, had been the most relaxing thing she'd done in a long time. The children were playing a game in the room next door that involved shouting and running, and probably other things Jesbel was trying not to imagine. She smiled wryly to herself, considering what they'd accomplished over the past couple weeks. She doubted anyone in the apartment complex would get overly upset about a dented wall or scratched paint. "Masha says we can leave whenever we like," said Tanya quietly, looking up from a half-folded pair of trousers. Jesbel watched her wife with a soft expression. "You see," Tanya's voice was amused. Jesbel smiled. "I always forget how beautiful you are." Tanya shot her that wry, amused glance that Jesbel knew so well, and it was a moment before Jesbel could trust herself to speak again. "I think you're right," she said, when she was certain her voice would be steady. "Masha told me that, as far as she's aware, there's nothing else we're needed for here. So..." She shrugged. Tanya nodded, but didn't say anything. Yesbel crossed over to her wife, sitting down beside her on the cot.
"I'll miss them too," she said quietly.
Tanya chuckled, but there was a catch in her voice when she spoke.
"At least I won't have to worry about anyone teaching Olya any more ways to cheat at tokens," she said.
Yesbel leaned forward to kiss her, and the movement tipped one of the hard-cased pieces of luggage off the cot, sending it clattering to the floor. The noise from the other room stopped. A moment later, she heard a whispered,
"Mama?"
Olya's voice was soft and frightened.
"It's all right, my heart," called Tanya. "Something fell from the bed, that's all. Nothing's wrong."
A moment later, Olya's head appeared around the edge of the door, Misko's just below it. There was a look in her daughter's eyes that tightened something in Yesbel's chest, and she crossed over to the children quickly, kneeling beside them. "It's all right, my loves," she said quietly, holding out her arms. The children buried themselves in them, and Yesbel pressed them to her chest and held them. She could feel their small bodies shaking.
"I thought someone had shot you,"
whispered Olya. "No, my love," she said, stroking her daughter's hair. "No one is going to hurt us. No one is going to hurt you or your brother or me or your mamuchka. We're safe now." Olya nodded, but it was a few moments before she raised her head from Yesbel's chest, and her eyes were suspiciously damp. She searched Yesbel's face, and Yesbel tried to smile, even though the fear in her daughter's eyes cut her like a knife. "It's all right, my heart," she said again. "We're safe, I promise." At last, Olya nodded, swallowing hard.
"Come on, Misko,"
she said, stepping back and obviously trying to sound brave.
"Let's go play. I told you they were fine."
"No, you didn't," Misko muttered, but he detached himself from Yesbel's arms as well and followed his sister out the door. When they were gone, Yesbel closed her eyes for a moment, something aching in her chest.
"My heart?"
She stood, pulling Tanya close, and they turned to look after the two children. "They've never really been able to be children, have they?" she said quietly. Tanya shook her head, and there was a small flicker of pain across her features.
"I did the best I could for them," she said. "But in prison—"
Yesbel pulled her closer. "The fact that they still know how to laugh after being raised in prison, what you did was incredible. And you had to do it alone. I'm still so sorry about that." Tanya gave her a small smile. "I think they'll like the farm," said Yesbel. "We'll go back to the planet where they were born. You still have a sister there, and two brothers, yes?" Tanya smiled through the gleam of tears in her eyes.
"I haven't been back there for 5 years. Or is it 6 now? But I can't imagine they would have left."
She glanced down at the clothing they were packing.
"It will be nice to be on a planet that's warm," she said, in a slightly rueful tone. "For one thing, it will be nice to have to keep fewer pairs of winter clothing."
Yesbel chuckled softly and tried not to let her thoughts drift to the last few months that seemed like a lifetime aboard the Ungovernable, fighting for their lives alongside a crew who had become family. The Yesbel, who had lived on a small farm on a warm, sun-kissed planet, seemed someone a million light-years distant. A stranger she didn't really know anymore. Tanya leaned her head against Yesbel's shoulder.
"We'll build our cottage close by the stream. The one you and I used to sit beside. There was something in her voice that told Jesbel that Tanya, too, felt the distance between who they'd been then and who they were now. Jesbel cleared her throat. Do you remember the first time we kissed by that stream? She asked softly. Tanya smiled. I'm not sure I could ever forget that. I think I was floating for the whole rest of the evening. I think I was too, said Jesbel, returning Tanya's smile. She turned her head, burying her face in her wife's hair. It fell almost to her shoulders now, as soft and smooth as Jesbel remembered it. Do you remember how much they loved playing in the stream when they were babies? Tanya's eyes were closed, and there was a small nostalgic smile on her face. And how much trouble they used to get into. Jesbel laughed, the sound coming out only a little choked. Misko will get his clothes soaked through every day. I'm sure of it. Well, I won't get my clothes soaked through. Jesbel glanced up. Olya and Misko were standing in the doorway, making no effort to hide their attempt at eavesdropping. Olya's voice had that slightly superior tone it always took on when she was discussing her little brother. I will, said Misko emphatically. I'll be soaking wet all the time. He turned to glower at his sister. And I'll get mud all over you. Olya rolled her eyes. No, you won't, because I'm going to be in working with Mama, learning about explosives, and with Uncle Lev, learning about, well, whatever I want to learn about, and with Auntie Jez, learning about gambling. Well, I don't want Uncle Lev, said Misko sullenly. I want Auntie Masha. I bet she would let me get soaking wet in this stream. Jesbel exchanged a quick glance with Tanya. My loves, she said quietly, crouching next to the children. It won't be everyone living at the farm. It will just be us. But I'm sure your aunties and uncles will come to visit. Olya frowned. Uncle Lev won't be coming with us? She asked uncertainly. Jesbel tried to smile. Not this time, Olyeshka. Anyways, I thought you told me you were getting tired of him and Auntie Jez kissing all the time. I don't think they're going to stop that anytime soon. Olya was still frowning, and the hurt in her face hurt Jesbel. She sighed and ruffled her daughter's hair. The children were so used to losing things, and now, when they'd finally won, finally done what they'd been trying to do this whole time, they were going to lose their family again. Anyways, she said, with another attempt at a smile, do you really think we could keep your Auntie Jess from coming to visit you if she wanted to? I want Auntie Masha, Misko grumbled. She's better than Auntie Jess. Olya gave him a superior look. Auntie Masha doesn't know how to cheat at fool's tokens, does she? Well, Auntie Masha always gives me dessert rations when I ask her. Misko shot back. Dessert rations aren't good for you, Olya retorted. Misko hit her and started crying. Olya started crying too. Jesbel took a deep breath, but she found she was smiling just a little. This, after all, this had been what she missed. All that time she'd been locked up in prison. She'd imagined their smiles, their embraces, their sweet baby voices. But this, the messy, arguing, squabbling reality of it, difficult and frustrating as it was so much richer than the sweet, perfect, nostalgic picture she'd painted in her head. All right, you two, she said patiently, separating them. Go clean up your game, please, if you're done playing. No more hitting, Misko. Misko's the one who dumped all the toys, said Olya quickly. No, I didn't,
shouted Misko, raising his arm again. Jesper caught it before he could hit his sister a second time. Enough, she said. Both of you clean it up, because you are both playing with it. And when you're finished, maybe Mamochka and I will find you a snack. Grumbling, the children went. Jesper stood, shooting Tanya a wry smile, and they watched the children through the door. But there was a strange tugging at Jesper's heart. She wasn't sure she knew any more than her daughter did what life would be like without Jez's easy grin and disreputable vocabulary, Lev's dry humor, Tay's exasperated scowl, and Masha's calm competence. She wasn't sure how to go back to being the woman whose only dream was to live out her life on a small farm with her family. It will be all right, you see, said Tanya quietly. It's part of life, finding things and losing things. Jesper leaned over and kissed her. Tanya kissed her back, and she was hit with a wave of gratitude that almost made her stagger. She had her family. After everything they'd been through, she had her family again. And perhaps they weren't who they had been the last time they'd lived on their small, warm planet, but perhaps they could remember how to be again. She sobered. She had her family, and she'd lose her crew. Not forever. They'd visit each other, she was certain. And with Tay's abilities, she was certain they'd never be somewhere they couldn't call back to talk with the children. But it would still hurt. But, well, in the end, Tanya was right. Life was about finding things and losing things, and it would always be bittersweet. And perhaps the secret of it was to love the things you had while you had them. Like she loved her family. Like she'd always loved the crew, no matter how far apart they were. Kaz and Petty stared around at the apartment. It was impressive. 1,000 times more than Tay could ever have imagined as a frightened, shivering street kid, dreaming of getting his kids somewhere safe and warm. They had what amounted to 3 regular-sized apartments, joined together by a common room. More than enough space for all of them. Tay smiled to himself as he watched them. The younger children were already wandering through the rooms, eyes wide with astonishment, and the sight of it warmed him, despite the lingering chill of the early morning air. Kaz turned at last, his face still bearing the shocked disbelief of someone unsure whether he's dreaming. Tay, he said in a husky voice, Are you sure this is the right place? Tay smiled at him. They brought me here earlier and showed me around. It's ours. Petty came to stand beside her brother. Her face, too, bore the hint of shock, but she was frowning slightly. And the other street kid gangs? She asked. Mattia and Felix and the others? Tay's smile widened. That was part of the negotiations. All the street kids are to be housed. I looked at all the apartment blocks they suggested to make sure they were all right. And everyone behind the barricades is getting a pardon and a reward for their bravery. I'm not sure how Zhenya will spin that, but they'll just have to figure it out. She smiled at him, and he could see the tears glinting in her eyes as she turned quickly away. Well, I guess Kaz and I'd better get everyone settled into their rooms before anyone gets into a fight. Her voice choked a little. Ivan, who'd been wandering around the common room, came over to stand by Tay, and Tay reached out and took his hand, leaning against him as he watched, as Kaz and Petty got the younger children organized. A year ago, it would have been him making the arrangements, deciding what had to happen,
figuring out the logistics. A year ago, Kaz and Petty had seemed so young. But they'd grown up since then. The thought was bittersweet. He'd finally done what he'd always promised, gotten them somewhere safe and warm off the streets. And now, he found, he didn't belong here anymore. He felt like an outsider looking in. He took a deep breath and shook his head. He was being ridiculous. There was more than enough room for him here. But the thought of going back to the life he'd left, using his tech for their small daily needs, worried only about taking care of the other children, made him feel suddenly as trapped as Jez always looked when she was landbound. Tay? He looked up, startled. Ivan was watching him, and Tay gave him a small smile. It's nice to see them happy, isn't it? Said Ivan quietly. And from the look in his eyes, when he glanced at the street kids, the small, unconscious smile on his face, Tay knew he meant it. From when he'd first met them, Ivan had cared about these kids almost as much as Tay did. Tay squeezed Ivan's hand, his chest filling with gratitude. They were quiet for a while. So, Tay, are you going to move in here with them? Ivan asked at last. Tay sighed and gave a rueful shake of his head. I don't know. Look at them, Ivan. They don't need me anymore. Ivan studied him for a moment. Tay, he said quietly, they'll always need you. Just because they don't need someone to take care of them doesn't mean they don't need you. Tay took a deep breath. Maybe you're right, he said. Of course I'm right, said Ivan with a teasing smile. They're your family. He paused a moment. Our family, if you'd like. Tay turned quickly, not entirely sure he'd heard correctly. Ivan's expression was serious. Only if you want to, Tay. If you don't, I promise, it won't change anything. And if you're not sure, I can wait as long as you want me to. But I've never found someone I'd rather make a family with. For a moment, Tay could hardly breathe. He'd never let himself think farther than keeping them all alive for the last few crazy, chaotic months. Ivan was still watching him, his gaze steady. Tay closed his eyes for half a moment. His heart was pounding, and there was something happy and terrifying and intoxicating fizzing through his whole body. He'd spent so long, his whole life, really, ignoring what he wanted. Because he didn't have time for that. Because there were people who needed him and would die if he couldn't do what they needed him to do. Wanting something for himself still scared the hell out of him. But, damn it, he'd spent enough time around Jezebel to know he could handle things that scared the hell out of him. He grabbed Ivan's arm, and with a last look around to make sure the street kids were occupied, dragged him into one of the smaller rooms. Tay, Ivan began, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Tay stepped back a moment, studying him. His tall, graceful figure, the good humor in his face that lingered no matter how grave he was trying to look, the sharp elegance of his profile, the pain behind his eyes. Ivan, he said, I assume you know how to get a hold of your sister? Ivan looked at him, faint puzzlement in his expression. Yes, I believe I could. And I assume after what we've done here, that you can talk to your parents again without putting them in danger? I suppose so, said Ivan again, cautiously. He was studying Tay, an odd look on his face.
Why?
Tay grinned.
Because I assume you'll want them there for the marriage ceremony.
Ivan stared at him for a moment, as if he wasn't entirely sure he'd heard correctly.
He
shook his head.
Tay, are you saying? Does that mean?
Tay leaned in and kissed Ivan softly. When he drew back, his smile was so broad he felt giddy with it. Ivan was still staring. Tay kissed him again, and this time Ivan's lips softened under his hands coming up around Tay's back. Tay grabbed the back of Ivan's jacket, pulling him closer, and leaned into him, deepening the kiss, until this time, when he pulled away, they were both gasping for breath, and the familiar dizziness that kissing Ivan, touching Ivan, being near Ivan always brought had Tay leaning against the wall for support.
Tay.
The word was almost a groan. Tay swallowed, and once he had enough breath to speak again, he said roughly,
Yes, Ivan. It damn well means that I want to marry you. As soon as we can damn well find someone to perform the ceremony. It means I don't want to be away from you, ever again. It means I'm damn well going to love you until the day that I die. So we may as well make it official. Because I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to have second thoughts. And I'm never, never going to stop feeling like the luckiest person in the system to have you. Tay.
Ivan's voice was thick.
Tay, damn it, Tay.
He pulled Tay's mouth back to his, and Tay leaned into the urgency of the kiss, sliding his hands around Ivan's waist and up his back, feeling the shape of Ivan's body, the way it set Tay's heart racing. At some point, he thought he heard a sound in the background, and a small corner of his mind that had room for anything other than Ivan recognized Petty's startled gasp and the sharp click of the door being closed. But he honestly couldn't have cared less. Finally, reluctantly, Ivan drew back. His face was flushed, his lips swollen, and there was a look in his eyes that made Tay so dizzy, he thought he might actually pass out.
We should probably wait until we're somewhere where there aren't children listening at the door,
Ivan managed finally. But there was a tone in his voice that told Tay that it had taken a great deal of effort for Ivan to convince himself of this. He was tempted to shove Ivan back up against the wall and continue where they'd left off. Eavesdroppers be damned. There was a look on Ivan's face that told him Ivan wouldn't put up much of an argument.
but
He sighed shakily, running a hand over his face. Despite what his entire body was telling him, Ivan was probably right. He took a few deep breaths, not daring to look over at Ivan until he'd gotten himself a little more under control. From the sound of it, Ivan was doing the same. At last, Ivan turned to him.
Tay.
His voice wasn't quite steady, but then, Tay doubted his would be either. Ivan met Tay's eyes, and this time his expression was serious.
I need to tell you, though. I don't know if I'll ever get over what happened. I don't know if I'll ever stop having nightmares or panicking when you get hurt. If you can accept that. Ivan,
said Tay, slipping his hand around Ivan's waist.
The only reason that makes one damn bit of difference to me is that I hate to see you hurting. It will never, never make me regret loving you.
He paused, a different shakiness bleeding through his muscles.
That day at Evka's, when they brought me back, I wasn't worried for me. but I was so worried it might hurt you.
Ivan pressed his lips into Tay's hair, pulling him close.
It might have broken me once, he said quietly, but loving someone, I've realized, makes you stronger than you think.
He gave a soft, rueful laugh.
I might never stop having nightmares about it, granted, but, well, with you, I have something worth putting myself back together for.
They stayed there for a few minutes, Tay breathing in the smell and feel of Ivan.
So, you do want to be family then?
Said Ivan at last, and Tay could hear the smile in his voice. Tay pulled back just a little and met Ivan's eyes.
I've never wanted anything more, he said quietly.
Jez sat on the overgrown fire escape stairs behind the apartment. Her knees pulled to her chest, body huddled in on itself, and stared listlessly at the dirty prefab wall of the apartment building across from her. She'd cried until she was pretty sure there were no more tears left in her whole body. She'd cried enough to start a dull, thirsty ache in the back of her throat. But she couldn't be bothered to care. She took a deep, shaky breath. She was lucky, really. There was no way their whole crew should have survived that mess. Hell, she was one of the luckiest people in the damn system, probably. She'd gotten to fly her beautiful angel ship, at least. She'd been able to sit in the cockpit, run her hands over the controls, feel her ship talk to her, feel her listen to her. Not many people got something like that, even once in their whole lives. And she'd had months of it. She was damn well lucky. And it was stupid to be sitting here crying. And, anyways, she dropped her face into her arms, trying unsuccessfully to choke back a sob. It would be fine. One day, she'd wake up and not feel like half of her was missing. Or at least, she'd get used to living as only half a person. And as much as she hated it, as much as it hurt, worse than anything had ever hurt in her whole damn life, she didn't regret what she'd done. She pictured, for a moment, Tay and Ivan looking at each other like maybe they were the only two people in the entire system. Yesbel and Tanya, and those two damn kids. That bastard Masha. Lev. Despite everything, she managed a shaky smile at the thought of him, the concern on his face, the soft smile he'd given her that morning as he left. It would be all right. She had that soft scholar boy, who she loved more than anything else in the damn system, even, turns out, more than her ship. She had him, and she had the rest of the crew, people who loved her, people who cared about her and trusted her, and would be there to pick up the pieces as she fell apart over this damn ship, who'd be waiting to help put her back together. But that didn't damn well make it hurt any less. There was the soft sound of the door opening behind her, and she started, spinning around. Masha stood in the doorway. She was leaning heavily on a crutch, but she looked a hell of a lot better than she had a few days ago. "Jez?" Masha asked. Her tone was as brisk and pleasant as always, but there was a note of concern under it. "Hey, Masha," said Jez listlessly. "Would you like to come in for something to eat? Tanya, as much as she's trying to hide it, is getting worried about you." A twinge in Jez's stomach reminded her that she hadn't eaten yet today. "It's well past noon," said Masha, as if reading her mind. Jez managed a small smile. "Tell Tanya I'll be fine. Just Just needed some time to think, is all.
Masha studied her for a few moments. At last, she shook her head.
Jez, I don't know if this is the time for it, but she gave a rueful sigh. I don't know that there will be a better time.
She paused.
Would you come with me for a moment? My people found something, and they asked me to come look at it. I thought you might like to come along. I don't know what it is, so I can't promise this will be good news, but I'm hopeful that at least they've found something.
Jez felt suddenly like she couldn't breathe. Something squeezing her chest so tight, it hurt. Masha had been asking around to find anything salvaged from the Ungovernable, and seeing a lifeless remnant of her perfect angel ship might actually break her into a million pieces. She wasn't sure she could bear it. But then, if there was anything they'd managed to salvage, she couldn't bear not to see it either. She took a deep, steadying breath.
Yeah,
She managed. Even though her heart was pounding so hard and fast, she wasn't sure how she formed the words.
yeah, sure. I'll come.
She stood slowly, her legs so shaky she had to cling to the railing for a moment. She couldn't do this. She couldn't damn well do this. She had to do this. Masha was watching her with concern.
All right, if you're sure you're ready.
She paused a moment.
It's over by the government buildings, just one street down, in one of the hangar bays.
Jez followed Masha out of the apartment building and down the street. Tanya had taken one look at Jez's face as they'd walked through the common room, and had put down her armful of laundry and fallen into step with them, concern on her face. Their pace was painfully slow, but they matched Masha's halting steps unconsciously. Jez had to choke back something in her throat as they reached the line of sleek, soulless buildings that made up the government hangar bays. It had been a place like this where they'd killed her angel ship, stripped her down and torn her apart. The thought made her almost sick. At least, if she'd been shot down, her ship would have died at home, in the perfect black of deep space. At least Jez would have died with her. One brief, brilliant burst, and then gone. Rather than walking around pretending to be alive while everything inside her was dead. At the entrance, Masha turned to her, face lined with concern.
Jez, listen to me. I'm not sure.
There was something in her voice that sent a small jolt of terror through Jez. But she had to see. If there was anything left of her angel, any piece, any scrap Masha might have salvaged, she had to see it, even if it killed her. Masha took a deep breath, shaking her head, and stepped inside. A man in greasy mechanic's overalls came hurrying over and flipped on the artificial lights. They groaned and buzzed to life, and Jez blinked for a moment in the unexpected brightness. She'd never been in a hangar bay where the lights actually worked like they were supposed to. The man had pulled Masha to one side and was talking to her quietly, gesticulating at something behind him, and for a moment, a look of shock crossed Masha's face. Jez sucked in a breath to steady herself and stepped reluctantly past Masha to see what exactly they'd found. She made it 2 steps into the room, and then she stopped. She thought, for a moment, that every last damn tendon in her body had been cut. She couldn't seem to pull air into her lungs. There, In the middle of the floor sat a familiar, graceful shape, sensuous curves gleaming, light reflecting off lustrous metal panels, and gorgeous old-fashioned rivets. The Ungovernable. Together, in one piece, just like the last time Jez had seen her. She looked like she was straining against gravity, like she was waiting to pull Jez back into the sky. Jez had finally cracked. She must have. Or maybe she was dreaming. She had to be dreaming. And when she woke up, her heart would actually break. Behind her, she could hear, faintly, the man muttering some crap about, "Found this in one of the underground hangar bays that belonged to the Secretary General. His undersecretary mentioned it to one of our people, and I thought I should go check it out. And the moment I realized what it was..." The words he was saying probably made sense if you were actually paying attention to them. Jez wasn't. She wasn't honestly sure she'd ever pay attention to anything else ever again. She could only stand and stare. The sight of her ship, or the mirage of it, more likely, like oxygen, when she'd been suffocating her whole life. Jez, speak to me. It had to be a dream. She had to be dreaming this. But, she realized suddenly, that didn't actually matter. Maybe it was a dream. Hell, maybe she'd died after all. And this was heaven. She didn't care. The only thing in the entire damn system that mattered was that right now, she was looking at her ship. She took a step forward, the ground suddenly unsteady under her feet. Someone grabbed her arm and said sharply, "Jez, answer me, Jez." They were words, certainly, but Jez didn't have the time or attention right now to figure out what they meant. She was going to pass out. She was going to faint. She didn't actually give a damn. Whoever had grabbed her by the arm was lowering her carefully to the ground. At least, she assumed that was what was happening, since she didn't fall over the moment they took their hand off her arm. "Head between your knees, Jez. Just breathe." But if she was sitting on the floor, it meant she wasn't getting any closer to her sleek, gorgeous angel, which she was still coherent enough to realize was a problem. She pushed herself to her feet, swayed, and almost toppled over. Someone caught her arm a second time. "Jez!" they snapped. A small part of her brain that was still paying a modicum of attention could hear the mixture of concern and exasperation in the tone. "Jez, sit down before you fall down. Jez, can you even hear me?" The words were probably communicating some message, but she didn't have time for it. She pulled her arm out of whoever it was's grasp and almost fell over before they caught her again and again lowered her to the ground. "Tanya, some help here?" Masha's voice snapped. Jez didn't care about any of it. She didn't care about anything in the entire damn system right now, except what was right in front of her. She stumbled upright again. Someone grabbed her other arm, and an amused voice said in an Outer Rim accent, "Jez, listen to me. You need to..." Jez started forward like someone in a dream, and the person, Tanya, some vague part of her brain prompted, gave a resigned sigh and followed. It was just as well, really. Tanya's hand on her arm was the only thing keeping her upright. She wasn't sure she'd drawn a single breath since she saw her ship. At the loading ramp, she paused for a moment. "It's all right," came Tanya's quiet voice, still tinged with amusement. "It's real. You can go in."
Tentatively, hardly allowing herself to hope, Jez stepped onto the loading ramp. It was firm under her feet. She could feel the tears begin to well in her eyes. She walked reverently down the familiar corridors, running her hand along the smooth wood paneling. The faint, musky, sweet smell of crystallized sap greeted her like the smell of a lover. And the small imperfections in the flooring fit against her feet like they'd been built for her. She paused outside the cockpit door. Something was choking off her breath and blurring her vision, which didn't even make sense because she needed to see this again, needed to take in every single detail. And then she slid the door open and stepped inside. And for the first time in days, she could feel herself coming back to life. A real, actual person instead of a broken, empty shell. Tanya let go of her, and she sank into the pilot's seat and ran her hands over the controls. Perfect, smooth and elegant, everything she'd ever dreamed of, that spoke to her through her fingers, obeyed her damn thoughts. And then finally, she put her arms down on the control panel, dropped her head into her arms, and sobbed. She had no idea how long she stayed like that. She wasn't sure at this point if time still existed, or if she still existed. She felt a little like she was floating, like the grav controls had all malfunctioned, and there was nothing in the system to pull her back down, and she honestly didn't care. At last, though, she became aware of a soft noise, the click and hiss of the door opening, footsteps, the presence of someone in the cockpit with her. She drew in a deep, shuddering breath and blinked hard, wiping the sleeve of her jacket across her face. When she looked up, Lev stood there, looking down at her. He was smiling that soft smile, his eyes misty. "Jez," he said quietly, and something deep and profound and joyful welled up inside her at his voice. He looked around, a hint of wonder on his face, then dropped into the co-pilot seat. "It's been..." He cleared his throat. "It's been a long time." "Yeah." Jez's voice was hoarse and rough from crying. It's been a long damn time." He'd pulled up the holoscreen, running his fingers over it as if he, too, was greeting an old friend he'd thought he'd lost. When he looked up again, there was a quiet, unbridled joy in his face. "Masha told me when I got back, and I came as quickly as I could," he said. I'm glad you found each other again." His voice choked a little, like maybe he was blinking back tears too. "Yeah," she said softly. "Yeah, me too." She cleared her throat. Uh, um, I guess you had a pretty busy day, if you're just getting back." He shook his head, still smiling that soft smile. "Not really. I walked over to the barricades, wandered around the university for a bit." She raised an eyebrow. "Yeah? How was it?" He looked back down at the holoscreen, a small, rueful smile on his face. "The Minister of Education came to find me. Asked me if I wanted to be the university president, which honestly sounds like my worst nightmare. Then he asked if I wanted to be a professor. Said they'd give me my pick of positions." Jez stared at him for a moment, trying to push away the sudden jolt of panic in her chest. He'd always wanted that. She'd seen how badly losing it had hurt him. And, damn it, she wanted to see him happy. Maybe she'd do short runs, cargo runs. They could live in the university apartments again, and she'd come by whenever she was on planet. Wouldn't be that bad, honestly. They could make it work. She took a deep breath. Well, guess they aren't all that stupid after all. At least they know a good thing when they see one. She paused a moment, her tone serious. I'm happy for you, genius. I mean it. I got what I always wanted, and you got what you always wanted, and you're still the hottest scholar boy I know, so I figure we can work this out. He glanced up at her, surprised, and then smiled.
Jez, I told him no.
Jez just stared, completely nonplussed. Genius, she said finally. It's what you've always dreamed about. Look, I've got my ship back. Figure I can stand to be land-bound for a bit. Hell, just knowing she's here is better than basically anything. Her words choked, and she reached out to stroke the control panel again. Anyways, so, figure it's about time for you to get your dream, too. Finally. His smile widened just a little.
Jez.
He reached out, laying his hand across hers on the control panel.
I appreciate you saying that, but...
He glanced around the small cockpit for a moment, and his eyes came to rest on hers.
That was my dream once. But since then...
He shook his head.
Well, I guess I didn't realize how much I'd enjoy being a co-pilot.
For a moment, Jez was completely speechless. And then, the towering wave of happiness that had been crusting over her this whole time broke, and she was completely drenched in it, swimming in it, drowning in it, utterly, absurdly, ridiculously happy. She jumped up, grabbed Lev, and pulled him to his feet, then took his face in both her hands and kissed him. And whether it was the intoxicating joy bubbling through her, or the familiar, perfect feeling of being in the Ungovernable's cockpit, or simply the fact that it was Lev, and he was here, with her, the kiss, which had been basically just an impulse, hit her like she'd just tipped back a whole damn bottle of golden murder. She could feel her brain going fuzzy, her muscles going light and loose under his touch, the warmth and softness of his lips on hers washing pleasantly through her. He leaned into the kiss with a soft moan, his hands sliding around the small of her back. Her heart was pounding, an intoxicating rhythm in her chest, her breath coming far too quickly. He stepped in closer, his hand cupping the back of her head, twining in her hair, tipping her head back, his mouth moving against hers in a way that made her whole damn body tingle. When they drew apart, she was gasping for breath, so dizzy she could hardly stay on her damn feet. He was breathing hard as well, his hand still twisted in her hair, and she could feel the tension sparking through his entire body. She gave him a wicked grin, untucking his shirt with a quick yank. She slid her hands along his waist, skimming the waistband of his trousers, caught his belt loops, and pulled his hips hard up against hers. He made an incoherent sound, and the look in his eyes was enough to make her heart pound even faster. Then he leaned forward, his lips running along the line of her jaw and up the nape of her neck, his hands sliding up her back under her tunic. His hands on her skin sent a shiver through her whole body, and her knees had gone so weak she wasn't sure they'd still hold her. Which, honestly, Staying upright seemed a bit overrated at this point anyways. She sank back into the pilot's seat, pulling Lev down with her, and they landed in a tangle of arms and legs. He tipped her head back, kissing down her throat, hands running down her shoulders and twisting in her hair, lips finding the soft hollows under her collarbone. Everything in the entire world had gone soft and hazy and beautiful, and her brain fizzed and sparked like it was on fire, and she had just enough of her wits about her to hit the lever, pushing the seat back to recline. Lev raised up on his elbows and brushed a bit of hair back behind her ear, his hand trailing gently down the side of her face.
Jez,
He whispered, and for a moment she could hardly breathe for the thick, choking, overwhelming happiness welling up inside her. She reached up, bringing his head close to hers, and bit down, hard, on the side of his neck.
Jez,
He gasped, his voice much less steady now. She pulled him down on top of her, and the sensation of his lips on her skin, the press of him against her, the warm urgency of his hands on her body, the ungovernable beneath them, waiting to take them anywhere they wanted to go, sparkled effervescent in her brain and bubbled through her body, and the only thought left in her head was, what was the most efficient way of getting Genius Boy's damn clothes off? Masha. She glanced up. Tanya gave her a slight smile and dropped the shop stool she'd fetched from somewhere down beside Masha, pushing it into position with her foot. Sit, for the lady's sake. Masha sank onto it gratefully, wincing at the movement. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply. Now that she was sitting, she wasn't entirely sure how she'd stayed on her feet until then. I'll go back and tell the others, said Tanya quietly. She slipped out the door, and Masha tipped her head back against the wall. She was smiling, despite the small ache that still sat in her chest like a stone. She still wasn't sure who she was, or what was left of her, now that she'd finished what she'd set out to do. But the sight of Jez's face when she saw her ship, she smiled to herself. That was a reward in and of itself. The door to the hangar bay clicked, and she straightened as Tay and Ivan stepped in. They hardly noticed her, and there was a look on their faces. Something about the way they stood together, holding hands, that sparked a warm happiness inside of her. To think that once she'd thought she'd be able to sacrifice these people for something she'd deemed more important. She'd been such an innocent. They stood hand in hand for a while, looking at the ship, Tay resting his head on Ivan's shoulder. At last, though, Tay straightened, turning to her. Masha, he said quietly. His voice was thick with emotion. Thank you for getting Jez her ship back. He paused. I assume she's in there? Masha gave him a wry look. I assume so. Lev went to find her a little while back. I suspect they may be in there for a while. Tay shook his head with a reluctant smile. I'm glad she's happy, anyways. He paused again. I guess I didn't realize how good it would be to see the Ungovernable again. Have you two decided, then, what you're going to do next? Asked Masha. Ivan smiled, squeezing Tay's hand. Not everything, but we've decided a few things. Masha didn't miss the we, and she smiled to herself. They deserved it, honestly. Well,
said Tay at last, reluctantly. I guess we should probably get back to... There was a sound from across the hangar bay, and they turned to see Jez and Lev walking down the loading ramp. From the look on Jez's face, she may as well have been floating.
Hey, you plaguers, she said when she saw them. Guess Masha told you. She got my damn ship back.
Her voice choked, and Lev pulled her close and kissed her. It's good to see her again, said Tay. Masha sighed.
And, Jez, since I don't know that anyone could fly her the way you do, I suppose the Ungovernable is yours.
Jez stared at Masha for a moment, and then she smiled like her face would split in two, seeming entirely unable to speak. At last, though, she took a long breath.
So, she said, guess I know what I'm doing tomorrow. She paused. The rest of you figured out what you're going to do next?
Tay and I aren't entirely sure yet, said Ivan. But we're thinking...
Wait, we're?
Asked Jez, grinning broadly.
As in, you and Tay? As in, you're going to...
Tay gave her what was probably an attempt at a scowl, but he looked far too happy for it to be believable. Yes, said Ivan, glancing down at Tay, his eyes soft. We are.
You, Masha?
Asked Jez after a moment, turning to her.
Masha shook her head. I'm still considering, but I'm certain I'll find something.
She wasn't certain, honestly. She wasn't sure how she'd find another purpose in her life, after everything that had happened. She still felt, somehow, drained and hollow.
And I guess Yezbel and Tanya are heading back to that planet of theirs, to be dirt eaters again. I gathered as much,
Masha murmured. The door opened, and Tanya stepped through the door with Olia and Misko in tow. The children glanced around the hangar bay, then their eyes went wide.
We got the Ungovernable back,
Olia gasped.
Auntie Jess, we got the Ungovernable back.
She turned to Misko.
I get my old bed. It's not fair. I want that bed. I'm going to get there first.
The children ran for the ship, pounding up the loading ramp, pushing each other and shouting about who was going to win. Tanya looked after them, chuckling softly. Yisbel, who'd stepped into the hangar bay after them, shook her head, smiling.
Well,
said Jez with a sigh.
Guess I'd better go start getting my angel ready.
She paused.
And, well, hell, lot of empty cabins on board, is all I'm saying. Don't know that we'll be doing much. Probably just flying around raising hell, honestly. But, I mean, I could use a crew, if anyone wanted to.
Her voice was diffident, and there was a vulnerability in it that Masha hadn't expected. There were a few moments of silence as they all looked at each other. At last, Yesbel heaved a long sigh. I suppose I should go get the luggage, she grumbled. But it doesn't look like we'll need it all anymore, since there aren't streams to get soaked in deep space. Tanya's smile was slightly misty.
They seem to find ways to get dirty anyways.
Yesbel shook her head again. I must be absolutely crazy. She turned to her wife. Tanya, I promised you a farm, and now?
The farm will still be there,
said Tanya, leaning up against Yesbel.
We can always go with the sheep for a while. And if we want to go back...
Yesbel put her arms around her wife and kissed her. a soft, contented smile on her face that seemed almost incongruous.
And, anyways,
Jez continued cheerfully,
heard some rumors that a certain weapons dealer came up with a new piece of tech he was planning to sell to some gangster bastards on the Outer Rim. And seeing as he's an old friend of ours, figured maybe a few of us could go see if we could talk him out of it. By which I mean, she added unnecessarily, rob him damn well blind.
Lev turned to her, looking suddenly apprehensive. Jez, you're not. Are you talking about?
She winked at him. Hell, your reunion with your parents went so well, figured it would be a shame not to pop in and see your uncle.
Lev's expression took on a tinge of resigned horror.
Tay sighed heavily and shook his head.
Come on, Ivan. We better get our things on board, too, before Jez comes up with any other crazy ideas. Honestly, the last time I had to do tech work with Jez still gives me nightmares. I'm not going to be able to actually sleep at nights thinking of what she'll do to the tech on this ship without me along.
Hell, techhead. Thought I did a pretty damn good job last time you and me worked together.
Jez's grin was so wide, it almost glowed. Tay glared at her. Ivan chuckled. It's been a long time since my parents and my sister were on a ship anyways. If they have to come meet us somewhere to watch the ceremony, I suppose this would be a good excuse. He leaned over and kissed Tay. I'll be back with our things. Yesbel sighed, turning to the door. It's a good thing the apartment is close. Masha watched them go, smiling despite herself.
Hey, you bastard.
She looked up, startled to see Jez standing beside her.
Yes, Jez? You know your cabin's still open, right?
Asked Jez quietly. Masha hesitated for just a moment, trying to ignore the sudden tug of longing the words brought.
I'm not sure I'd better,
she murmured, trying to keep her voice steady.
I'm sure there are other things in Prasvashoni I'll be needed for. And besides,
she paused and managed a wry smile.
I'm not entirely sure what my contribution to the crew would be, now that we're no longer trying to overthrow a government.
Masha. Lev had come up beside Jez, and there was something sincere and serious in his thoughtful gaze. Whatever your decision is, I'll respect it. But, he smiled slightly, Prasvashoni will probably manage, and the ship won't be the same without you. You're part of this crew, overthrowing the government or not.
Masha looked at them for a long time.
Her heart was pounding painfully, and she could feel something stinging at the corners of her eyes.
Figure it's about time Zhenya had to do some actual work around the place anyways, said Jez with a grin.
Masha closed her eyes for a moment and had to swallow hard to keep her voice from catching.
Perhaps you're right. In that case, I suppose I may as well come along.
Jez's grin widened even more, although Masha hadn't been certain that was possible.
Good,
the pilot said, her voice choking a little.
Good. I'm glad.
She cleared her throat.
Well, guess you better go get your crap then, unless you want Olya to take your cabin. I suppose I'd better,
murmured Masha. And she was startled at the simple, childish happiness that spread through her at the words, like the warmth of the sun on a summer day. It was only a few hours later that they were gathered on the main deck. It had taken a surprisingly short amount of time for them to tie up their business in Prasvashoni, bid their farewells, pass along whatever information their friends and allies might need. Galina, had assured them she'd find her own ride back to the former pleasure planet. Radek was going back with her. And if Masha was any judge, he may have convinced Dmitri to come along so he could show him around. Zhenya expressed regret at their leaving, but there was a sharp calculation in their eyes. Still, Masha smiled to herself. She was very confident in the ability of her contacts to keep Zhenya under control. And her contacts, her friends, really, although it still felt odd thinking of them like that. When she'd told them she was leaving, they'd simply nodded, as if they'd been expecting it. The Ungovernable hummed, soft and almost inaudible beneath her feet. Tay and Jez had checked the ship over thoroughly and determined that she hadn't suffered any real damage during her adventure. It was odd how that feeling, that low hum that vibrated through Masha's bones, felt like home. Jez grinned at them. "Everyone got your crap on board? Because this sweet angel is about to head for deep space." "We're ready, you idiot," grumbled Yesbel, but she was smiling, her arm tightly around Tanya. "Also," said Jez cheerily, "me and Genius Boy are going to be in the cockpit, and we're locking the damn door. And none of you had better even think about trying to knock on it, because we're not going to damn well answer." Lev turned, burying his face in her hair, and whispered something in her ear. From the look on his face, Masha concluded that not only did he have no objections to this course of action, he had been daydreaming about it for a very, very long time now. Tay scowled. "I'm not sure why you'd think we want to come in, Jez," he muttered. "Some of us might be a little busy ourselves." Ivan's face took on a sudden look of startlement, which changed rapidly into something approaching the look on Lev's face, and she could see his arm tighten around Tay's waist. Masha caught the rueful look that passed between Yesbel and Tanya, and sighed. "I suppose I could feed the children and put them to bed tonight," she said, to no one in particular. Tanya smiled at her. "That would be appreciated," she said. Yesbel didn't say anything, just pulled Tanya in for a kiss that made Olya groan loudly. "Well, I'd rather have Auntie Masha give us dinner anyways, because it looks like everyone is just going to be kissing each other," Olya said, in a tone of indignant disgust. "Well, I like Auntie Masha," Misko muttered, "even if everyone wasn't kissing each other all the time." "Come on, children. Pick out your pajamas and lay them out so that Auntie Masha can find them," said Tanya, turning to the corridor that led to the cabins. "And I want you to strap down until we're out of the atmosphere." Yesbel shot Masha a grateful glance and followed her wife. Jez had already started for the cockpit. "Better strap in," she called over her shoulder. "Even you, techhead." Ivan planted a quick kiss on Tay's forehead, and the two of them turned down the corridor as well, and Masha was left alone on the main deck. She strapped herself in, although, from the look on Lev's face, it might be a few minutes before Jez found her way to the controls. She looked around her at the small, comfortable space with its cheerful old wood paneling and eccentric design. The vibrations from the ship grew ever so faintly stronger as they lifted gently off the ground. The hangar bay door in front of them slid open at Lev's command through the calm, and then the ship shot forward. She heard Lev's startled exclamation and the thud of someone hitting the floor, followed by Tay's muffled cursing. Masha's stomach dropped as the ship cleared the city and streaked towards the horizon,
and she closed her eyes and breathed in the sensation, at once unutterably familiar and eternally unexpected. She had, for the first time since she could remember, no plans, no agenda, no idea what the future would hold. But for the first time since she was 7 years old, she was home. The end. This has been Attack Path, the Ungovernable series, Book 9, written by R.M. Olson, narrated by Zura Johnson. Thank you for listening, and we hope you've enjoyed the series. To help share the story and show your support, please leave a review. Copyright 2021 by R.M. Olson. Production copyright by R.M. Olson.